The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments, with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Yesterday, we experienced the elation of qualification. 3 more teams made it to the Blast Paris Major. Falcons now fall down to face OG, but it was into the breach. Bad News Eagles and GamerLegion, who all came through with the goods and divvied up spots between Legends and Challengers stage. Today, we fit our final pieces into place and find out who will be joining them and who will be going down to those last chance qualifiers, as well as more Legend spots on offer between BNE and GamerLegion. It's been a mad few days here in Group A, and we've got more Counter-Strike coming up today, and Group B just around the corner. Obviously, here are our results from yesterday as we enter the final chance, the last chance for Saloon for some of these teams.
Yeah, oh man, what a day! What a day we had yesterday. You know, GamerLegion making their second major run. That's a sick story for them. For Into the Breach. Ooh, Lord, the UK boys have done it. You know, making it to the major, and as Legends as well. Bad News Eagles beating down FaZe Clan for major qualification. That's a sick story. In the rematch, right? The famed FaZe BNE game from Rio coming back to haunt them here. And maybe now even throwing Paris up in the air for FaZe, who come into this event hot off the back of the Intel Grand Slam.
But it wasn't all joy, Harry. It was commiseration as well. We had to say some goodbyes to some other rosters as well, and some may surprise you more than others. VP joined the ranks in elimination as they fell to Mouz in that 1-3 game. Sprout, of course, a little too new to keep it going, with Azza at the helm, and as well as OneWin, who dropped out yesterday as well. So a few teams gone, but hey, a few teams still made it, boys, and in Legends and Challengers as well. It was Into the Breach, Jackie, who made it straight into that Legend spot off of seeding alone.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about it, right? Not only did they go on to complete the run for the UK Massive, but they did it in such a manner that they will make it to Legends, and that's just a huge sentient point to take home. And I think you can see that reflected here effectively. What we've got is, because of the difficulty score, Into the Breach taking the Legend spot automatically, whereas we have Bad News Eagles versus GamerLegion that will then determine who's Legends and who is a Challenger.
Yeah, that makes all the difference for a BO3 as well, to skip a whole stage of the Paris Major and go up 8 places in the ranking there. That's a fantastic opportunity.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it, that BO3 is almost worth, you know, winning 3 BO3s, right? Because if you've got to run it back in the Challenger stage, that is going to be your requirement to move on into the next one. So a super intense BO3 coming down the pipeline later on today. Dude, I remember when we started this whole thing, and this like bracket graphic was empty. Whenever we would highlight little things further on, it was just talking about them in practice. It's crazy that we're getting to the end of it now. We've had our games play on out, and look, we're looking all the way down towards this 2-2 area. And man, there's some bangers here. FaZe versus Mouz in a 2-2 matchup. Falcons versus OG as well. Kenny, SMVK, and Body still trying to chase that major dream. Remember, for these guys, they've had multiple chances now, and they also find themselves in this kind of last chance saloon.
Yeah, of course. Let's take a look at the schedule as well for the day, see what we've got coming down. 2 streams, as always, 4 more games. We're going to go from bottom to top with that FaZe Mouz matchup. A terrifying situation to be in. Of course, loser of that, currently 2-2, right, will not be eliminated. They will simply just be put into a last chance matchup at the end of Group B in a few days' time. Apeks versus Bait, the team that might get reverse swept if they can't hold on to today. And that was almost what happened to them back in the Rio RMR as well last time. So familiar territory for Bait. Falcons versus OG as the Frenchmen look to make it to Paris. And of course, that seeding match that we talked about for Legends or Challengers, it's Bad News Eagles versus GamerLegion.
It's a good day. 4 games here in the Counter-Strike scene, and of course we can hone in a little bit more on the games that we're going to be having over here. Like Hugo was saying, we kick it off with that Falcons OG matchup, right? Another best of 3 tantalizer. We've had a lot of the French boys in the games we've covered, actually, thinking about it. We've seen a ton of the Falcons games.
Yeah, I mean, they were so close, right? But now they're still fighting onwards. And on the flip side, it's OG who are trying to make a bit of a reverse sweep once they hit the BO3s, because these guys lost their 2 openers, 2 very difficult games against proven rosters in FaZe and in GamerLegion, who have of course made their second major in a row. OG want to do the same. This was a team for the longest time that was absent of major qualification, that we never saw do it. They finally back last year, got into Rio just about, bombed out once they hit the tournament, but they managed to make it there at least. And I think OG, despite their woes, despite their roster troubles, they want to do it again.
Yeah, you know, on the other side of things, you're looking at this this Falcons squad. As we say, we've got to watch a good bit of. It's a couple of French legends, you know, looking to add to the French representation in Paris, pending you know, vitality. But man, you know, for Falcons, they were in a great spot opening this up, and now they've taken a couple of L's. They find themselves down in 2-2. They had a loss in the BO1s to NAVI, and then perhaps more importantly, that BO3 loss yesterday versus GamerLegion. That one was grueling, and you know, we had moments from these guys where we'd see them, you know, kind of go outside after the games, after they lost that opening map. They had to try and bring themselves back into it. They looked a bit down and out. We had a great game from Body, a fantastic second map from Body. He was lights out, 30 kills deep, did everything he could to make that a 3-map series, but by the time we got to the third, he kind of dropped off. Really, it was only MBK and Kenny trying to, you know, carry the torch at that point, and they felt like they run out of steam. GamerLegion kind of ran over them in map number 3. So finding themselves now down 2-2, and Paris is calling, you know, but they might never be there to get that call. It's a pretty weird spot for Falcons to be in now. I think a lot of us are romanced by this storyline, right? For the kind of old G2 core of this Body, MVK, and Kenny S squad from all these years ago. The last time we saw them in a major would have been Elite Boston 2018.
Yeah, and it's a grudge match as well, right? Because not only do we have MBK with some choice words to Mouz after he defeated the team that removed him as well last year, well, now he faces another roster that he was formerly a part of in OG, at least the core of which. So I think that's an exciting storyline. MBK with some statements today, and it was dominant over Mouz as well when they won that in the BO1 on Vertigo. 16-8 affair. So you can see Nathan on your screen being very vocal, very prepared for this matchup, and I think the mindset has looked somewhat good for Falcons. That's been an optimistic sign in this full French roster.
Yeah, but you know, this is interesting. MBK taking everyone on one side and having a sort of post-match talk like this. I don't know, man. Falcons, they've normally been a pretty cool team, you know, in terms of how they show up. They don't really, you know, I don't really imagine them doing these like pre-game huddles. They kind of just take to the stations, you know, they like to get in the server and get ready. But Nathan's trying to big the boys up here. He's trying to make sure everyone's motivated heading into this series. This is a very beautiful sight indeed. Having a bit of a pre-game talk, a bit of a pre-game hype up, trying to bring everyone on board. And look at this, man. They are really coming into this today, looking to make an impact.
What's sick about this as well is it almost feels kind of like Existence-esque. It's one of those where you could see with the hand motions, like the sort of way he's just trying to get everyone to be on truly the same page, but keep them ready for the game. I mean, right? It's sick.
I know to the folks here at Blast, and I think just to everyone, you know, you kind of are fans of this this Falcon squad just because of, you know, the names that are in it, the French legends, and so I know they wouldn't have missed an opportunity to have showed off, you know, a little Falcons team huddle by now. You know, that would have definitely been shown. We get to watch them in like slow-mo coming out the van, for crying out loud. We would have defo got some team talk if that's been going on every single day. I think you've been able to get by riding a bit of momentum thus far, and now that it's really calling for some finer attention to detail, some amped up, some hype up. They bring the heat in that regard. So on the other side, we've got OG, right? They had the turbulent beginning in the BO1s, as you touched upon earlier, but since getting into the BO3s, they've won them both. That's why they find themselves down in the 2-2 here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting enough that OG are actually coming through with the goods in the BO3s, despite the fact that, of course, their BO1s were hard matchups in having to play FaZe especially. But in the BO3s, OG's map pool has been shaky, and somewhat of that has been, you know, not having their main in-game leader. This is a team that's been rife with stand-ins. Recently, Dexter stood out for a tournament and allowed Smooya to join in as a stand-in. Dexter was ill. Nico's obviously a former member of this team and someone who has been vocal and being a second caller in the past as well. So he's taking over for Nexa for the time being. And so you can imagine their map pool would take a hit, and their strat book would be diminished a little bit. But despite that, OG have broken not just a Vertigo loss streak, but an Inferno loss streak or an Overpass loss streak as well. So they've actually had a really good time in BO3, surprised to say. And I can't wait to get the veto for this game because I think it's going to be super spicy. I wonder what that third map is going to be. Do we have Falcons going back for Overpass? A dangerous map for them, or do we go into Ancient?
We were mulling over the veto in the drive over, and we were getting a little bit weirded out because we were getting concerned about the high likelihood that Overpass is the map that's left over, and I think if that happens,
Barrage pick.
I know that, you know, Falcons had had a troublesome time on it yesterday, but for the most part, it is like their best map. It is one of their go-to maps. So I think if this is what it ends up coming down to, and thus far it's feeling par for the course for that to happen. There we go. We're going to end up with the overpass decider, and so I think if this goes 3, there's actually a really good shot for Falcons here.
Absolutely. And if not, they could even 2-0. I don't see a world where OG 2-0 unless their Vertigo has really made strides in recent times. But less about the veto, and let's hear from the players themselves. We spoke to Flames before this game.
Flames, thank you very much for joining us, brother. You guys started 0-2, and now you're 2-2. You've made the comeback. You're one more game away from the major. I mean, how does it feel, first of all, to have made that comeback?
Well, it feels amazing. I think we started out, first day it was very rough, and we could see it that our emotions were down, our energy was down, and sort of that's why we lost. I think first game was FaZe, that was a big game for us, and then GamerLegion we just screwed it up a little bit, I feel like. But then we knew that as long as we stick to what we know and how we play, we should be able to win those matches that are upcoming, because it's best of 3. We're the better team. We have a better map pool, better individuals overall. And so it basically, if we lose or win, we knew that it's deserved, or we just are not good enough to qualify. So then we're just running with it, and we hope for the best.
And of course, coming towards today, one more game and to make it to the major, but you've got to take down Falcons, the French team, to deny them going towards Paris. I mean, what's your thoughts coming in towards the Falcons game?
Well, I think we have I think they're a fair matchup. Like, I don't think they're bad or like insanely good or insanely bad. I think the game is going to look interesting. On the other side, I know there is still a last chance qualifier. So I think either team that loses still has a chance to qualify. But I think this game is very important for us, because we want to go with a good feeling that we clean swept the comeback.
And of course, I mean, for yourself, you're a product of UK Counter-Strike, and now we're seeing UK Counter-Strike thrive. ITB have made it, Ash, Cater, Mezzi all made it. For you, who was part of UK Counter-Strike for such a long time, what does it feel like to see UK doing so well?
Well, I think with Thomas specifically, they're my friends, and then with Mezzi as well, and Jamie from Fnatic, like the coach. But I think it's very, very nice, because when I started out my career, that's who I was talking with. That was my friends, So it seems good. And I remember yesterday at night going out and talking with Shuchi, from GamerLegion, and apparently he's from Ireland. So so UKC, like the United Kingdom is all united right now. Everyone is happy, and I think it's just an amazing feeling. I think it's like finally people get a shot from the UK.
And finally, coming in towards the Falcons game, any fighting words for Falcons?
No, nothing. Let's have fun.
I'd love to say, man. Well, best of luck in towards today.
Thank you, mate.
Daniel Jackson wanting to have fun and repping the UK boys. Do love to see that. Well, let's see if we will have some fun. Let's see the action take it to the server. Falcons versus OG will be going down in just a moment, starting off on Vertigo. You really do not want to miss this, so stick around, because we'll be back with it in just a minute.
So I just immediately
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged! Hello! I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think it was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Man, that guy's funny. That guy's pretty cool. I want to watch the Launder Show.
Pretty hilarious.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely tune in. We'll be here as well. But first, we've got to take a look at our predictions, see what's going down today. We've got a very split desk, at least for this first matchup, boys.
Yeah. So who out of the talents winning the? It's me.
Who is it? You.
Am I reading that? Oh, it's me. I'm winning.
No, I don't know. I see in the top right, Unicorn's actually winning. So.
Well, yeah. No, Unicorn.
That's right, second place.
Unicorns stay winning, man. That's the vintage classic. But you know, out of all the losers, I'm the king.
True. Yep, second
King of the losers, baby.
Second is still last, and I think even Flames, showed that in the interview as well. Like, yes, this is a very important game. Sure, you may have another chance to go into that last bracket matchup, but still, no one wants to wait a week to play their final games. OG favored on the Unicorn odds, of course, but Falcons, I will say they won the veto from the looks of things, unless OG can keep up their map loss streak breaking, which they've been doing here so far at the RMR. And yeah, as said, like, when you go into that last chance matchup, there's only one slot left up, right? There's 6 teams, there's one slot. You don't want to be put into that position where you're fighting for it, so you got to be very, very careful when you take on this game. It's a 2-2 matchup. It's one of the last chances to make it to Paris, and for Falcons, it means more than most. We're into Vertigo, map 1, and let's get ready to crumble.
Cream crumble.
Crumble now.
Delicious.
Everyone's favorite.
Don't want to break copyright, Jack.
We are.
Bruce Buffer will get you.
Yeah.
Falcons with a T-side start over on Vertigo. OG with the troublesome track record here. This is where Falcons are hoping to hit the ground running. They're setting up outside of the B site rather, but 3 strong here for OG in the right place. Fiku gonna open up. Masuta on the receiving end of that, and Dexter getting involved. Oh, he's looking clean. Ooh. Dexter with a pistol round off his sleeve. One man looking to do it all. And there's Fiku to run down the last. Okay, that's a way to open.
Yeah, dude, Dexter coming in huge. I will say as well, right, when he arrived in the building today, you could see him getting out of the van. He was kind of like jigging into it. He had a smile on his face.
I'll say this, as we were walking over to the desk, you guys all actually left because, stupidly, I forgot my mobile phone, so I had to go back in. And as I crossed back out, I went past OG and I just said, like, good luck today, guys. And Dexter, who's normally like, pretty like channeled in, focused, he was very smiley, very talkative, and he was saying, "Oh, thank you, brother," like giving the big smile and kind of chatting to the rest of his team, patting everyone on the back. So it felt like the vibes were good in the OG side of things. I feel like Dexter's coming into today feeling confident, and then I see that pistol round where he gets these 3 snappy headshots, and I'm like, okay, it's all starting to make a bit of sense. And I gotta say, if you can have Dexter in prime form coming into this series, I don't think the AWP is going to be a contest, sadly.
No, I completely agree with you. Honestly, on that front, I would say that Dexter at this point is probably going to be able to perform in that more Kenny-esque sort of style than probably Kenny would, because he's not really looked like himself. If there was an opportunity to turn that around, though, at least this would be the best of 3 to do it in, because you've had that little bit of time now to really let it all sink into your head. We saw the team talk with Nathan at the start as well. This is where you would want every one of those players to just sort of flick that switch and go, you know what, even if I think this might be the risky maneuver, it's what I think is the right confidence play, and to give us some of that, because he was the king of ego challenges, man. I know times change, right? But like to roll that back a little bit would probably do wonders for him.
Yeah, we were even talking about this the other day, right, in between breaks, and we were just saying like that there are some rounds where, because I see the name Kenny S, and you know, we all have some sort of predetermined and like an expectation of what to expect out of Kenny S on name alone, right? And the style that he used to have. And there are some moments now since making his return where he plays far safer, like plays by the numbers. And don't get me wrong, that is kind of how Counter-Strike has evolved as a whole since we last saw him in the server. But man, there are just some times where there are risks available, and I know that, you know, if this were a few years ago, Kenny would have thrown himself into those risks with glee. And there are times where it's like, I see him playing safe, and there's just that part of me that wants him to just let the leash off, just for a round every now and again, where he does just try and mad dog his opponents, right? So here we go, we're right back in after a little tech pause. Pistols in for the Falcons, flying high up the ramp side of Masuta. Oh dear, OG have got nades out. They're expecting this to be way slower. This is just an all-in rush of the A site through the ramp smoke, and they've decimated OG.
It's a good molly as well, bounce on default. Kenny's going to get chewed up, but he will still get the plant. Escaping's a different story. There are guns to be gathered. Close up with a Tech 9. Masuta falls, and Fiku resets. I love the move to wait for a second and get composed. A 2v2. The OG are recovering right now in what was a 2v5. Bomb getting chased down. Body with a massive one, but Python's killed his teammate. And now Fiku with a kit in the smoke can stick the bomb. 5 seconds. Python doesn't bite. Python doesn't believe. And OG with a 2v5. That is a way to steal around. He even gets the kill, and an absolute domination from those two. Oh, that one hurts. Yeah. And a TK on top.
Dude, it's just so rough, man.
I'm going to say already there's some worrying signs. Fiku is the clutch king of OG. One of the things that kind of fell off in some of the quieter games that we've seen for OG, I think, is his ability to close rounds. This guy will deliver you. On a good day, this guy will deliver you like an impossible round or so, per map, it feels like. He'll win you some, like, 1v3, 1v2 to turn the tide. And we're but 2 rounds into this game, and so far, you know, we've seen some lovely taps for Dexter, and now Fiku adds a clutch to the tally. Now, I don't want that to take away from what Falcons just accomplished. That is a lot of damage in their 4-spy round. They so nearly take it. They get the bomb planted, and they don't even have to do a lot to make that happen, right? All they did was hold W through a ramp smoke and nail their shots. OG were a bit caught off guard by the pace. So that's going to give you a bit of faith in Falcons, but I think it does hurt them long run that they don't convert that. They're looking to try and follow up on the opportunity by 4-spying again in this round, hoping that it can break OG's money.
Nice.
Made it ramp is well timed. Tags them up. They're going to do 2 boosts here. One over the smoke at ramp from one close. Body throwing up on the boost, but it's a trade out of MBK that keeps Falcons looking pretty. Dexter here with the orb, and it's going to strike. Oh, nice and hot, but Masuta with the trade. And that orb's now away from OG.
Oh, Flames, he had room in front of the Molotov, but he's still running. He's still chasing these kills. How have they not killed him yet, Flames? The site, and he even re-swings again. That one's a bit crazy for Flames, and he does get punished, but he puts Neofrag in a clutch. A 1v2, they're low! And now they're dead. Neofrag with both. These are horrible rounds to lose for Falcons. These are horrendous rounds to lose. And OG are only going to get hyped up off the back of these clutches. Back-to-back clutch out rounds with advantages for Falcons. What is going on? Wheels are off, boys.
Oh, God. Yeah, this is going to be wild, man. You know, it's... There is this time early on where, like, you're getting these rounds so close if you're Falcons, and it's actually, like, building you up, right? And even though there's this idea of, yeah, it's close and you could have won it and it's going to feel frustrating, you know that you're accomplishing a lot with not very much. And you're thinking to yourself, look, all it's going to take is that little, like, 1%, right? Like, one of those peaks goes a little differently. We get that trade and the round's ours. So it's going to keep you in it early on. But it's if OG keep winning these clutch rounds that for Falcons, it's going to get in their head a bit. And it's if this game starts to close up that those rounds will come back to haunt you.
They have one Molotov in the round, and this close position is so powerful, especially if Nico gets spotted on default. He gets flashed in, he makes moves, and makes magic happen. He finds body and gets out for free. OG, they've got some tricks up their sleeves, all right. Wizards in the sight, going back for more with the MP9s, and they are churning them up.
Fiku still looking to keep on adding to this as well. He's walking in through the smoke, bypasses Kenny as he wanders round. He's got the gap, the listen for the sound as well, and he can catch NBK. So in the final 50 seconds, Bomb in the possession of Kenny, yes. You set your focus to at least reset this round for the meantime. I mean, Fiku's on 17.
This is such a nice call, though, because Falcons realized that OG saw them and heard them going back, Kenny dropping stairs, and even though Fiku didn't chase, Dexter gets the early warning, I need to watch out on A, I need to be very careful, but they're not going A, or at least not from the ramp. They are clearing mid with 20 seconds, the one gap that they expect to have. Fiku's even full flanking. This is, and if they go B, it's free. It's probably the round, but they're going to run into the A site with 10 seconds. Dexter hears it. He hits the shot. He can't follow up, but Fiku is not far. And this is the last place Kenny will expect.
He's on with the big green, though. Moving in a ramp. Low on health. Oh, out with the swing. Yeah. Fiku going to walk it over the line with the MP9.
You're just wondering why he's there if you're Kenny, right? Like, you're expecting a 1-1 split. To think that Falcons had the room to go middle. If they walked for 2 more seconds, they would have killed Dexter for free. And surely that 2v1's theirs. But another clutch up for OG. That was another 3-on-4.
Yeah, this is wild. Every single one of these rounds so far since the pistol has ended in a clutch for OG. And they've always been on the back foot. They've always been the team lagging behind in a 1vx. It's not like it's been these kind of tight 1v1s going their way. Even in this round, you know, I know we're kind of talking about clutches. They break it down for the man deficit. And that one, that one's frustrating. Dude, Falcons just need to break through. Now, the thing is, you can keep going tit for tat on the T side like this. And the fact that they keep making the round so close, you know, you are only kind of moments away from eventually breaking through the CT side. That's what you're telling yourself. When you look at the investment that they keep bringing in for OG, it's always coming with limitations right now. You know, like even in this round, you've still got a FAMAS in play, a little limited on the util on a couple of players. On a map like Vertigo, that can be very, very important. You've even only got 1 kit in play on Fiku, but hell, he is the man you want it on. Often the one that will be left in those clutch scenarios trying to win you it.
The nades have also been pretty brutal for OG. They've been, you know, making a lot of flash pops on B. The HEs down ramp have continued to find success. Again, lighting up Falcons. And now Dex is even here with the orb.
Oh, Dexter with the first face. Actually gets himself back to sandbags and is still content to peek again as well. So Masuta has been murdered. 3 players left, 4 Falcons trapped, struggling to get him out. Molotov goes down, but he'll smoke it. Repeat from his teammate in Neo Frag. That's a 3rd kill on the orb. And it's Flames with the FAMAS to walk on through them.
It took them 3 mollies, boys. 3 mollies to get him out of position. He still took another player with him. That first one missed. Then they double molly him. He just smokes it. Falcons are feeling the pressure right now. They're feeling the burn, and they're learning the hard way. And hey, you called it, Harry, with your armchair psychology, but it's certainly looking to be true. Dexter has woken up on the right side of bed. And that's what OG needed today up against the legend of Kenny.
I don't know. We just haven't seen Dexter getting like this.
No.
You know, even in it, like, man, I even remember when they started and we would have, like, you know, OG looking good. We had kind of moments where, you know, guys like Nico would be trying to carry them through some of these games. I think they're talking about the Saw matchup here, right? And even in that one, you know, Dexter, who was playing them pretty well, you know, just kind of like middle of the pack and then rose to the top of the scoreboard, but admittedly, like, not as flashy as usual. You know, they would win and he would high-five a bit and he'd be like, yeah, but, you know, he wasn't celebrating yet. He wasn't doing any of the screaming, the yelling, the hyping up the team. And that's really what you know the guy for. So it's like, it's very reassuring to see him coming in today, really looking like he has his head screwed on, like he's trying to bring the vibe to the rest of the team. He is kind of the hype man of OG. And so seeing him be quiet felt important. Python with a kill on a Flames. Big one who were found with this Deagle in mid, and actually MBK, they never actually saw him get here. So Nico ready for that. It's a nice adjustment. Dexter finds another kill over in mid. This mid component of the A split's been dealt with. And right now, Falcons think they're threading the needle. However, in at the sandbags is Neofrag. They're going to get a bomb plant here, which is honestly pretty sick for Falcons to have made it out of the round like bandits with the bomb down. But it leaves Masuta in this 1v3. Deagle onto Dexter. And now they have to slow down. Nico was dinked by NBK earlier. Luckily enough, Fiku coming in with the backstab. I say this guy's off and great in clutches, but Masuta won't let him in. He lets them have it with the Deagle. Rips out 3. All alone, and so finally a round goes the way of Falcons, and once again, as this game has been the entire game thus far, it's another clutch. This time Masuta 1v3 with a Deagle.
This one is right on the wire.
Yeah, give him a kiss on the head, man. That is wild. He deserves it.
Just everything about that was so well played. The first kill to Dexter as well, he realizes that Dexter's scoped on him, but Nico has the cover, and as soon as Nico runs out of ammo, has to reload, Dexter doesn't move his angle. He doesn't hold for the wide swing, and so Masuta realizes I can just grab this AWP right now. Fiku got all the way up ramp, but a step too far. Masuta heard it, and these are some beautiful shots. Required reading for Falcons. They needed that round. They needed a clutch, especially after how this whirlwind of a game has already gone. Maybe that can activate them now on this T side and eco win. And you said, if you're going for tit for tat, Harry, if you're trading out rounds, or rather, getting a lot of kills on rounds you lose, eventually you're going to break the money. And that's exactly what Falcons have done. They win an eco, they put OG on pistols. Full eco. Flames is on 1400. This is the kind of money where you would often force buy with. He's just going to be left with an SMG or a pistol next round. But it is worth it to get, at least 3 rifles into play. That being said, Falcons in a strong position now to close the gap.
Body should be in a prime position to just batter them from the back if they keep on creeping down. Advance is slightly further ahead. Masuta wants to farm up all the frags instead. Oh, nice final pickup from MBK. And that's the eco out of the way. And this is great as well. Like, the fact Masuta's also getting a couple of ecos in bodes so well for me, dude, because it's like, yesterday when we saw him, kind of felt like he was the glue for this team in key rounds where you'd have him in a 1v2 or 1v3, and sometimes he'd go on to win it. Most of the time, he'd still do enough damage and play it perfectly enough where you're like, all right, he is feeling it. He's just kind of getting unlucky in the draw. And that's what you need, man. That could definitely re-invitalize them right here, right now. 5-2 split so far on the first map of Vertigo. Falcons pick.
Dexter managed to fund his AWP as well, which is everything here for OG. Kenny will meet him right there. Scoped up on the ramp. Dexter takes a passive line on short. Flames fighting for middle, trying to bait them in to Nico. They're going to regress together, though. Bait and switch instead. Falcons have crawled up that top ramp. They've managed to plant their flag on short. And OG are realizing that. Finally giving them some ramp control. It's not been easy to get this position, but Falcons have done it with no concessions. Spam battle is not bad at all. Neofrag gets lit up a little. 3 CT still here. They've got to clear Dexter first. He's getting bullied through the wall. Fully killed without even seeing him. The flashback in is nice, but MBK turns on a dime and takes a second headshot. He has been looking crisp in some of these games. And Falcons going even further. 1 foot forward and another one in the dirt. 5-on-1. And they're coming for the kill.
All right, Fiku. I said this guy's great in clutches. He ain't winning this one, but he might get out with a gun. However, Falcons really don't want to let that happen. They know that they've kept OG strapped for cash throughout this first half with how these rounds have gone, so they are going to try and remove the weapon. Oh, MBK!
What?
Nah,
that's insane.
He's juiced up today, man. Like, this is wild. Dude, I don't know.
Fiku held that shot for a second, but only because it's so hard to actually get that kill through the stairs. Like, you want him to walk a few steps down and not check it. But MBK, I've never seen someone win that fight from the top that quick.
Yeah, no, this is crazy, man. I think out of the kind of two real old school legends within this squad. Out of, you know, MBK and Kenny. The one that's actually been like super impressive within this squad has been MBK thus far, man. I've loved getting to watch this guy play. He's come in with fantastic form. There's been games where he has been the star, and it's been multiple matchups that this has happened in. So a real treat to see. And it was even MBK, it was even Nathan talking to the boys before this game started, trying to hype everyone up, right? Trying to bring that focus.
It's already looking like a different game, just in how Falcons are strutting their stuff in these last couple of rounds, taking a ramp without a single casualty. Obviously here it's eco, so it is a free site. But Falcons, that one clutch from Masuta was all they needed. It was the secret sauce to start their series.
It's just momentum-based CS in a nutshell as well. For how those first few rounds went, the consistent clutches that were being won in the last few moments by OG. Ooh, don't let it get too costly. Just the one frag onto MBK.
Yeah, something that I think is, you know, kind of an interesting talking point on the whole front of MBK as an individual is obviously, you know, back when he was actually, you know, with Body and Kenny in that G2 squad, at that point, that was like back when French CS was just French CS, and the prospect of having to go international was still like a kind of foreign concept in a way, right? Yeah. And obviously since that point, for MBK in particular, he went through moves, you know, through the likes of OG, through the likes of Mouz, and so kind of had like some of this look into international experience, being in international squads. You know, different vibes to maybe have the French teams come together, at least in the past. So, you know, I feel like maybe he's experienced some things along the way, trying to bring some of the hype, some of the energy, some of that experience over.
They're certainly starting to look handy with the steal on the server tonight, proving their keep. These weapons. Oh, Dexter though, disgusting as ever, starts it off with the first face on ramp, brutalizes Body. Masood is out at middle already, and he's found the headshot onto Nico.
Even MBK roaming B, they're everywhere. They're on all three sites at the same time, and they're getting all the kills, aren't they?
He looks so good. He looks so crisp. It's just wild to see him like consistently having matches like this where he does just start taking control and being the saving grace for Falcons. MBK pushed up deep within the site. He's got B on lock. And when you're a man down like this, OG, they might hang around. They might give it a look in. Sure, that nade's going to entice them now into the 3v3, but it's MBK's deep position that makes this feel safe for the Falcons thus far. You should be good to get the bomb down because MBK's here. They're going to struggle to deny it, and MBK takes heads off. Hat-trick in the round. The natural-born killer springs to life. And Dexter is left saving, but that's if MBK lets him. He's going to slow walk this, so that's a nice easy one for Dexter.
He does love hunting the kills, we're seeing that. But hey, I'm all for it.
Yeah, well, with good reason, like man. If you were just wrecking every person you saw, you'd be hunting as much as you could too.
Wow. Yeah, they didn't clear it. Very basic check not done by OG, and the flash did nothing to MBK either. Dexter lobs it over green, and both players dive into the generators. They're going to regret that one, because it was set up nicely where they had some good retake utility, a molly wide on default that did some damage, and then the nade later burnt or finished off Python, stopped the plant, bought OG a minute just to talk and figure out how they wanted to approach this, set up a flash, make a play. Did I kill him?
MBK certainly did. Killing everyone, man.
I can't believe, you know, that this is, mate, this is exactly what you want out of OG. It's like Dexter gets the opener on some absolute BS through a ramp smoke, right? That's like a classic Dexter way of turning around in your favor. And in spite of that, MBK just goes on a multi-kill solo out through B and win the entire damn round single-handedly. Like there's kind of no. Oh, a second flame. One way, they've given him a gun, they've armed him. MBK dead first, and Masuta churned up by the rifle. That's now thrown across onto Neofrag. Flames has done his work in this round. He's back into his seat as 15 HP. And so he'll just look to play at the back of the pack. For Falcons, gonna need a new hero to arrive because you've lost MBK, you've lost Masuta, someone who's been able to find a good bit of impact in the mid-round.
Can it be Kenny, though, because there is an AWP here. Oh, that's a nice start. It's only the beginning. That AK is gone. Someone needs to jump and grab that if they can.
I like this angle.
Kenny over the top.
I like this
and he
angle.
won't stop.
This is more
Dex is
like it.
dead. That's it for Kenny. 3 frags on the entry.
This is wild. Yeah, that was more like vintage Kenny there. That is a bit of a risk, a bit ballsy, taking the peak up on top. And now, Flames with the backstab, low on health. He was the guy who kickstarted this round for OG, but a missed shot, a missed opportunity, and he's not going to make up for it. Kenny might have saved this one. Kenny might have saved the day, and now his teammates looking to finish what he started. Beautiful round from Kenny S and the Falcons.
They're playing so audacious, man. So audacious.
These were the rounds that we've been missing so far. That is like a full ego peak from Kenny S. Takes it over the top, right? Gets himself up on top of the wire. Tightrope Walker after this flick to open.
What?
And then literally, I didn't even see him see Dexter there. Beautiful sequence. And it's these kind of rounds, right? It's in these moments where you really needed Kenny to deliver. It felt like he would kind of play it in the safest possible way. And it's like, that's not the Kenny S way. No. That's not what we're used to seeing. And so he comes in with a full ballsy peak, even versus the AWP of Dexter in that round. And he nails every single shot. The tides have changed in this game. OG might have started off strong. They might have won countless clutches to get here. But Falcons are now the one in full control.
Yeah, 3-on-5 right back the other way. So that's how different this game is now from that 5-0 lead. OG yet to field the round. Masuta's been given the AWP only by necessity. Maybe he can find an entry, but they're mollying out positions. Fiku can retake either of these angles that have been mollied out, though. It's not like Falcons are making moves with it. Python's lurking mid, but he wants to play late. And they're going to reset back to A. Python could be the round winner. He's got a molly. He could throw it through the windows, try and get some useful utility on the short. But instead, he's just going to regroup with his team. Safety in numbers. Or strength, rather. Dexter on the boost box with the AW. Falcons, they've got just enough util to run an exec here and even have a resmoke for the post plant. Dexter might even get mollied unless they use it on the sandbags. There's only one singular option. Flash to short, Neofrag checks it. Now they're going to go back to the spam. This has been working for Falcons. 20 seconds and the smokes need to come in now.
Dexter looking to hit the first shot. Struggling on the swings out. 19 seconds on the clock, though. That's going to be the 6th man on the server for OG right now as he downs Kenny S. Python grabs the bomb instead, but he's also slain through the smoke. The M4 will tear him to pieces. Body struggling to grab it. 6 seconds on the clock. Taps it in. He's being pushed. Nico runs up. Masuta in the back line tries to cover MBK. He's holding on, but it's not enough. Crumbles in the end. Couldn't quite get the firm grasp on the round. It looked tight. And all these rounds have. This has been such a scrappy game, consistently back and forth. Momentum not staying with one team for more than 2 rounds at a time.
And that's why they call Dexter an aggressive AWP, right? Because he's willing to take those risks at 15 seconds, jumping on top of boost over the double smoke and finding an opening kill, just slowing everything down for Falcons. They just about get the plant, but again, Nico realizes as well, they are not comfortable here. We have numbers. I can risk running the smoke. He found the perfect pathing to kill the planter and go 1-for-1. So yeah, every trade out there for OG was a necessity, and they do win the retake at the end. So back on the board after a slight absence. Dexter takes a new opener in middle, something new. Neofrag with a flashbang. They're blind spamming him, and Body gets it while running and gunning, not even aiming near his opponent. Flames has got to fix this one. Neofrag's been put in the bag. Flames is given no opportunity to trade. And this is now a very awkward round where they can see the A control at such a cost. And they don't really have util to replay this later. If anything, Dexter might want to throw his utility over to someone else. Oh, get the boost. This is a heaven boost. There's no one there right now. There we go. 3rd time's a charm. It's a good angle, but nothing to see just yet. Nico could flank. We saw Flames with his opportunity last time. Smooth for Nico, but the timing. Nades are out. Nico getting checked, and if he was 2 seconds later, that would have been his kill. Instead, Masuta makes it even easier, and Falcons put the smokes down.
And in a 3v5 like this, OG, I mean, you know, we're getting near the end of the half now. They're low on money. They're out of money. This is one where you're smoke spamming. Sure, you're kind of teasing us with the idea that you would retake, but unless you found a kill through the smoke, and even that might not entice you in, they will just have to save here. This is a mixture of, you know, the money, the 3v5, the numbers in the server, the lack of position. There's so many reasons as to why you don't even attempt this round. The legwork already done by Masuta and Body earlier on. And so Falcons maintain this lead, 7-6, T-side building.
MBK has 16 bullets and no reserve ammo in his AK. That's how much we've been seeing Falcons like spam on ramp and wallbang this yellow area. It's so powerful, and it's especially because OG are playing multiple players on the wall. Oh dear, oh, it needs cover. Oh, this is close, but OG are fine. And that's because we've been seeing, right, Dexter plays short with the orb, Neofrag play wall, Flames re-aggress with him. We see this every round, and Falcons know what they're up against. They're putting a lot of spam the way of OG through this wall, and they've been finding kills from it as well. Keep in mind, as I said earlier, OG here at the RMR broke a map loss streak on Vertigo. They went 9 losses in a row and finally found a dub versus Saw, but not exactly of the same caliber of the opponents today. So sure, OG remaining competitive is a good sign. They are favorites, at least off of the individuals. When it comes to the veto, Falcons are in a very good position. Right now they're showing us 7 rounds to the 6. OG can't celebrate for long. They've got one more bye here, and they will be broke for the last round if they lose it. Go on, Kenny.
Oh, he does have to spawn for it actually as well. Go on, peek him. The cones freaked him out.
Try another open up. They would have heard the scope. Dex is at sandbags. Conceding ramp. Ooh, windows getting broken implies that Python might have some Molotovs here. That will reposition Flames. So he's got to choose whether to commit, and he might, in fact, because they've just reflashed and retaken the ramp, but they see nothing yet. Falcons are getting set up to take this area. There's the Molotov. Flames was already departing anyway. And in fact, it looked like OG wanted to leave A. Maybe they should. Mid's been corrupted. MBK pushed out into the open, and he's found Nico to begin.
Oh, just such a keen entry, and now he's all the way in through the spawn. Like, yeah, you find the suitor, you find Python, but where? Oh, there's MBK. He's dead now. Dexter gets him. Fiku inside of B, gonna pick up Kenny S, and this one's left on the body. Blind by the flash, out in the open and cut down. Dexter scavenges an AK and goes on a tear of his own. Lovely little mop-up round from Dexter, right? There was a serious bit of real estate taken over in middle that could have swelled and become a real problem for OG, but Dexter manhandles a Falcon and get them through it.
Yeah, that was more so an important round for OG, right? Because they needed that to buy, whereas the money for Falcons is absolutely fine going into the last round. So we have an even keel here, and someone's got to take the half. The final round, Falcons T-side. This would be a monumental T-side if they won it out. Gonna have back to those boosts at B. He's got them entries last time they tried it. They still lost the round, but this time it's not as smooth sailing. Masuta dinked. Oh, and there's the native finish.
Blows into bits and blows the wind out from underneath the wings of Falcons, slowing them down massively into the round with the pick going their way. Fiku not content with that as well. Spams through, shuts down Body. There is at least a bit of a trade game being played. And this is to decide which one of them will get the advantage at the end of the half. So a lot riding on this. The momentum could be magnificent for them. MBK on the rotate looking for the flank and clearing out how much space exactly they have to play with if they want to double back from this. You don't need to commit.
At the end of the world. But they're going B anyway. Kenny seems to realize this is a player here. That's a good flick as well. finds Nico. Molly, the flames is a problem, but the nade is the solution, and he dunks the counter AWPer. Has he got a flash or a swing? No, he's just got to take these drive fights, and he knew he was on the clock. Python finds another. Dexter now in the clutch.
All right, Dexter, this is it. Got to be his moment. Dropping in, AK out. Does deal with the first man, but it's MBK. It's Nathan up close in this smoke, and this guy's been having a rip-roaring day. Dexter might have to drop, and he swings out wide, dispatches of MBK, and locks in a winning half for the OG squad. They are able to win it out in these clutches. 8-7, narrowly leaning their way as they head into this second half.
a half rife with clutches from either side, but it's still OG who come out a little bit better. They started 5-0. Falcons pulled a big comeback, taking the lead right back, but it's OG with a late activation to win out their defensive half on Vertigo, a map that in history has been dire for this team. But now with Nico at the helm and good form at the RMR for OG, making that reverse sweep from O2, they sit pretty for now.
Oh, but look who's sitting behind the sandbags. Big old body. Man's going to be forced out of position. Will he be able to hit the head? No. Fiku with the opening frag on the Glock. So, OG, at least in the battle of attrition here, go one man up. Dexter still trying to keep building with that as well. Hits the head. They're all funneling back. Oh, all right, Nico.
Surprised Python didn't hear that one, because the Fate got sold by the recommit on the A site for Dexter, and he got a second kill, but Python could hear them running. He still went for the face. Kenny dinks down to one, dead immediately, and there's no hope here in this round for MBK. Kill all you want, they're not going to give you the chance.
Yeah, you saying that about MBK?
Yeah, it's done.
Check this out. Here he is moving in from the connector. And a great day in the office for MBK, but a 1v4 as the bomb went down, and a round that he's got to ace in. It's asking a hell of a lot. They're swinging together, and I like that. Playing tucked in. They just don't give him the gunfights to turn the tide of that. And it's good because early on, it felt like they wanted to give him the fights. You know, they were kind of brimming with confidence. They're in a really good spot. They're trying to cut down Kenny S. That one makes a lot of sense. You've kind of got a free 4v1 over towards the B site. And then they go chasing for MBK just a tiny bit. End up losing one player, and immediately I think you just kind of look at who's up, you look at the game he's having, you go, look, if we just all hide and we all swing the moment someone sees him, we're totally fine. So they play that really well within the margins, and now they run down into the B play. NeoFrag on the entry, Flames with him, runs past Body. Not going to be an issue. NeoFrag will trade this. Oh, Kenny with the deagle. Hang on a second, he's feeling himself here. 1v1 now, it's the deagle, takes out another man. Will get dealt with. Fiku, very, very good in these clutch moments. Very dependable, safe pair of hands in the 1v1. Well, oh, he feels good. We've had a couple of Kenny S rounds, a couple of reasons to be shouting Kenny's name right now.
But not enough to win out on the force. OG cool B-rush, they throw one flashbang. That is the round. There was a late molly on quad, but they were already 3 kills deep at that point. Kenny, some marvelous dig work, but Fiku just about keeps it good for OG. 10-7, and the full eco is going to give OG a berth into this T side. Got mid-stack. Careful, Fiku, lining up the con molly. They can come for you. In no hurry here. Oh, is this a B-side smoke? The molly behind it. He's cutting off CT. He's going to throw flashes that land over the generators. And OG, they have that sight again. I love that combo, man. Definitely steal that one for yourselves. And he can even late lug mid if he wants. He's going to pull back as to not give away any kills. You know that the team Falcons are full eco. So it might be 5 alive.
Could be all 10.
Yeah, a unicorn round. It feels like we might have one here. Oh, no, we don't. No, we don't. Ruin, of course. Dexter. It's a last-second push in, but OG very quickly realized like what Falcons are trying to do. They go, look, it's cute that you think we're going to die with the bomb, but we know you don't have a kit. We're not worried. The bomb's already going to go off, so they just up and leave the bomb site. And yeah, the chase doesn't find the damage that Falcons were hoping for, but that's all well and good. They were meant to lose that round, right? Now, this is where things get exciting. Kenny S bringing the AWP out, rifles across the board. We don't have a kit in place, so I feel like that's an important thing to mention, especially with the extra money on Python and on MBK and Masuta. Huh. 3 players with enough to buy kits, and no one does.
Well, let's see if they regret it.
On this map as well.
Yeah, it's
very retake based.
Very focused, and I mean, look at this. It's got to be a retake. Whether or not they go for it is a different question, but yeah, there's going to be a big regret. Oh, Python needs something massive to tempt them in, but it's only dinks onto 2. Masuta with a cross shot catches 1. That's a massive trade for NeoFrag to keep this round intact for OG, and he even went aggressive with the bomb to get that molly in. He will be allowed to plant. Nades are good, but now we start to regret that lack of kit. In a 3-on-4, they might have to make that call.
Yeah, I just think our numbers alone and the fact that you don't have a kit, you can't really win this round. And I hope that's a real, yeah, they're coming to that realization too. It's like we're just so out of position, we don't really, and I think, you know, you might not have even had this urge to have to fight so hard within the site for someone like Masuta. Once he gets that trade, might have just looked to back out if they have the kit, play the 4v4 out. But he's trying to get that one kill as they're pushing and taking space to tip the scales, right? To try and bring it into this 4v3, to launch you into the retake. It never even gets that far. That's a bit of a shame, right? Right now, you still have time in this game. You can kind of write that one off to like just a bit of a blunder and say like, look, we really can't afford to do that again. It's a big mistake. You can't let it get to you in this moment, right? You can't just have one kind of fall down in the buy department, wreck the CT side. But yeah, that does hurt, and that is an error. That is a glaring error from the Falcons, especially when they have 3 players with more than enough money.
Meanwhile, for that Legends spot, B and E look to join ITB into the top 16.
Whereas right now, we're watching the 20th. A 12-7 split on the scoreline with OG leading on Falcons map pick of Vertigo.
And this would really poison for 2-0 as well, right? As we kind of have set up, it's not been a historically great map for OG. So to win this one away from Falcons, who have beat them in head-to-heads here before, this would be a roughie. Python, a lot of pressure on the guy. The least experienced player of Falcons in the hot seat.
Last round, when they tried to get control of B, he did tons of damage onto 2, but wasn't able to convert those tags into frags, and that was the big talking point. If he just could have got them a little bit more breathing room, could have been the difference. This time, will he be able to have impact? They haven't found him yet, but Fiku with the re-clear on the left-hand side spots him out, bullet to the brain, he's out of commission, and this round could be going the same way again for Falcons, unless there's something to be said. The push up from body, drops one, bomb gonna have to fall. Kenny as well, but a connection at middle. So it's a 3 versus 2. Kenny's rotating over, and this time he has the kit. Flashbang on the entry early as well. MBK watching the off angle towards the boost. Time starting to tick. It's going to get awkward for them. You've got to accelerate this one soon if you're going to make the play work. Flames just sat in the smoke. He's ready for this. The man's always so quick with the flicks. He pushes up, but MBK hits. Fiku on the trade, and Kenny forced to save.
Oh, that's rough as well for Falcons. I mean, again, you know, perfect B clear for OG. Their game plan is very obvious. It's to abuse this B bomb site. They were rushing in round 2. They did the same in round 3 with that mid-set util, doing it in gun rounds now, and Python's getting picked apart. 5 and 16 could be a factor, but regardless, OG have got the answer on B, and didn't see that one.
Started with this near miss on the run boost.
They called that off at least. Yeah, poor Python though. He felt like he let them past him, but then they late cleared his position.
Yeah.
And he heard everything. He heard them dropping off wood.
They very much are abusing Python, who's had a slow start to this game, hasn't been able to pick it up, right? Just getting bullied over towards B. And I mean, B site anchoring is hard for some of the best in the world, man. Like, it is an incredibly hard site to anchor down. There's a lot of util that can be used to displace you. There's nade stacks for all the close angles that can bring you down low. It is not a site where you're supposed to succeed, right? It's like going 1 for 1 is good, going 2 for 1, fantastic. But if you go 0 for 1, then that's a disaster. It is a very, very tricky spot. And so you kind of need a support system in place, right? And we kind of have had, you know, Masuta trying to lend that helping hand, trying to be the guy helping out, but OG have got some very, very good util here. They're making life miserable, and the entry players have looked great for OG.
Oh, I like this as well. They're just contacting middle with 2, but they're making a lot of noise at A. The issue is there's a double setup. This is not an easy clear. Oh, Body tries to pull apart. Masuta will trade. For a second, that looks scary. Nico with the option to double up. 4 on 3, though. Falcons now in a good position in a must-win round.
Yeah, they're moving up there. Maniella not looking. MBK shot in the back. Masuta falls as well. Flames with a double. Pulls this one back for OG. He's trying to be that man. Throwing the bomb is his reward. Dexter says, plant that. I'm going to hold the flank. And what a call to have made. There is moving in, or Python rather, from this angle. Lands the leg, but not the killing blow. That bomb up in the site was never planted. Flames didn't feel comfortable to get it down, and I can't say I blame him. He didn't have support, so he's kind of had to just peel back here, and this is weird now. The bomb is dropped. OG don't control it. If you're Falcons, you don't expect the bomb to just be out in the middle of nowhere. But they have rerouted. I like this move from Python, right? He went aggressive all the way through B. He's put the fear in Flames. And now he's rerouted, looking to play the trade game with Kenny S. He's going to swing out and goes a little early. Kenny now out as well, and Flames delivers OG one hell of a round in that clutch.
Sick as well. He found, I think that was a 4K because he was jumping over the boxes, got that double entry onto the site. That's a crazy round for Flames. And a bit impatient for Falcons. Ants in the pants, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to a certain extent, I almost understand, like, with Python having left the flank, there is a world, because they don't know the bombs drop site, right? They never actually saw that. So, in their mind, there's this world where, like, Flames could have chased that ramp kill, maybe going back B. They play for the info. They play spacing on the trade so they don't get sprayed down by the rifle. But Kenny S with a round. That looked like it was going to be another. In with the double. Kenny S nails it with the AWP. They put him over towards that B site, and finally the defense is there. He's won this out favorably, but OG, they've been great in these man disadvantage moments whenever they've been in them. Been able to dig deep and find something. This one was a 2v4, now 2v3, and Dexter looking for even more. Makes a bit of noise over at ramp. Kenny's still here with that AWP, waiting for a chance to strike. Given 2 of them in the round already. And OG just go full quiet. They're going to try and sell the idea, going to try and dry up this information, right? The last thing that Falcons saw or heard was players over towards B, but the longer this creeping silence sets in, the more you start to doubt that.
Exec together, first nades, but it's Dexter looking for contact, and Kenny flicks back, smoked off. Dexter tries to stop him. He knows he now cannot get back to default, but he gives up the angle for a second. Kenny positions towards the back of the site, less than 30 seconds.
Flanks in as well.
Flank is coming.
Oh, body with the backstab. Dexter out of the round, and now just Fiku in this clutch. Low on HP, but they give him that fight. Kenny S fought down low, and he will swing on out, stopping Fiku in his tracks. Considering how strong the clutches have been for OG, it's a big deal that they put a stop to that before it gets even closer, especially with Kenny known about, tagged up, brought down low by the Molotov, and one stray bullet.
Hit some bangers there, did Kenny.
Dude, that drop off scared me, by the way. Like, literally, I was like, oh no, he's going.
A couple of times.
Ooh.
OG, don't need to worry. That's only one round on the CT side. That's only the first round. Falcons. Ooh. Kenny with a missed flick. OG get up yellow.
It does feel like Kenny is really starting to get back into that mindset of, I know I can swing, I know I can hit these shots, and that's what we've been wanting to see from him over the course of the RMR, and finally now he's bringing it out. But for OG, they're so close to containing this game and moving on to Mirage that you've got to keep it clean the entire time. Boost up for the info early. You get a bit of a read. Nice damage dealt as well from all the utility.
This is very tense. They're trapped on short right now. They are trapped on the wall. 3 players. Brothers in arms, but Neofrag rips them off, and Nico and Flames go over the top to find a triple kill. Falcons were boxed in there by the smoke grenades.
Yeah, this one's going to hurt for Falcons. You know, they actually kind of made the box they were trapped in. I know you had the wall smokes down and they'd smoke short, right? Those ones are reasonable, but then there was actually a smoke underhanded that like created that smoke box that they were stuck in. And the moment I saw that smoke come in, I was thinking like, yeah, this isn't... Oh, hello. Hello, Masuta. No one else is near the ball. Oh my word!
He wouldn't have known.
They were hunting.
He wouldn't have known, right?
I think, yeah, but dude, there's a certain point as they're running back, because they will be running. When you hear that, you're like, I'm just gonna get on the bomb. So,
oh, that was scary.
Yeah, that nearly gets very tense. But yeah, dude, so someone underhanded a smoke over towards like Crane, and it created this kind of little corner over on short. But the problem is like once you give up default like that, peeking over the top of the smokes is very strong. You're getting spammed from short through yellow.
Oh, here we go.
Run boost. This time they nail it.
That was real close.
That was
he
so close,
He jumped very early, it felt like. Neofrag's killed 2 out of nowhere on the A site down ramp. So you saw MBK sink in his chair last round. I think the realization's setting in now for Falcons. This is too bitter a pill to swallow. They've spat it back out. OG 3 kills away from closing their opponent's map pick.
Dude, you know, for OG, this is sick. They're coming out of their like vertigo death spiral that they were in. You know, as we said the other day in that Soul match, they break a loss streak here. I think it was a 9-map loss streak on vertigo, and now they're looking for their 2nd win in a row versus a even more legitimate opponent. So
a Vertigo team and a team that's beat them on this map last time they played.
Fiku over here in mid, going to collect 1.5, brings Kenny S down so low, and in the 4v2, this is already more than enough to have won you the round. OG looking to pick up the map pick of the Falcons. This is going to tee them up so nicely in this 2-2 series, looking for a spot at the major, and they're about to be one map closer to it.
Yeah, got to trade out. Kenny's low. Going to full send it here with MBK on the rifle, but they're ready to peek. They will not wait. They will not relent. OG want that major back-to-back to finish go, and there they will find that first of the series. Mirage is next, and OG are certainly poised for a 2-0 right now. Falcons in hot water.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position, and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well, when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monasin.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to Challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to Challengers and 1 team advancing to Legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to Challengers and 4 teams advance to Legends. From B, 5 teams advance to Challengers and 3 teams advance to Legends. 1 further team advances to the Challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
OG tear down the Falcons on Falcons map pick of Vertigo. We're going to try and dissect this one and talk about it just a little bit because, man, that's kind of a grueling way for this one to open up if you are the Falcons. They started to grind their way back into that first half after some clutch rounds from OG to open, right? We had a 5-0 lead for OG. 4 of those rounds featuring clutches coming down to 1vx's to make that happen. Then we have kind of the return to form, 6 in a row for the Falcons. They go on to get 1 more before the half ends. And so they finish it off 8-7. You're starting to think, okay, this is a nice recovery from 5-0 down. But then we get into that second half, don't we? And from that point onwards, Falcons only manage 1 CT round.
Yeah.
So Hugo, talk to me about it.
It's not just the opening of like 4 or 5 rounds filled with clutches as well. They got 6 in the map, so 4 in the opening 5, but 6 overall, and 3 of them from Fico as well. You called him the closer. He really proved it today, and I think he's been having some shaky maps in this tournament as well, especially those openers, but today was nothing of the sort. And it's a shame as well, because I feel like we're finally getting Kenny performing how we wanted him to, being audacious, making a lot of early peaks, hitting some flicks. That A-site triple kill as well was really nice. But hey, OG had a great game plan T-side. They just abused B over and over again. Python would never even go 1-for-1 on B, and that's not enough as your anchor as well. So I think OG came in very prepped for this game, and I'm excited by, I don't know, I was ready to write this team off when they lost Nexus, to be honest. I was ready to completely write them off in previous tournaments here as well, but it feels like that they're ready to go to the major, and I don't think anything's going to stop them. Yeah, I think as well, like, you know, we're having one of these games, and for OG, a team that has been through some turbulent times, right? Bringing up the whole Nexa move, but then we've even had events where, like, you know, Dexter was out due to illness. You've had guys coming in and out. It's been a bit of a rotating door, but finally you've had a couple of events with Nico at the helm. It's just kind of sick to have one of these games where it's like you're actually having
your stars perform all in tandem with each other. Because I feel like we've all seen the OG games where like maybe you're having like Neofrag, beastly openers, but now like Fiku can't win clutches, and maybe like Dexter's gone a little quiet, or you have like games where it's Dexter dominating and it's the Dexter show, but in spite of his best efforts, you know, they don't win. Like there's always some weirdness there. But whenever you do have, you know, like the kind of star players within this team shining bright, man, they look so good. Like once they nail down that consistency, OG do become a very terrifying team because, and this is something we often talk about, and this is why like the prospect of OG is fantastic, and that's why it kind of hurts that they're going through such a turbulent time period. They're a very complementary squad. You know, you've got some really, really nice opening pieces within this team. You've got guys like Dexter who will gladly try and open up around for you, but he's a bit of a jack of all trades. He'll also come alive in clutches if he is trying to get activated late game. On top of that, then in like the entry department, man, Neofrag loves to hold W and run.
Oh yeah,
he loves an entry attempt. Same can be said for Flames, right? And they both kind of work in different ways, but they're very proficient at getting opening kills. And then you've got Fiku as this really nice, you know, like bow on the whole thing, just to round it out as this sick clutch player. This guy who in 1v2s almost feels favored. Like I feel like it's only when you get to the 1v3s that actually it starts to become more of a challenge for the guy. So yeah, it's great to see OG in this form and to put down a Falcons where MBK, Kenny S, and Body alongside Masuda, like those four were actually all playing very well. Python was the only weak link here, and they put them down dominantly.
I think the one factor to keep in the back of your minds, if you're going to play devil's advocate as well, is that Falcons can always bring it back on the next map. They reset their mental, so we'll find out when we come back into this one after the break if they can break this streak and take it 1-1. through the Falcons and the Flames, we carry on. And look at these boys, united in arms from the same nation, looking damn cute together, Harry.
Yeah, that is very sweet seeing them supporting one another in the down times. They're probably just bigging flames up after that game, and you know, justifiably so. You can take a look at the unicorn odds, man. OG are coming into this now just steamrolling ahead as the favorites, and I mean with good reason. We're heading to their map pick next. They dominate Falcons on the opener. Falcons map pick, and a map they're very proficient on.
Hey man, maybe it was Flames giving Zertian some words of advice as well, because they've got a hard game coming up later. FaZe, Mouz for a 2-2 matchup. That's a situation we find ourselves in here as well, with OG and Falcons, the Frenchmen fighting for Paris. But right now, it's not looking pretty, chaps.
No, you know, this is going to be hard for the Falcons to try and grind back into. I mean, we've already seen them field an L on this Mirage just the other day, right? This was a bit of a troublesome go at it for them in a series that it felt like they were coming back into. They lost to GamerLegion here pretty dominantly at 8-16. Ended up being a quiet day in the office for everyone but MBK and Kenny in that matchup. That was even with Body dropping that big 30 in the second map of Inferno. So let's see what Falcons bring to the table here. The B site was pretty much empty at the start of this round. Masuta tries to drop a smoke and play around it, but he's already dead. This is a weird opener here, and it's going to leave Falcons in a really bad way. They've got a kit on Kenny S, and they do have an apartments flank, but it's being held already, and it's been held since the start of the round. Nico literally hopped up into the kitchen the moment he got there, and he's not moved a muscle. He had full faith that OG would get in. If he wins his fight on the wrap round and they can hold the line elsewhere, this is going to be good. Kenny dead. That's the kit away from Falcons, and it's clean. OG with the dominant pistol under their belt.
Yeah, Body's just hoping they feed him at the end, but he's got to move from the bomb eventually. Flames jump shots him, and that's all said and done. Even if you compare the matches that these two teams play and the opponents they face and the wins they've got, the comparisons are not even close in terms of the wins Falcons have found on Mirage versus the level of teams that OG have managed to compete against and, you know, defeat. Plenty of tier 1 partner teams as well for OG, beating Fnatic, beating NIP, even Mouz in there as well, and close losses to FaZe. So nothing even close for Falcons. And this is where the more proven squad you would think would come out ahead, especially with a map in the pocket already. Running fast through the connector. Eco leading the way. And I love the pace that OG have shown in these T sides. We didn't get many rounds in that second half, but they were just belligerent in their T side with some of the B hits. Keeping it very simple, letting their individuals shine. One flashbang, B rushes. And OG sort of do the same here. Little resistance from Falcons. So they're going to have to fall back to that eco.
In the back of my mind as well, I'm thinking Falcons really, after what we saw over the full 3 maps yesterday, they were able to reset on a map-by-map basis, keep themselves coming back into the game and individually step up when it mattered most. Here, though, the opening pistol round is already a little bit of a sign of the times where I'm kind of worried in a few instances. Masuta was so good on this map, though. So for him, if he can feed the hot hand a little bit over the course of the first few rounds, get some blood pumping, he could be such a key piece of the puzzle for them. But for OG, they're just riding the high. They know how this is going. If they can maintain this pace, they're going to be in a great stead.
Yeah, definitely saw a lot of frustration from Falcons in that first map. Some eyes rolled, some desks punched. And for obvious reasons, OG, nothing even near that mental. Window smokes in, MBK's got the scout, he's going to try and take it ahead, but even the util is nice. He's going to hit a tag. Nate will actually force some respect. A repeat there would have been the end of Nico. And in rounds like this, every single shot you can actually get off is of high value. It's about OG minimizing that quantity by using their util well. MBK holds for Palace, but he's been given nothing by Fiku. And OG, stalwart in mid, wait.
Kenny on the Deagle. He's been hitting a couple of tasty shots with it, actually. The sidearm always the favorite fan. Ooh, the favorite friend of the AWPer. The man just runs in through the smoke and actually creates a bit of space. First 2 picks. Now you've got an advantage to work with Masuta as well. Pistol prowess on full display for Falcons on the third. But you still can't assume this one is won just yet. Got to play for the victory. Degster clearing out space as well. Hits the head, takes a bite out of Masuta and Sandwich. Python, is he the next to strike? Slips into the back on Nico, hits the head of Degster. And it's all Deagles and all Falcons.
Yeah, you need every single player performing, and Python is a huge part of that as well, right? You can't have this, you know, more inexperienced player go quiet amongst some of the legends we have in the side of Falcons. So Python has to be winning those rounds, and he does exactly that. Well-placed Eagle shots by the Frenchman. An OG on an attempt to claw back a 2-on-4, just fall at the final hurdle. All right, already competitive. Kenny with an AWP. And an audacious opener, but that's what we require from Kenny today. For OG, it's a hero AK in an eco round.
Oh, Kenny S. taking a swing in the top mid. Oh, get out.
What?
Run away. That's a Glock.
Better buy a helmet.
It's a Glock. Oh, dear. One off the P2. Another off the P2. Neo frag. Oh, buddy. He is not supposed to be doing this. A dink onto Kenny S with a Glock. Teed him up for the opener. But getting 2 more after that fact is crazy. And now they slow it down into this 2v2. Trying to see this one through to the very end and finish what Neo Frag has so eloquently started out here in mid.
His move is really nice as well. He's actually going to play mid, but just a little bit later, Masuta forces that kill. Neo Frag didn't find a gun yet, but now Flames knows he has some room and he will gamble with the plant.
No, it's kind of big. Who gets that kill? Because now you know the B should be looking clear, and so Flames just moves right in. 1v2 in the clutch. He delivered us a good game last time, tucked in at the bench. Neo Frag has got this impossible round going. He got the ball rolling. Now can Flames carry on in his stead? He certainly can as he finds the head of Python. 1 man left, Masuta.
Yeah, what an angle.
Oh, beautiful angle to try and fight this, but he's already running around him. Flames, eyes in the back of his head, no idea, no chance for Masuta. Flames wins the 1v2, teed up by Neo Frag, and OG cook up a round out of nowhere. That is one that is going to really put a smile on your faces. A $300 gun taking out 3 fully bought players over here in mid. That is one hell of a return on investment.
Yeah, even that Glock goosh goes a long way because it pulls Falcons back. It makes Kenny reset with the AWP. It allows Neo Frag to one-shot him, and that's a highway robbery. The hero AK not really even a requirement on Degster. What a clutch from Flames as well. This guy's quite the talent at 19 years of age. OG, they see that jump spot, goes both ways. They're going to try and hit this B-side, catch Masuta while he's at car, jumping out. Flames fearless, chasing the short player. It's Degster who's picked him. Had they found the car man, they can. OG, 4 rounds. Almost inevitably. Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, but this one was always going to go that way. Falcons don't continue with these forced by wars, and thankfully Python, very wealthy guy, going to be able to assist with bringing the AWP out into the next round. Ooh, hello. One off the dig, but that's the end of the line. Would have loved to have got out with a gun just to really lower the cost investing in this next round, but it's all well and good. This one was not meant to belong to the Falcons, and they knew that when they signed up. So 4-1 for OG. Gonna have that AWP back in play. Gonna have the rifle round making a return for the Falcons, but this one can't afford to go down like the last.
Where will Kenny decide to start, right? Because that mid-aggression punished very early on in this game.
I know that round is really gonna hurt. And I know it all started with Kenny S getting dinked with no head armor on the AWP. But if I'm honest, they're kind of the moves I would rather see Kenny making, like trying to go for aggro plays. I think it might be nicer overall if that's the precedent he's setting early on, right? And I think you just have to accept that with that, every now and again, Kenny's going to try and make a play. He will go down first. Now, this one is actually a little weird here because the first man facing was Flames and the bomb drops with his death. So Falcons have the bomb tenuously. They've smoked it off, and it's not really worth them playing around it in any capacity with so much time left, right? They would have to concede too much real estate to go play around the bomb, and they can offer up trades if they do so. So instead, they're going to aggro somewhere else. Neo frag, this time no heroics from the lower tunnel. And even though Dexter's been given control of the bomb, he's had to take a good bit of time, a good bit of resources to clear this, and he's lost all his teammates in the downtime. He's now alone in the 1v4, and he's kind of at stage 1 of the round still, only just retrieving that bomb with no map control. This is a very tall order.
Yeah, nice to see Falcons, as you say, not get greedy in that round and be able to, you know, flash mid, play together, chase down the players who are trying to close the distance. Sure, have the orb, have the bomb, save it if you want. We'll take the round.
Yeah, I like it even more so because, you know, we talk about how, like, oh, obviously they're not going to play around the bomb with like a minute 20 left. But if you're OG, like, that's not something you know for sure. You still, and the bomb is still the object of your desire, right? And on top of that, you've seen a lot dedicated over towards ramp early. So what's the response going to be to that? Well, you're going to try and take space elsewhere on the map, start to kind of collapse upon this A site, right? You try to use the setup that Falcons are running that you know about against them, knowing that they're going to be a little bit weaker elsewhere because they've dedicated to the ramp push. And so that's why the reposition, the immediate reposition away from ramp, flashing into mid, taking real estate there, that was kind of the last thing OG expected. And it was like Falcons having a very good idea of the protocols, you know, what the response was going to be from OG, what the kind of standard response is to a bit of aggression coming through on the map. And they gamed the system there to get away with even more kills over in middle. And at that point, you know, the round was done. You dropped the bomb at the start, you divided the forces of your opponent, you shut down the attempt at a mid crunch. And so that was a very well played round from the Falcons boys. He's got the hood up. He is full focused.
Man. No peripheral.
Daft body, mate. The Falcons look to be going the way of the Jedi. Almost potentially extinct here in the major run. So what does round 7 have in store for us? Again, Kenny's donning the big green gun. He's taking that to B early as well. Free player setup for that. Cheeky early boost on.
Oh, nothing worse than you see it coming, but you know you can't dodge it. And BK's also found Nico to begin out top mid. And he can escape through the window, jumps out. Falcons done a good job in these last couple of rounds of finding 5-on-4s that have yet to be traded by OG. And their default needs to get them something here. It might. Falcons are continuing to take space. Not playing fearful. Double ramp setup is nice. Fiku's never going to find out about it. What is this? So, wow. That's some trigonometry right there. But it doesn't matter. Orb wasn't set up on the ramp. Kenny's been boosted B off the start. That seems to be where OG want to meet.
Kenny's got a lot of responsibility in this round. Oh, boost into the window for Flames. And even a little gap to peek crown. He's looking into the spawn. He would have loved that fight. That would have allowed them to wrap B. And that very well could have been the round. But instead, Kenny doesn't have to worry about the backline. And he actually hits the pixel shot. Love that for Kenny S.
Very quick.
That's a confidence-boosting kill. I know it's just one, and you say, yeah, he got one kill on the B play, but he's won them the round on the back of it. And that is not an easy shot to hit by any margin. Some people even kind of elect to play it more so just for the info, like just to get the spot right, so you know ahead of time that you're about to get peaked on the easier angle. But for Kenny S, he likes the challenge. He wants that little pixel gap. And so, nice way to find a third, honestly. It's very, very concise here. It's very clean for Falcons. Keeping 5 alive, gonna do wonders to this CT side. And for OG, it's down to pistols, so a chance to really sweeten the deal here. Like, what Falcons are doing is they're not just looking to tie this game up, they're really entrenching themselves in this map. right? They're making it so that you don't just break through, you don't just break the money and go on a streak if you're OG. You've got to grind your way back into this game. So if they could offer up one more clean round now, that is a huge win for the Falcons. And it looks good to deliver exactly that.
Yeah, they've had nice setups. They've been flash peeking mid together. They've done a bait and switch on B, a double ramp take. This has been a very proactive CT side, and Falcons have come into every round with a different idea. And so OG don't really know yet what to abuse. They've got to come up with something themselves. Might just see a more standard round with a A attack, with a smoke wall and a lurker. Keep things kind of simple on this T side, much as they were on Vertigo as well. No damage either, really. They're getting 1 kill, 2 kills on the ecos. But that bank is building for the Falcons, flying high on the CT side. Even game now. The hood's down for body. Business is on.
I'd say as well, you look at Python, man, like first map in the series, it felt like he wasn't really on the board as much. Now currently he's the top fragger. And that could be the extra set of hands you needed in this roster. Give him a little bit more oomph.
Yeah,
a lot of energy here as well on a B stream.
Honestly, I think that was what kind of was missing on Vertigo 100%, right? Like, Vertigo ends 16-8, but when you actually look at, like, the kill distribution between the teams, like, the top 4 on each side was super similar, and the only stark difference was, like, the floor of OG was far higher, and Python was just getting bodied in B plays over and over again, and if you remember, OG went B for, like, all but 2 rounds of that second half, so yeah, you know, that kind of was the present problem. And so with him getting activated, with him getting switched online, maybe there's something to this for Falcons after all. This round, not to their benefit. They lose body over in mid, they lose MBK, trying to get involved over towards the Palace, and an immediate 3v5. You kind of made 2 opening moves here, and both of them failed.
They're in no hurry because they still want to see if Falcons react, but I'd love to just see them group up B apps here and do a split, considering Dexter has that ladder control. They took such quick real estate in middle. They cleared out body from underpass. That was their first frag, and MBK got killed on a lurk in Palace. So we're just seeing Falcons make a fantastic read in this round, leaning 2B. I don't know if they know Dex is up in the ladder, but Kenny's about to find out everything in apartments. He's looking the wrong way. What's he looking at? Finally saves the shot. Oh, it got scary there. Now they know what they're running into. There's going to be more resistance. Kenny drops a Molotov. They've got to jump through. There's the flash. It's fantastic. Masuta blinded sprays. If he didn't shoot, he might have gotten away with 1, but that's forced to save. Double entry. Kenny gets overwhelmed, and phew. Crisis averted for OG after running into the set of Falcons. But that was a very aggressive round for OG in middle, and they didn't jump the gun in the 5-on-3 either. They left a bit of room for Falcons to readjust and maybe even re-aggress. Oh, he was looking at short to see if he was covered. Yeah, actually, I can see that, to be honest. Masuda didn't actually have his cat. He was tucked Edward, so Kenny was scared. A bit of a claustrophobic round for Falcons. And OG take the lead back. But I think we've got already a more balanced game with some potential to be more back and forth here on Mirage than Vertigo was. It was a lot of streaky rounds. 5 in a row for OG, 6 in a row for Falcons. Same can be said on second half as well, where OG went on a streak. Let's see if Falcons can respond.
In terms of what they're playing with as well, Dexter's donned the AWP again. So he's taking that for the fast peak on ramp. Kenny, same could be said as he slays out onto Nico instead. And Flames now pushing up the ramp. Can't commit to the spray to hit the headshot. Fiku does get 1, but it's quickly extinguished. It's all on Neo frag. Tiptoeing through the connector. Hits the back shot onto body. Lined up another onto Python, but the snake will sliver away with a round for Falcons.
That got scary for a second. Looked like a clutch that was coming through, right? With backs turned, with info on all 3. But very good job again from Python, who, as you said, could be that extra set of hands. I like the way you phrased that, right?
Yeah.
Just keeping them together in the important anchor positions when they need him.
And I know, like, you know, that I know this sounds silly, but like they put a stop to NeoFrag in the 1v3, and I think that's just great because so many of the OG rounds have been clutches. You don't let another one come through. Important trade for Body. MBK was out on an island there. Oh, Body, you cheeky devil, plays it in the smoke on the back of that flash. Viku knows he's found a bit of a timing here. Kenny S dead back in the spawn, but there is an immediate trade from Python. Having this guy switched online, making a world of difference here. OG grouping for the A-hit. Python at the stairs, but he's got support on standby. They're even pushed all the way through T-spawn on the side of Falcons.
So proactive on the CT side, man. They've got all the reads. They've gambled right pretty much every time, and they keep flanking the right sites.
Yeah, there is kind of one bit of weirdness with the second player being in the apartments. I don't love that. It feels kind of unnecessary with...
Suit is going to kill them both. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Bit of time's elapsed. He's going to get one, but now they know about him in at the ramp, and there's Nico with the trade. Down to the 1v1, and Body was far removed. He was the man in the apartments. Nico giving a bit of time to tuck in and prepare. Body now spams and lobs util over, so Nico knows where he's coming from. In at the back of the site. Waiting for this push, he hears him, he knows he's got the drop, tap on the bomb, and at this point Nico knows Body has no idea. There's the kill, and with the 1v2, Nico will deliver that round to OG. You could kind of feel it getting out of hand, man. You could feel that one getting overbrained, overthought. I really wish, you know, with Masuta having got all the information from the top mid push and the T-spawn wrap, he knew it was A. Yeah, that one is just a bit of a head scratcher. And I know they hadn't seen anyone in a little while. I know mid had been open, but it just felt like they kind of had the idea there. It felt like they thought they had the read. Nothing was heard on the wrap. Nothing was seen. Body goes back to check the apartments. And, you know, there kind of was this little window where they could have been there. But it's a very, very big reposition. Leaves him far and away in the clutch.
I think that's what hurts the most as well, is this entire series has been decided by the fact that OG are just the clutch kings. Every round, it seems like they've got an extra bit of edge, no matter if they're outnumbered. And again, you win such an impactful one here that will switch that energy straight back to your camp.
Oh, it's another fast burst. OG just keep going back for him. It was mid, now it's popping out A. Fiku with stunning couple of shots here. Bomb can make it in. Masuta would love to stop the plant. There's no cover right now. There's no cover! And he gets the kill. Fiku gonna live to regret it. Masuta wants a gun, but he knows swinging will be a gunfight. Fiku delivers him that. Masuta taps him out of the round. This is going from bad to worse for OG. They're still waiting on NeoFrag.
Yeah, he's coming up all the way from lower, but Body at the stairs turns around and will deal with this. Great timing from Body. Great turn, great check. And with this hero gun, looking to make up for a round that slips by the wayside in the previous. There we are. That's Body coming alive. And I think that that's so important, that he plays such a key role in why that happens, right? Him and Masuta take control of that round between the two of them. And, you know, if you're Body there, you're coming off the back of a failed 1v1, one where you were, you know, the guy that was kind of out of position, that you'd been outbrained, you get one tapped by someone that you didn't clear, didn't know about. And so I think just to have had such an impactful round coming off the back of the low of losing that 1v1 is massive, because now you've won a low buy round, like a quasi-buy round for Falcons. And you've broke the money of OG, so now you're looking to move up into the lead, and it really, you know, does come off Body's back.
Body again here. Could be able to farm up the frags. Dexter, though, slips in through the window. Kenny will spot it. Has the spam over the smoke. Leaves him lifeless. NeoFrag just attempting to bring something back with a tech as well. The HE is going to ruin them. Python spamming in. It's just easy pickings this time for the Falcons as they look to get the 7th locked in with a flawless round.
That's a feel-good one for Falcons, yep. Almost went very wrong if Dexter kept moving forward in window. I mean, he would have had the perfect timing and position to backstab, but he backs off, try to play patient, and walks into Kenny's crosshair. Almost goes very wrong for Kenny, though. Falcons contain the issue, and OG, it's not a bad half right now, but you know they want a little bit more off of this T side, and it will have to come in number 15. A full eco now, sending it B without even a flash or a P250, just going to be wiped apart. Even a kill here would be impressive. Nico trying to make noise out under, and they already have cleaned him out. So they know what's coming. Masuta about to farm. How many can he get? Oh, don't get them a gun. That's the only danger. 1 for 1 ain't it, Chief. But MBK is here to stop it from getting out of hand. Gun for Flames is the only saving grace, and it won't be allowed to do anything. 8-6. Perfect rounds out of Falcons right now on the CT side. Python's been a huge part of it. It's been better team play than we saw on Vertigo. A lot more options available on CT side to be proactive and run different setups. It's not just flash peeks for your teammates on the other side of the map. And now OG, they kind of desperately need this 7th round.
Oh, they might try another fast round here, and Kenny, this might have to be a big moment from him because Falcons have led super heavy. Now, they know it's probably the A play because they've double pushed, triple pushed all the way through B apartments. Kenny S right now knows he's got to stand and deliver, but they're already in the site. They are deep, and they are deeper than Falcons are aware of. Already jungle's been taken. At this point, Kenny's been off the angle long enough for Falcons to have to consider this. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. But yeah, with one whole avenue to rotate locked in, and even, you know, players trying to come up connector would be a bit of a question mark. This is still tricky for the Falcons. Dexter gonna try get this planted. No swing yet. They try to spam it out, but it's safe behind triple. Now, there is this ramp flank on the cards. It's just how long can these CT players keep the distraction up? It's looking good right now. Does mean that the ramp flank isn't going to actually find a kill yet. And with Fiku over in Palace playing this angle, smoke rains in. He knows about ramp now, and that's a convincing shot. They tapped on the bomb. They are trying to bait these swings. Fiku dead. Flame still in the round, though. Out from spawn. First shot misses. Kenny sticking the defuse, and MBK's got his back. They'll find 9. It's MBK and Kenny S, 2 combined to make it happen.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Falcons waking up at the right time here. Map 2, it's OG's pick here on Mirage, and Falcons find a 9-round CT side. A very proactive half, I'd say. One where it feels like Falcons know they have nothing to lose. The amount of instantaneous pushes on that CT side show they're not playing they're not playing not to lose. They are playing to win. And they need to win if they want to go through to Paris. Otherwise, they go down. They wait a week, and they play for one more spot. No one wants to be in that position. This can just guarantee you the challenger stage straight up. And OG know it. A map in their pocket and a pistol would go a long way to finding a 2-0.
Well, early bird gets the worm, and Falcons might look to rise quickly in towards this A site. Util going over, tucked in at the sandwich. Neo frag. Oh, they decided it was clear, and it wasn't clear. Masuta looked right at the man, and now they've been torn down a peg. OG, they dominate the pistol. 4 alive at the end of it.
I feel like Dex is such an annoying player to play against there. Like, you're 4v1, and you think, okay, right now I can just, I can set up, I can pick my fights. Dexter just runs out of CT screaming and chases you down. He does not give you a second to think. Look at that, he just runs in front of all of his teammates, hunting the kill. A lot of energy. Flames his fingers.
Yeah,
burning
there's the famous slap. I'm getting worried about Flames, man.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. That is for real. Falcons on a full eco.
Never meant to make your Dexter cry. Here we are, Neo frag. Snares, jiggle, body dead. This round up against the pistols.
He's so focused, he didn't even see the default jump.
Yeah, they don't know about the man in the sight, so that's another kill out of Kenny. Oh dear, hang on, it's starting to spiral. These are just Glocks, another dink down range, and a bomb plant at least with damage done. This is already a big dub of a round for Falcons.
I'm in awe of the size of that dub.
Yeah, they shouldn't make it any closer. They shouldn't. There we go, thank goodness. Flames comes in on the wrap round. He's like, guys, how are we losing to this? Mops them up with the SMG.
Well, they won a full eco in their first half, so they probably know exactly how they're losing to that. It was Neo frag with the P250 and a bunch of Glocks.
You know, different.
One AK.
Vibes. And an AK.
Yeah. But it was 3 kills on a
P250, not a Glock. You know, the Glock's like, you got to like triple dink someone to get that over the line.
Yeah, hey, well, they were trying. They got close. Good round for Falcons, but let's see what the buys look like as OG run bonus.
Well, the extra plant is massively appreciated for the Falcons. They don't have any sort of limitation here. They come into this with everything you could want. Yeah, okay, you're lacking the AWP for Kenny S, but that's all well and good. You've got rifles, full utility on everyone. And a chance to run it up against not even a bonus round. It's like the full reinvestment for OG, what with, you know, SMGs falling at the end of the round. So this one's on a knife's edge for the money of the OG squad, and they're a man down right now. That means gambles have got to be made. You've got to start pulling resources away from other parts of the map, and that's going to leave a route open over towards B right now.
When do they realize it's all too quiet? Python got mid-kill and left, and MBK was already B-app, so they're grouping quickly. Dex has had that realization kick in, but he needs a multi-kill to even tempt his team to go for what will inevitably be a retake.
MBK's got a new lease on the apartment, but the landlord's waiting behind a bench, and he wants to make them pay. Hits the first onto Kenny, but couldn't find the follow-up frag to buy enough time for his teammates to rotate in and make their lives very easy. Instead, it's going to be very awkward. It's a 2 versus 3. Masuta still alive, tucked in at the back. They're watching their angles of attack, and the smokes have just faded. First headshot connects from Python, and Flame should realize this one really is going up in a puff for smoke. He wants to play on the lip. Just seeing if they will give him anything to actually get back into this, but the angle's covered, and that's Python. It's been having a hell of a series so far. Far better than what we saw on the first map of Vertigo. He wasn't really allowed to even get into the game. Here, he has been making sure his name is known.
Yeah, snake in the grass right now for Falcons, and he's, chewing at the leg of OG.
We so often say, you know, like one round can sometimes just reinvigorate you, and I think actually this can be a very good example of that, because it was Python early on in this matchup, right, who with his deagle put up that like 1v2 from Tetris, if you remember, and like that 1v2, the first shot wasn't clean. It was kind of, it looked surprisingly labored considering they didn't know he was there. But then he like nailed the second and he wins this like impossible round. And from that point, he's looked like a different player. So yeah, you know, it feels like maybe an example of just, you know, having to get that one kill, that one moment to kind of bring him back into the game, feel like he's getting a bit of a read on it again.
Body's alive and well too.
And yeah, I mean, you know, this is really starting to come together here for the Falcons. Building upon this lead now.
He's not ready to expect a third map after the domination that OG gave us on Vertigo. Again, a map that they consistently had trouble on. And now this needs to be good for OG, or Falcons will start to run away with the map. Kenny running it up Con on his own. It's just going to be this dry A attack again. Falcons take a leaf out of OG's book. Keep it simple. Smoke the molly. Neofrag trying to survive under the balcony. Swing and a hit. And that molly on the balcony thrown by the T side gives him some room to fight and reposition. Flame stops that window jump up. He heard it coming. And he didn't want to tangle with Con. And Neofrag won't last long.
Body needs to be the big dog here. You've already found one, but you're vastly outnumbered. Re-aggression on the peak as well towards top stairs. The scope will be baited out, so Dexter's position given away, but you still have to force the issue in the round. Bomb will finally be planted off the back of Masuta. CT was open, but Flames plays with a pack. And this is where the rotation's going to come in. Util-wise, you've got double smoke, no kit in play.
This boost up is massive as well. Did they hear that jump up? Oh, he's seen it at least. Dexter won't let Body get aggressive, and now 4v2. They are on the clock. They do have no kit, but they've got all the numbers. Masuta needs to thin the herd. MBK trades out. He chases the kill, but out of ammo in the mag. OG will find that retake with time.
Yeah, tense one for them to put up, right? They really did need to kind of put a stop to this. Falcons going on a bit of a streak, on a bit of a tear. And for every round that OG had ended up attempting and coming up short in, it was just kind of gifting Falcons a freebie in the next. So an important buffer stop in this matchup. But the kind of true nature of the challenge doesn't end here for OG. This is going to be a bit of a grind back in. They still need to properly establish themselves on this CT side. For Falcons, there's no such issue, so you do have to grind your way through these next couple of rounds. And you have to do it with a couple of limitations. Dexter holding for a mid-swing. Kenny boosted. Oh, how is he aware of this? Dexter ready for both of them. Kenny gets the Dexter treatment over in mid. And Flames still sat pretty over in Palace. Who clears this?
You saw him.
Who clears this? Oh, he plays that to perfection. Masuta chasing ghosts. And Python left up alone, dead to Fiku in at the bench. Out of all the ways that you could have won this follow-up rifle round, that's the way to win it. Dexter, lights out double. Flames with some sick timings hit on that push through the Palace. Beautifully done. And a 5 alive round. I said they needed to establish themselves in this map. Well, they've done it now.
That was, I don't know how Flames did that so perfectly, and still Masuta was like looking.
Like if you told me he also had X-ray on in that moment, like, I would believe you, because he plays it so well. And like the only hint he got was like the tiniest little slither of, you know, gun barrel and arm for a millisecond as he kind of, you know, saw Masuta rounding the corner over in the Palace.
This was excellent. Dexter, I'm presuming, must have seen them on the boost, because he was far too aware for his own good when he dropped in, lost them, knew they were going to swing him, ready for both shots. And yeah, Kenny, he had to try and trade that kill. But Dexter not blinded in middle. They never knew he was there. OG now changing their tune, 2 in a row. Putting Falcons on pistol.
And that one, you know, it gets under Falcons' skin because of how it goes down. It's like they just got completely wrecked on like kind of every conceivable metric for a moment. You know, you had Dexter popping off with the AWP. I think that kind of feels like a personal affront to Kenny S as he tries to get that trade over in mid. There was this idea that You know, they got gamed by Flames over in Palace, a display of aim in the head-to-head, and then Brains in that separate 1v1.
Awkward.
But that is an
awkward.
incredibly weird way to open this up. Fiku dead, and now they're armed, they're dangerous. This is mostly pistols, and Falcons are looking good with them. When they come into these rounds and they play it super loose, they have nothing to lose, really.
Yeah.
They look so dangerous. This is another Glock round with, admittedly this time, one hero gun.
Big mistake from Fiku, man. He got caught, realized they were chasing him, tried to escape.
Don't get more Glock kills, please. God, yeah. How do they keep doing this? They're making the Glock look like it's the most overpowered thing in the game. Last Glock round, got a bomb plant. This one, win the round with a bomb plant. And a save was forced immediately as well. The kind of wild thing is, you know, what with, they heard pistols firing off around that AK, but the AK actually got the kill, and Nico's just thinking like, look, I just need to be in the site. I need to try and slow this down to buy time for my teammates. But him actually going in with them just flooding the site made that a round where if he didn't get a kill, which he doesn't, it was always going to be a done deal. On numbers alone, it's just not worth giving that a look in. Yeah, you know, you can kind of tell Fiku trying to really put the urgency across in that call, and he knows that he messed up. You kind of saw that like moment where he was frustrated after it happened.
Still want to get that comm out. Oh, Flames with an opener. That's a statement there, but he's still in hot water. Python finds him. 4-on-4, they take cat control, they peel back. They might just reset again and go back to this B hit. What a shot for MBK. Catches Dexter on the jump. We're seeing some stubborn moves starting to be made by OG. They're getting ahead of themselves, perhaps. Fiku had an HE, he could have taken this trade. Instead, MBK's hit a fake.
True play developing back towards A. The fact that he's found that kill with just 18 HP as well, and put them into such a prime position. But of course, you've still got to contend with the CTs that are on the A site. One in Palace, Nico as well over towards jungle. The push coming up. MBK loses out on his lurk fight. It's all on Kenny S, trapped between a rock and a hard place. And OG, they clamp down on that one, keep it clean at the end.
Great crossfire as well, right? Nico doesn't move a muscle, and yeah, they even win their kill rotating off of the B bomb site. MBK with a cool angle I actually don't think I've seen used before. To spot window very deep in apartments. That got stressful for Dexter, no doubt about it, but Neofrag and Nico don't let it get any further than that. These are very tense rounds right now. And honestly, OG don't want to go to overpass. They don't want that at all. Falcons more than proven there. So OG trying to end it in style into another half feed, but as we've already learned, there is a Glock in play, you've got to watch out.
Also, just feels like Falcons really do get into the round so much quicker because they're not as worried. You know, you don't have a full investment, so you've got to do something a bit more audacious. Just throw yourself into the breach and play a little bit more loose, and that seems to work for them as they are focusing on the quick B play. Let's see if they can make this one work. The battering rams pulling in, the nades are dealing damage. Masuta with the tech hits the first head. Nico down in the backline. Fiku flicking, hits the first, tags them up as well. They're incredibly low. Oh, and the timing on the face from the orb. Really stealing this round out from underneath and he's still in it.
It was a cool idea, right? They learn about Dexter's AWP over at short, so they try to pressure the one fight in the market. However, it was Body with the bomb trying to throw himself into that engagement, and so the round gets nigh on impossible for MBK in the 1v2. Kind of a cool idea, right? When both players have been spotted in the site and Body just tapped with the bomb moments ago. Yeah. You know, then he tries to run it in through the market, hoping he can blindside that player. You imagine, right? You can kind of see what the end goal there was. You know that Dexter's on cat. You kill the market player. Suddenly he's got to worry about an A-Wrap all the way through spawn, so his task gets way harder, but it falls on deaf ears.
And Fiku with a far better B hold as well, not making a mistake of going back in apps. Every time OG have gone in apps, they've like given away a kill. So he's learned from his lesson. He's going to stay away from it. He gets 2 frags. He puts a third player very low. Good target choice, choosing rather, for Fiku. And yeah, that's all you can ask for as your B anchor getting rushed by Tech9s that are going to be relentless and going to take space. It's like a wave game just getting run at one by one. And now back to the buy for Falcons. Full B-side default. Dexter's AWP sat up on ramp. It's going to be a late mid-take.
See, because we've seen Falcons go for these kind of more up-tempo B rounds, only when they're on eco, I think it's getting a little easy for OG to read them, and I would love to see a return to the B play right now. Maybe like even a mid to B split, and it feels like we could be getting that. And they have a backdoor option, right? They have a player lurking over towards Palace. So that keeps this option of changing your mind open. And now you can send in, this B play as a bit of a probe to try and see how the results fare. If you don't like what you see, and that's exactly what they're doing, the bomb is now going back through T-spawn. But this is where OG can complicate matters dearly. They've pushed in a ramp, and Falcons learn about this. MBK now gets the B pick. And suddenly the bomb's running back over towards B. But critically, MBK can't die. And even if he does, there's a player down in lower. This one's over. This should be done. There's no way back in for the Falcons. OG adjust beautifully on the fly. At every turn, everywhere Falcons went, the path was paved with danger. OG, that is a lovely round, and you can see never at any moment were the Falcons in a good spot to stick the landing.
The fact that Neofrag has 2 kills on his plate and he doesn't swing the restraint there is just because he knows he can win the round by communication. He can tell his team to make that under move, and unless he gives them a kill back into A that they might even take with Body and Palace, there's no way they're going to lose that round. Great shots from Flames, right? He had to hit him, even if they were made for him. And OG take the lead back for the first time in a hot minute.
They take a timeout straight away as well. Which I'm actually quite a fan of. You win one of those sort of rounds, you put yourself into a leading position now in the game and know how close you are to closing out not just the map, but the series. This is where you do want to have those few seconds to ice out the opposition, knock Falcons for 6, and really try and keep pace with this. And their buy is not going to be great, man. The cash is absolutely awful.
Well, the vibe checks come back positive. OG contagious with it. And 3 rounds away from making it to the Paris Major. That would be quite a feat for a team that is featuring a fill-in in-game leader, of course, in an ex-player and against an ex-player in MBK. Had a lot to say after beating Mouz, putting them in what is now a very difficult side of the bracket against FaZe Clan, but he might not be able to find OG as well in his death note. Again, a dangerous eco. Getting overconfident here can be your undoing. It's going to be a hero rifle on Body. I wouldn't want it in anyone else's hands. That being said, Python's also had a fantastic game as we drew attention to on the CT side. But he's just got the smoke in this round. Pumping an exec into A and hoping for the best. I mean, with no flash and 2 players in the site, this should be a wash.
Straight into the tumble dryer. Flames waiting for the face. First one's Kenny S. Body with the only Kalashnikov in the round. Hits the head, but they haven't cleared out Neofrag, and he can wait for them to walk in. Back's turned and burned. 2 frags. MBK'd anyone left, and his legs get sweeped out.
All right, this is it, folks. This is the moment now where Falcons either have to take off or they will be sent tumbling back down to the earth. OG can feel those flights to France being booked already. 2 to do it.
Yeah, for Falcons, this is the moment they have to step it up. I mean, they were 2-1 in this bracket. Hell, I mean, if you think about it in a weird way, thinking back to the first map of the series, they played at 2-1 VGL. They were 2 rounds away, from making it to the major. So we really need to see Bit of a response now, and MBK looks to be the man to provide. Okay. There we go. MBK, double entry over towards B. It's loose, it's in your face, and it gets them the bomb plant, and likely gets them the round.
Yeah, so far away. They even have the money to sort of go for it, but is that temptation?
That might be temptation. I don't like the Python was hanging around here.
He wants to go for it. They know MBK's low, but it's so far out of position. Yeah. OG were already committed to the save before he got that kill. If they were setting up for it, they would have absolutely gone for this round.
That's one way, you know, like Flames is like, come on guys, let's go, and then someone else in the TeamSpeak saying, no, we're saving, and he's really trying to convince them on it, but you know, he's the lowest guy. 19 HP, can't do it all.
Even going for an exit here, like even taking an exit would be huge because Falcons, you know, don't have the money to contend with losing the follow-up round unless they save 3, which they do at the bare minimum. Like this. Massive round for MBK again.
Yeah, right. Pulls up his pants and gets involved in a very big way. Comes through that smoke. Full disrespect, and they just weren't ready for it. And I do like that, you know, I think at this sort of scoreline where it feels like it really is, you know, do or die to a certain extent. You just want to try and stay alive in this matchup that guarantees you passage into the major. You may as well try, right, MBK? And so he nails it on that smoke walk. You don't want to come out of this series with ideas running through your mind of plays you wish you made, plays you wish you attempted. And he even looks like, for a moment, he was considering doing it again. They're putting a lot of faith in MBK over in the apartments for good reason. This has been a good result for Falcons more often than not, especially, like you say, if they've been getting these early fights. They leave 2 over towards B just to milk it, just to see what they get away with. Once again, they can adjust to this later on based on the results, but it doesn't go swimmingly this time. And the nade...
Oh, dear.
Doesn't actually find a lot of damage. Masuta dead in the meantime, and he was meant to be the guy that kind of gives you a second chance to go back out A. Now you do still have Python there, but body dead. Python falling over towards the A site. It's left to Kenny S, and he walks right into Dexter, scoped up in middle.
Neofrag's been beastly on the balcony in this half as well, right? It helps with that double setup the other round where his teammate dies for him, but even in these, he keeps going up and down the ladder, changing position, keeping his opponent guessing, and they're just trying to lurk on Neofrag, maybe offer some prep, but he is so prepared for every single one. And OG, you can feel it now. 1 round away. And the buy to stop them from getting there is not what Falcons wanted. 2 Galils, 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and a Tech 9. Even the util has limitations. Do or die for the Falcons. And OG got to watch out because their back is open. Flames repositions just in time.
Oh, and if he gets out, that's massive. Going to escape down in the connector for now. Flames takes another to the grave with him. That's brilliant. He was low on HP, getting out 2 for 1. It's huge, but body faster past that molly is not ready for Dexter. Down under. Masuta trades. We enter this 2v2 for Falcons to try keep the series alive, but now one man has got to do it alone. It's Python in the site, faced from the jungle. Oh, he even spots the short player, so he knows where they both are. That's a nice bit of info to try and attempt this clutch with. They're spamming him, but nothing connects yet. Python with the swing on out, falls to OG, and they do it 2-0. Wrecking the Falcons here, and a 2-2 OG move up 3-2. They're going to the major.
Yeah, a full reverse sweep inside of the Group A as well, losing their opening BO1s on the first day. They go through and only drop 1 map in the 3 BO3s that qualifies OG for back-to-back majors, a team that was cursed in RMRs and even qualifiers, for crying out loud. Falcons knocked them out of the Rio qualifier last time. OG still just about made it, and now they go back to another major in Paris. And to think they did this all without their captain, their typical leader of Nexa. Nico has filled in and he's done excellently.
Yeah, so impressive today, man. You know, and just some really reassuring performances from the individuals, right? Like, this was a feel-good game for OG and OG fans around the world, because you got that taste of what kind of invests you in this team in the first place. They might have started slow, as you say. It is that reverse sweep from 0-2 down in the openers. fielding L's to FaZe and GamerLegion. And then they go on in the BO3s to nail it.
Yeah.
On the other side, for Falcons, reality setting in. They drop on down to that last chance qualifier, but not where they wanted to find themselves, not where they wanted to be, especially not after a 2-1 early in the group.
Yeah, and also, even though there is still a chance, it's hard to believe in it. There's 6 teams in that last chance qualifier for 1 spot at Paris. It's not a pretty position to put yourself in. You've got to win a couple of BO3s there to get it. Falcons, they've got to wait a few painstaking days before they can try and compete for that final placing in Paris.
Yeah, and you know, as mentioned, this one hurts that much more. Not so much with this matchup, but when you put it in the context of what went down for this team yesterday in that BO3 versus GamerLegion, right? They pulled that like upset win on Inferno, a map that was fantastic for GamerLegion, but the opener in the series, a map that they were winning, that they were 14-10 up on, ends up, or 14-12 up on, ends up going against them, right? They lose out on Overpass, one of the home maps for Falcons, and so there's going to be this idea that if it all falls apart now down in the last chance qualifier, that you were 2 rounds away from the major. You were 2 golden rounds away, and it all turned against you past that point.
Yeah.
For, you know, the French legends in this team, it's going to sting. It's going to sting a lot.
Yeah, for sure. We had, you know, plenty of these guys playing back in the 2019 majors, even, you know, Kenny and Body together on G2, Masuta on Vitality, MBK on Vitality rather. So there's been runs in the past, but they're running out of chances. They're running out of options. And considering some of the teams we already know who are going to be in those last chance qualifiers, like, for example, the loser of FaZe Mouz, like, I feel like that's already the favorite for that qualifier. We don't even know where Group B is going to take us. We have so many more Tier 1 teams as well, in a very stacked group that's up in the next couple of days. But here's how our bracket is shaped out so far today. Meanwhile, we still have B&E playing on the other stream against GamerLegion, 1-1 going into a 3rd map. But for us, we say congratulations to OG as they qualify to Paris.
Yeah. Apeks and Bait. Well, that's coming up in just a minute. We'll throw this over to a real quick break.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got 1 from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
It's time for the best game of the day. FaZe taking on Mouz. I don't think many people expected us to be at this point in the RMR, but full of upsets and full of treacherous paths as FaZe find their way into this 2-2 game versus Mouz. It's not for elimination though, Lucy. There is still that last chance qualifier, but you don't want to go there.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind here. I know it's the 2-2 stage and it feels like it's getting a little bit dire straits for two teams that we pegged as favorites for this entire event, but this is a guaranteed spot in the major for the winner, and the loser will go to that playoff spot.
I mean, that Challengers playoff is scary though. Only 1 out of 6 teams makes it through, so you really don't want to be there, especially when you've had a couple of chances, if you're FaZe, to make it through. They were up 2-0 at one point.
Yeah, and it's just a fact of them finishing so badly in Rio has put their seeding in a tough place. They had to play NAVI in that 2-0 game. Once you take one loss, you're looking at someone like BNE, not an easy team to get through. We've seen them struggle yesterday, and now they're going up against Mouz in this 2-2 game. It doesn't get any easier for FaZe. They've definitely had the hardest route on paper, I would say, considering they started this with a game against OG as well. So this is to qualify for the Challenger stage of the major. We won't be seeing FaZe head to the Legends. The best they can hope for now is getting into that Challenger stage of the competition. And looking at Mouz in this tournament so far, Lucy, it isn't going to be easy to get through them.
Yeah, honestly, super impressed by what we saw from Mouz against Virtus.pro, right? Eliminating the former major champions. I mean, they started a little bit slow here, I will say. Mouz's year, in fact, hasn't been everything that they've been hoping for so far, but I feel like there was a really good signs in that VP game, and I think they'll be coming in feeling pretty confident. I mean, why wouldn't you? Look at those stats.
Yeah, some very solid stats all around. I think you're always expecting Frozen to be the standout on this team, but I really do think Torji is starting to find a little bit of form for this Mouz squad. And there was a long time where a lot of people were saying maybe Torji is the player that needs to be upgraded to take this team to the next level. You always want a star AWPer. I think Torji is slowly showing those signs of improvement, and when you've got a couple of solid riflers alongside him, this team could definitely pack a punch.
Well, one of those leading and strong riflers is Exertion. We got a chance to talk to him ahead of this FaZe game.
Exertion, a good win for you guys yesterday, and now you get to go up against FaZe. Is that scary at all, or is it something you're excited for?
I'm extremely excited. As everyone knows, I'm pretty new to Tier 1, and I've yet to play FaZe in official, of course. So yeah, I'm just really excited for the game. I'm looking forward to see how and what will happen, right? Official is different than practice against them. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to playing 1v1.
Feels like you've brought a lot of confidence and aggression to this Mouz team. Is there anything you do mentally to be able to keep playing that way?
I would say, of course, everyone has moments where mentally they're not the strongest. Maybe you lose some confidence. It also happens to me, but I think mentally is my strong suit in CS. I'm not afraid of anyone in the game, and yeah, I just have respect for everyone, but I also know that I'm capable of everything. So yeah, every time on the server, I just like to run around and show my confidence and not give respect to my opponents, basically.
What's the sort of mood in the team like? Do you try and keep it somewhat lighthearted in a game like this where you know there's going to be a lot of pressure?
Well, I first of all like to say, like, in a games like this, they're going to win like clutches, they're going to win individual plays, right? They are a very strong team individually. That's what makes them FaZe, right? They have like really good players in every single role. So yeah, I think we just have to be ready to kind of lose stupid rounds, lose some clutches, but we also have to be ready to win those. So I think this game will be very close, it will be intense. And yeah, it fits the 2-2 major spot, right? So yeah, I'm just really excited.
Awesome, best of luck, thank you.
Great to hear from Exertion in his preparation against FaZe. They haven't played in a while, these guys. It's been over a year ago, the last time at the RMR 1 year ago for the Antwerp major. So that was quite some time ago. And Mouz versus FaZe, it's an ex-organization that Carrigan used to play for. I'm sure he's going to be not thinking about that today. I'm sure he's just wanted to take them down as quickly as possible, Lucy.
Yeah, and I think the key thing was kind of noted in that interview, right? Exertion wasn't in the squad when they last matched up, right? And
Yeah.
he, I think, since coming in, has really elevated this team. I think particularly their T size, which is one of their strongest parts of their game plan, has really improved since the addition of Exertion. So very exciting matchup.
Well, we've seen the video come through, Hawk. We've seen the maps coming through. What are you thinking?
It's really fun, I think, for this series because we get an Inferno decider. I like the picks for both teams. I think they've got pretty decent chances on those choices. FaZe always good on Nuke, not necessarily a strength for Mouz, but Inferno is so good for both of these teams as that decider. That could be a really great map.
Absolutely. And we do have a chance to talk with Robin ahead of this one. Obviously, a loss yesterday. We'll see his thoughts on it. We're here with Robin from FaZe. Obviously, a loss yesterday put you into the 2-2 category. A tough loss versus BNE. It looked like you guys started really strong on Inferno. Twist was popping off. It looked very controlled. And then it all started to just fall apart. In your words, what went wrong?
Too many mistakes. As you said, we had a really good start. We had everything we asked for. We just couldn't finish it off. I think B&E, props to them as well. Playing very, very aggressive, making us feel uncomfortable. Yeah, it's a mix of everything. We're not 100% there. Hopefully we have discussed all the problems yesterday and we can show up today.
When you look at the start of the rounds, it felt like the normal Counter-Strike couldn't really be played. You know, we've seen Twist setting up nades on T-Stars, for example, and immediately being pushed down middle. The game becomes difficult to call right at that point.
Yeah, and as I said, like B&E really made us play their game. We need to play our game today. We need to focus on ourselves. We focused a lot on the anti and to punish B&E yesterday. Today we're going to try to focus on ourselves and play our game and make sure that we play good counter, because that's what's important for us today.
And now you're in the 2-2 bracket. You're playing against Mouz, right? Obviously the last chance qualifier is still available, but it gets harder from here, right? The pressure's starting to mount.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, although like this team have been under pressure for forever, I feel like we were favorites to win the major. We were pressured to win the Grand Slam. Pressure is always there for us. There is not an excuse. We just have to show up today. That's it.
On a personal note, you weren't there for the major win, right, in Antwerp, and the major you did go to, unfortunately, it didn't go so well in Rio. So for you to make it today, it would mean a lot for you on a personal note.
I mean, of course. The dream is there to win the major. All the guys still want to win another major. We're going to do everything we can.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good luck in your game.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Robin, always a pleasure. And yes, of course, he would love to make it to a major and actually stand behind the guys, but they could do that today, Lucy, if they get through this one. Here's Unicorn odds favoring FaZe coming into this. They are favorites to head to that challenger stage.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. I mean, they were favorites yesterday as well, but I think we had that interview earlier on in the RMR stage where Carrigan was saying about, you know, playing simple Counter-Strike, proper Counter-Strike, and yeah, as mentioned that Robin interview, right? They were playing to B&E's strat book, and that was not working out. I think against Mouz, it's a bit more of a favorable matchup in that sense because Mouz don't have that same kind of distinct style that B&E play, and I think they kind of match up well against each other.
It's also very nice hearing FaZe basically saying, we need to focus on our own game a little more. Instead of trying to fully just counter our opponents, they should be able to just play their game and be one of the best teams in the world. And you see for Twist, I mean, listen, he started great yesterday, but we were saying heading into that match, he hasn't been as good as we need him to be in the RMRs.
And I think he's been even saying that as well. He's not been feeling the game, he's been struggling. And yesterday, a great start, unfortunately for FaZe, didn't really lead to much. And he's really got to step up today, too.
Yeah, I felt like on Mirage, we started to see more of this sort of team unit of FaZe coming through. It wasn't just sort of one player popping off. Obviously, in the first half, Brokey was having a really good game, which is exactly what you want to see. But yeah, it was very one-sided affair out of that first map. And it was similar in some of the earlier series, too. We see a bit more of that earlier Mirage before it got to the tail end and it started to get away from them. That's the FaZe we want to see here today.
Yeah, speaking of team play, let's take a look at this. We have a team huddle going on. Let's see how on the same page they are right now.
This is great to see. Compared to the mood yesterday after the loss, definitely making sure to keep it at least a little lighthearted before you get into the game.
Oh, Robin messed it up. Oh, here they go, back again.
Robin called
This is the kind of team play we're seeing, right? Round two, take two. That's what this is today. They messed up versus B&E, but the second time, they're hoping they can pull it off perfectly. That was well more sync.
That's exactly what you want. You know, you want to be on the same page, the smiles in the camp as well. You know, you've got to straight shake off those games that you've come through already, all right? I know NAVI was rough. I know Bad News Eagles was rough, but this is your chance. This is the game that will get you to the major.
Yeah, and it's always an interesting balance of obviously wanting to take the game very seriously, but if you take it too seriously, you get in your own head sometimes and you feel the pressure. So I think it is important there is at least a somewhat lighthearted mood in the camp, especially ahead of the game. Once you get into the match, you've also got to be ready for crazy plays from these Mouz guys. We know that Frozen can win rounds by himself. I love that Exertion said in his interview, you basically have to be ready to lose rounds like that, and it's kind of how you react to those round losses that really affects you, because we saw FaZe, it felt like yesterday, when they were losing rounds, suddenly it just started to spiral for them.
Yeah, let's talk about the veto a little bit more because you didn't really get into the details as much, Lucy. But New coming up first, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I actually quite like this veto for both teams, really. I know that FaZe is definitely the Nuke team in terms of this matchup, but Mouz used to play it quite a lot. It was a map they really favored into picking it first. So I think they're pretty happy. I mean, they've changed kind of their priorities in the veto, but they're definitely comfortable.
Well, FaZe versus Mouz, the 2-2 matchup. One of them heading to the major, the other to the challenger playoff. But there'll be only one spot between two of the RMR groups left at the Paris Major, and FaZe starting on the T side. Rob's charging out towards the door, looking to get involved in fights early, but it is Twist who draws first blood. Torji bites back for Mouz, and Rain is slipped right past Dexter, who's right behind him, but it's Torji that's getting the kills from the site. FaZe still struggling to get out towards the A bomb site.
I don't know how Dexter didn't get involved there, it just wasn't necessary, but look at Rops. He made his way all the way down, gets the kill onto Frozen. Dexter's gone down to try and meet him. This is getting a little bit crazy.
Yeah, good movement for Rops just to get down the vent, quickly makes the decision to come around Secret Hawker.
Yeah, this A site is just so open. JDC is trying to get back into position. He has to be scared of Yard. FaZe very happy to just take their time here. They know they have the advantage. They know they just need to make sure the players can work together, and now they look ready to move into this bomb site.
JDC up from heaven. Supposed to move it forward into the side. Dexter up the vent. Assassination on the back of two skulls. Brokey trying his best, but JDC will collapse upon them, and Mouz have the first round.
That was almost a good recovery from FaZe though, right? Getting Rops down into the vent. He was going for that set play early, managed to sneak on through with the distraction of his teammates actually pushing through that smoke. But Dexter goes down, comes back on up. The perfect timing. He could have flanked through Secret and then wouldn't have been in the position to be able to counter this play. A good 2v3 handled at the end there from Mouz.
Pretty impressive. They're able to snatch that back. Normally I'm used to seeing JDC be the shining star in the pistols for Mouz. But this time Torji and Dexter doing the heavy lifting.
JDC clutching it though. So,
yeah,
you know, having a lot of impact.
He got the final trade. Ever reliable in the pistols.
Let's look at this force bite for FaZe as well. Didn't get the good one out, so down to the Tech-9s and Deagles. They're going to be going heavy outside with this smoke wall, and Frozen, he looks to cause a few problems around it.
It's a lot of eggs in that basket committing to the smoke wall here when your utility is so low on these sort of rounds. And Rops goes down on the lurk, just peeking out through hut. Dexter has his number. They have managed to get these 4 players down, but they have to make something work. There is no one here at the moment for the CTs, but you can see through the X-ray, Torji is making his way down.
Rain just slowly but surely making his way towards the decon door. The rest of his teammates will shift their attentions towards double. But JDC's made the play down here. Torji ready for this B play. Aware that they left a big opening towards outside. And this is about to turn into a very difficult round for FaZe. The fact that JDC is committed up on the rafters here, and you've got Torji who can take contact with the rifle. The molly out the ramp, the smoke Torji off, and that does leave JDC severed off from the rest of his teammates, and he can get pushed on 2 fronts, and Rain makes the right play at decon with a quick flank here from Exertion, denies the bomb plant, and that'll be the round for Mouz.
Looked a little hairy there. It was a good execute actually coming out from control, managing to isolate Torji off, and then JDC is the only one on the site. He's torn between 2 different angles as Rain takes contact. Well handled on the fast flank. Exertion was there to easily clutch it out. And Torji staying solid on ramp.
Yeah, it's just such a heavy commitment from FaZe that it means that Mouz can rotate into position in time. FaZe have to set up a utility play into B, which just takes a little too long for them and allows that flank to come through. So pretty well handled by Mouz, all things considered. It doesn't look like the Deags are going to get too much unless Carrigan has something to say about it.
Love to see that for Carrigan. 2 big Deags outside, bringing the numbers down to a 3 versus 3. And JDC, he knows they're at the ramp room, and he does deal with Brokey.
Okay, crisis probably averted here. Dexter is going to go up on top, and that's where Carrigan was with the bomb. So now he's going to be grouping up. Okay, yeah, Dexter's about to end this round right here. Maybe any second. Okay, well, slight gap there. Dexter's getting the information at the very least. And with JDC at ramp, they can't really go anywhere.
Yeah, still should be impossible for FaZe to pick this up, especially with Dexter right behind them. Carrigan's barrel spotted. Nice quick execution. Rops, oh, he's read him. He knows exactly where Rops is, and he will eventually confirm the kill.
Good start here for Mouz, and you've got to say that it's nice for them to get off to this good start on Nuke. FaZe's map pick coming into this series. I think from the FaZe perspective, you can really see in this veto that they have focused on themselves a little more. Because you look at the maps they've got, Nuke is their pick. FaZe love this map. And then Inferno is the decider. If you're FaZe and you're confident, those should be 2 of your strongest maps. So they really should be coming into this with confidence if they think they can play towards the level we know we can expect from them.
Even Ancient as well, right? A map that we saw them embrace early.
Buy round out for FaZe. Yard control looks to be the main aim here.
Well, they're committing heavily, and Frozen at Secret. It's a good position to start the round, because you can just get up there, take that 1 kill, and drop back to safety. And FaZe have to play the rest of this round a player down.
Much like the pistol. How are they going to play this one out? Have to worry about that secret swing at any moment now.
Gonna burn time and utility. Just making sure that Frozen can't peek up for info, because they drop back now. They're not committing outside anymore. They're going back towards lobby.
Torchy's got all of outside covered too.
Absolutely. He's just got his AWP trained in on that angle. So surely Mouz will have good preparation towards the A-bomb site here. Utility looks like it might be coming. And now Mouz should know this is coming at them. It's just a question of whether they can hold on to it or not.
There's the molly for top hut. He's actually going to flash down at the same time. Actually dropping. He's blinded, but he's still fighting. The flames fall, and Frozen takes down Rops. Surgeon actually swapping to the Deagle to spam. He's got time to get that reload off. The smoke comes at the perfect time, and Ramp is shut off as well.
30 seconds for FaZe, and again, it is another slow start to a game here. They're just not looking too comfortable, not getting the initial control they wanted. A simple play for Frozen disrupts the initial idea, and they find no pathway back into the round. They have to cancel this one, and this is going to feel tough. A slow start here, you can't really afford it.
That was followed essentially just by some good utility at the tail end there.
I mean, Mouz did so well in this round, though. I think they deserve a lot of credit. First, for that fight towards Yard we were talking about, getting Frozen into position. And then the timing of this utility is perfect. First towards door, then towards ramp. They basically take every option away from FaZe. As soon as they realize Yard isn't an issue, they get the timing right on both of those incendiaries. Any play that FaZe wanted to run was snatched away from them. At least FaZe save a couple of guns, but look at the lack of utility here for FaZe. You can't even run a proper Yard smoke setup in this round.
Not a lot of options available to them, and that's why they're going quickly. Twist out the front of the door, running in with his spawn, and he shreds through exertion. Oh, sick! Second kill on Dexter is brilliant, 2 up towards Rafters. Torchy's aggressive play at ramp does not yield anything for Mouz. And 2 players to the good right now for FaZe with 1 minute and 30 left.
Twisted just snuck on down as well. Can be a thought on their side, and with that play taking place so early into the round, they have all of the space to work with here. And here's Twist on the hunt, another 3 to the tally. JDC's out here to catch him if he pushes, but Twist is just making this his map, taking the space. JDC can't find anything.
I was a little surprised we didn't see FaZe just commit to the A site off the back of the 2 entries, but clearly Twist had a good feel for the position he could get himself into. And we are starting to see more rounds where Twists just seems to come through with a crazy multi-kill. That's always a nice win condition for FaZe to have. And they did set a somewhat slow pace in some of these early rounds, FaZe. So it ended up working out nicely, the timing to switch up the pace there.
Very clean round to get their first on the board. Just comes purely off that aggression from Twist, executed perfectly out the gate. Anytime I think of like a fast hit onto the A side nuke, I'm thinking of Twist, right? He's just so snappy with that aim towards Rafters. It feels like no matter where you are along that ledge, he's going to find you.
Yeah, FaZe have a lot of options in that department too, right? We see Rob sometimes get out towards that vent. He loves that smoke that lands in front of it. You'll see him try and find the entry there, but that was just based on Twist. Just had the front spawn, gets out the door. You have the ability to just be very snappy, and Mouz actually got caught off guard by the speed there.
Yeah, and you see the spot that Dexter's playing. Once this first kill happens, Dexter's position is really good for holding hut, but it's really bad if they get out through doors. So that first fight was huge.
So just a great decision to go for a play like that when, you know, we noticed as soon as the round started, the utility was light, right? They couldn't really go for like the delayed outside smokes or, you know, contact out towards ramp with utility. They kind of had to go for some sort of explosive play to get that opening.
I'm sure Mouz will be aware of that A-rush now, if they weren't already. And this time it is back to Yard, where Rain oftentimes makes this position his domain, and he's already picked up the opener.
Change of pace is immediate from FaZe, isn't it? These last 2 rounds, straight out the gate, fighting an opener in the first 15 seconds. And again, now you've got another player in the back lines that can really just work this map however he wants.
This is kind of the opposite to the first gun round, where Frozen was Yard, he got the kill, he got this control. Now Rain wins the fight, and it's completely in FaZe's hands.
Let's see how Mouz adapt to it. Dexter The cogs and his Brenton whirling as he's close towards Squeaky Door. He's on the other side of it. He's pushing into what Twist is not an easy fight to win, and Twists will pick it up. There's now 2 players. Torchy committed in towards Hut. An aggressive position. Mal's lacking control of the map, lacking players, and Exertion starts to help with one of those matters. Torchy could assist here. Playing Hut still with that scope in. The patience might pay off here as they cross it over. He doesn't send the shot out. JDC gets caught. That information would have been passed on, but he still can't win the battle. He's just not in a position to do it, and now there's a gaping hole in the defense towards ramp. They don't have to go back towards Torchy or Exertion.
I think JDC committing forwards could be costly. That B site was open. Exertion won't get anything going. Good kills from Rops. And I think the reason JDC commits there is because Dexter was going aggressive in lobby. He wanted to be close by to try and respond, but he ends up unfortunately committing into a position where he can't afford to die that easily because Rain was already down on that B site.
It did get a little bit scary though when Carrigan just swings into main by himself. You know, they're in a position where they're in a 5-on-3 at this point, right? And Carrigan just runs into main. This is where it can start to fall apart, right? Because Torchy was looking through Hut. You know, if he finds that kill on Brokey, Carrigan's gone down, suddenly that advantage just disappears.
These ramp fights could be so important. You've got Frozen here, who's meant to be such a pivotal piece of this Mouse side, but he's gone down again.
And Brokey is primed for Torchy as well. The rifles fly over his crosshair, and just too many of them to handle. Does well on the first on Twist, but Rain just comes in with a trade immediately. Look at this fight for Dexter. He's loving getting on the other side of this door. He's just going to be patient now, hoping he can catch what usually is Rops up here, and he is, in fact, in the lobby. Rops is a master of this position. It's not easy to catch him out of position.
The
You
bomb?
just know he's not going to overextend here.
Yeah. The bomb is still undecided right now, which is interesting. I think they're waiting to see if Rain can get the info. And if he does wrap into heaven, that might be all the info they need.
Dexter, he's expecting something.
This is the most patient battle we've seen in a very long time, isn't it?
Rops is the most patient player, though. And Dexter's actually going to swing for the fight on main. That smoke comes through at a good time. He's the only one on the side. Wins out the fight on Rain, but he's going to be under so much pressure. That wrap is coming on through.
How is Rops not activated sooner here? His teammates are falling. The bomb is away from him. He's got to get involved in the game, but he's been way too delayed. The fight on Yard goes against him.
Look what the bomb is. He can't get to it. He can't win this round anymore.
How has this happened?
I can't believe Rops is so passive there.
Yeah, he's way too passive in that position. You have a window of opportunity where they decide they're not going main, right? When they call this, they start running heaven, he can activate, but when Dexter's pulled away, he has to know when that player is no longer watching door. With the limited numbers that Mouz have, you've got to come and just take that frag. Once Dexter goes down, he doesn't get the heaven kill, and then the FaZe players can start to push in heaven and drop into the site. If Rops just activates a little sooner, Dexter is unable to win that round for Mouz.
Yeah, credit to Dexter. It was a really hard position to be in for so long. He put this smoke down. This was a crazy fight to win. But it's once Rain falls that you realize those players stuck behind the main smoke, they can't do anything.
The other small detail there was that the 2 other Mouse players that weren't with Dexter actually pushed all the way through Secret. They grouped up knowing they had the man disadvantage and wanted to flank onto Yard, and it worked out perfectly for JDC to catch those remaining players.
This is a big reinforcement on this A site early. I think they were expecting a faster round from FaZe, but FaZe have managed to get a good buy together. They're still going to go for it.
It's coming to them, and Carrigan, he's the first out this time from Hut. Dexter at the back of the side has been so good on this top site, but eventually that FAMAS will run out of input, and Carrigan and Rops clear out the site together. That's the bomb down for FaZe in the round locked in.
Yeah, again, it's another round with pace that just works out well. It feels like when they slow it down and try to play these more slow-paced rounds or trying to catch out the rotations, it starts to fall apart for them. Mouse seem to be one step ahead of the positioning in those rounds, but these fast, contact-heavy plays work out well for FaZe.
Man, that feels so rough for Mouse, right? You stack 3 players on that A site. I think it was a good call from Mouz even to stack like that. They realized that FaZe have only really found success with the fast A play. But losing the early fight puts you in an awkward position. Exertion tries to get involved over towards Squeaky, but once his teammates go down, it doesn't create as much chaos when you go for that play. They know roughly where you are. And so FaZe finding the way to win some rounds here. It may not look that pretty, but these A-sided plays have been very effective.
I just think the play they've had in the mid-round just hasn't been very good. You know, the slower rounds, they just haven't really used all the pieces correctly or been in tune with one another. So these quicker plays, at least everybody's on the same page. It's not the most beautiful Counter-Strike to watch in terms of running out the site. And, you know, FaZe don't really care at this point. They want to just make sure they're impactful and efficient at getting some rounds on the board early.
Yeah, Mouz excel at this mid-round calling. Normally we see it on the T side as their big strength, but Nuke in particular, their CT side, they are very good at positioning during the mid-round. And well, they still have the lead, but this buy will be the last one for a minute if they can't make it work.
Dexter feels like he's always on a pretty weak gun. He's on the FAMAS couple rounds in a row now. He's got the MP9.
Stop
like
bragging,
the game leader.
Yeah, doing well for himself, even with those weak weapons. Interested to see if Torji tries to get activated in this sort of round with that AWP. For now, it is just a pretty standard start to the round for both sides. 2 players rotating down to B for Mouz. They're not contesting yard too heavily.
Well, Torji started on the A side itself. I mean, he's just been posted up in hut. Didn't get success last time, but maybe trying to find something this time around. Rain, always a menace out in yard, but Frozen also quite well known for this position, and Rain's actually getting peppered on this cross. Doesn't seem too bothered by it and all. There's Torji with the one, but Twist, an immediate trade.
That's so well timed. Great positioning there, and now ramp looks to be open for the taking. Rain tries to drop down. That costs him. That's an AK recovered for Mouz.
And Mouz have the player advantage too. Upgrading the weapon is only going to help matters now. Brokey starting to think about the flank that could come through. Mouz have been pretty proactive in towards those lobby pushes. And FaZe just taking their time in the ramp room. The commitment down B is inevitable. They've got to deal with 2 players here. Exertion up towards control room window. Sends some utility out. Has got JDC towards Decon to help out. 29 seconds here for Mouz to just hold on for it. Twist running through. JDC has got a pick, and it's too easy. Exertion gets a double. JDC helps out, and FaZe get nowhere near the site.
Yeah, I mean, Rain going down there was actually huge, right? Because Mouz just had them penned into ramp. They knew exactly where they were. They had 2 players down on the site. They had a player holding Hell, and then they had a player holding in towards lobby. There was nowhere that FaZe could go other than into the arms of Mouz. And I feel like this is another one of those examples where FaZe are in a good position and they throw a body out for nothing. This time it was Rain.
It's even just the way Rain takes that fight, the way he's dropping down. If there is a play around the corner, it's always going to be so unfavorable for you. It's back to the fast play again, or maybe not. We'll see if they commit to it.
Ooh. Exertion in the hut under pressure, but FaZe running out quickly. Back to the Old Faithful this time. Ineffective in grabbing that opening. Brokey and Carrigan caught early. Twist having to try and recover this. Did have an opportunity to get that second up towards Heaven. Ooh. Unable to connect, but look at Rain's positioning here.
Bomb down lower. How do his teammates join him?
And that is the issue. How do you make something of this? They're in the hut right now. Twist looking for a pathway. But at least they've got a lot of time, Lucy.
Yeah, I think this is actually a good position for FaZe, even though they have the man disadvantage. And
look at that
even
timing.
Nice from Twist. And now Rain can come up. Twist is clearing, not finding anybody here. That bomb can make its way through.
Yeah, passive setup right now for Mouz that is allowing FaZe to feel more comfortable on the site. And look at this, Rop's got the right read on the ramp play. Torji walks in, JDC's still there, and Rops is ready for the second player. He's just gonna hold for it, and ooh, the timing as he peeks out again. JDC actually gets the upper hand. Rop's lucky to get away with his life. And now Frozen begins to activate, this time from Heaven. Don't want to mull your teammate's pathway back into the site here. So he's going to take his time, and Twist is still focused on hut. Time is starting to tick for Mouz. They want to pull this retake off, and over the top, Frozen comes in from Heaven. JDC's taking down Rops, and suddenly it is just Twist playing with his food inside of the site. JDC with a headshot. What a recovery to the round for Mouz.
Unbelievable from JDC. First of all, he has to get past Rops, which was already a difficult engagement. Rops had 2 opportunities to take him down, but so well handled in the 2v3, using Frozen as the distraction, who's throwing the utility from Heaven, taking the initial contact. JDC trades and just really well handled in that final 1v1.
Yeah, and I think having JDC coming in from Hut was huge there because it gives you so much info and you can probably predict almost all of the FaZe positions. You know, if they're not in Hut, they're probably going to have a player on site still. There's only so many spots you can play in the post plant, so that allows you to swing a little more confidently into the right angles. It's crazy that Twist is the man who has to trade Heaven from down below on the site. But JDC, man, impressive that he's able to win both of those fights.
Twist trying to do everything here for FaZe, but it's just not enough. And, you know, these are the rounds that Exertion was mentioning in the interview, right? These clutches that come on through that you start winning these out because you know they're going to happen. You know they're going to get messy, particularly on a map like Nuke. It feels like they're favoring Mouz more often than not.
And every 1 versus 1 is going to be so stressful at this point for both teams, right? You're in the 2-2 bracket. You want to qualify for that major, and you know a round can make a difference in CS, and that 1v1 could make a massive one for Nuke.
Smoke's incoming, so Torji should have a tough time here doing anything on Yard. Again, it's Rain looking to make that forward play. He's got back up, and he's got the angle.
Yeah, really good positioning for Rain to get into that spot so quickly. Torchi wasn't ready.
Oh my.
And Twist is so lucky that he doesn't get caught from that spam. And in the meantime, Carrigan has slipped around the back of Frozen and puts him in the ground. So 3 players right now for Mouz up.
I think it's because Rain got that kill on Yard. They maybe thought it was just another round where it's only Rain showing presence. Big fight here. Exertion wins it. And this round is still open for Mouz.
Oh, let's see. This is where it gets scary. It's another 5v3 where they're sort of slowing down and just letting Mouz move around and find these gaps.
This A site is weak, though.
Mouz did a great job as well at getting into these positions early, challenging that door and getting that map control. But here they come, swinging out towards the site. Brokey from main was worried about the vent, but Mouz aren't giving them any fights here. They're letting Exertion play because he's pushed through the lobby. They have to be aware that this is a possibility.
Issue is you got a player in Heaven. Getting back into this is so difficult with Exertion coming through main. Dex is waiting for a timing, and I think it all comes down to JDC. Starts to clear on through. Player in CT vent. They are all facing away. No one is giving anything to Mouz, and with the lack of a kill being faced, they can't find a way in.
Yeah, no kills offered up. So Mouz will concede. FaZe have a 4th round, and it's again speed to get ran into the outside spot. Catches that opening and just move in as a unit. FaZe finds their way to the A site. Exertion looking for that pick. Good nade going over the top. That's going to catch Rain. Lands right on top of him. Dexter also removes Brokey's life. And FaZe don't have a whole lot of cash, so these kills are really impactful. Look at that. Robs can't even afford an AK armor on his own. He'll have to take some charity.
That's an AWP that they wouldn't have had either on the CT side. So, you know, considering where that was, that's a great recovery from Mouz at the end.
It does kind of feel like a similar story for FaZe in this one, where they're doing pretty damn well in a lot of the early fights. They've got a lot of opening kills so far on this T side. They've won 6 opening duels. It's been really solid for them on that front. It's just been about whether they can convert those into round wins or not. A pretty important moment here for both teams. The money is short on both sides. So this could be one of those all-important swing rounds. Yeah, you see, basically no one has any money in the bank right now.
Important round coming up then. I'm interested to see how Mouz continue to approach this door situation, because Dexter was pushing it a lot, getting in behind the door. Last round was Exertion. And how many times have we seen that be the most pivotal part of the round for Mouz? They found so much success from it.
Basically, it's giving them everything back into these rounds that are falling apart, right?
Could it be quick A again? FaZe grouped into lobby.
Looks like it. Torji this time has the big green gun turreted up at Heaven. Carrigan, the first victim of the round here. And again, they're just trying to speed, but they're being severed right now. They can't move through as a team. The utilities cut them apart, and they're 1 by 1 dying at the hands of Mouz's CT hold here. Brokey gets down the vent. He does have the bomb on his back, but to pull this clutch off, this would be a miracle.
Surely it's just a plant. I mean, they know he's here. He wasn't quite about it. Bomb does go down. Look how close Exertion is. Another player drops as well. They're going to be swinging from every angle. Escapes out the double doors, so he's got himself into a better position. Flash on over, peeks on through for the first, but Exertion takes him down. The Galil does not deliver. And Mouz set their 8th.
Even when you escape to the double doors, they know exactly where you are, so it's so hard to do anything for Brokey there.
It's a little worrying because FaZe were finding so much success from these quicker plays. Now Mouz seem to have adapted to that.
Yeah, I mean, having the AWP in position, obviously huge, but it was also just surprising. We didn't see the earlier flash towards the site. Carrigan's trying to run in before the utility there. I guess trying to find the timing window.
Yeah, no, we'll give huge props to Exertion and how he handled this as well, right? He's still got all of his utility because this is so quick. He drops the smoke on left side hut, so he's completely safe from that push out that would normally come towards vent. It allows him to take all the fights on site.
Pistols is all FaZe can find in this round. And that's going to allow Mouz to get off to a pretty damn good lead here on their CT side of Nuke.
This is FaZe's magic. Mouz getting a strong first half showing on it. Will do wonders for them. Frozen yet again starting the round at Secret. We've seen him find a lot of success from here earlier in this game. This time it is just Rain towards outside. They got him into that position solo early in this round. And the rest of FaZe about to challenge down JDC.
A lot of pressure on JDC. He's the only one here. The rotation is far, and you can see he just immediately does not want to face. Drops the smoke. Dexter makes his way over, so he can support. Look how hidden FaZe are, though, tucking away. Dexter doesn't get a fair fight and doesn't want to stay around.
Yeah, but FaZe don't get that one kill. They don't get the opening to just barrel through, right? So now they have to go back to lobby. With that door aggression comes in, Frozen and Exertion work together to get themselves 2 kills. Sure, FaZe have fought back for at least 1, and that'll be a Rop's rifle now to play with. But they've got a good read on this, Mouz.
I don't know if they know about Twist, though.
Oh, Dexter looked like he had the idea, but Twist has actually slipped on by, and he's found the perfect position to get another gun. And now suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. This could work out. Torchy's in the side with the AWP, and he goes, oh, he's in between 2 positions right now. He's going to get overrun by Brokey, who comes out with a deagle and cracks down the whip. It's now JDC alone, and he's coming back into this with the AKs, quickly up the vent, pushing towards the side. Brokey has the AWP. He's seen him. He's risking a lot. He's jumping behind the site and opening up opportunities, but he's realized he can slip away towards Hut. He's got some cover. The spam of JDC goes through the wall. It'll tickle Brokey, but won't bring him down to health where he's worried. He'll just set back with the AWP. Bomb is not planted for him. And JDC is just waiting for the Brokey. Swing taps and wins another crucial 1v1 for Mouz.
Third 1v1 for JDC alone as well. The clutch meister of Mouz coming in when Brokey, it felt like he had so many opportunities there.
That one's so hard for JDC because he taps the bomb again as Brokey's swinging. So he must have flicked up so quickly to win that fight. FaZe making it so close, but Mouz keep on holding on. The composure from Mouz has been really impressive here under some trying circumstances. And FaZe desperate for at least something here at the end of the half, taking another timeout ahead of this one.
You do have to remember that was just pistols, right? I mean, that was also a really long shot for FaZe to actually pull that one through, and they did a really good job of making it look doable. Twist slipping the net after that conducting round. You can see because JDC was so afraid of the rush, he couldn't really get the information on what these FaZe players were doing. Dexter only spotted one when he actually swung there, and so Twist is able to find that gap, and they somehow managed to make it almost doable.
Still a couple more chances for FaZe. Flashes into the A site. A couple of players in lobby, but not the instant commitment. They might still go for this, though.
Rops is out. He's out the door. He's actually just crossed over Exertion. You know, Rops is usually very good when he gets around the site here. He's actually managed to slip his way in towards main. A powerful position to have, but Exertion is aware of this possibility. He's looking for him and immediately finds him.
FaZe run that play occasionally. They'll try and get Rops into main early with those smokes. But I think that's clear. Mouz have done their homework here.
Yeah, you can see Exertion didn't even second guess where he could have been that.
Oh, hello. Exertion.
Look at this.
Wow, they have no idea.
He knows exactly where he is because Rain is spamming now, and he's got the easy kill. Exertion's having a great round here.
All 3 of these kills Mouz have found have been the most simple fights they've had. Exertion has Rops in his crosshair. JDC gets Carrigan as he just jumps out solo ramp, and then that fight out towards long outside. And yeah, Twist and Brokey now to try and recover a 2v5.
Well, Twist is walking right towards Exertion, who's just had the perfect round really here and again. Oh, had a chance, but Twist is very quick to react. And now he's looking to open up the round again for FaZe. 30 seconds to do so. Brokey is lagging behind him and outside. And they still got to try and get in towards the side of this A side. Oh, it nearly opened up. That kill would have been good for Twist. Dexter wasn't looking the right way. And Twist goes back, but Dexter is hidden away now. He's taking some better cover behind the Tetris boxes. He's peeked out and just got the info. Twist couldn't see anything as Torshi gets the kill. Brokey now thrust into the clutch. 10 seconds left, sprinting towards the site. They know they can just come up this vent in the late round. They know he can't plant, and Frozen locks in the kill. 10 rounds for Mouz, double figures in this first half.
Frozen arriving at the right time. Twist only had 5 bullets as he was trying to enter the site. It seems like Brokey's starting to find some individual form. But again, the early round was previously going in favor of FaZe. Now Mouz seem to be winning a bunch of these early engagements.
It's Exertion that's just been so good to watch, Lucy.
Yeah, he's just finding all the timings right. Just his positioning is great. The decision to push outside there, knows that Torshi's got it covered. So even though the player slipped the net, I mean, Exertion's just so ready for that fight. Now it's the last round of the half. FaZe might only be able to pick up 4 because Frozen's found another outside. Carrigan goes down, and yes, the smokes are down. They've crossed. There's even a gap in it. They've been spotted. Rops does get one back on the spray through the smoke onto Dexter, though.
Torshi's just now getting to B. Meanwhile, JDC loses his fight. Torshi has arrived, but he's got to be scared of the flank.
5-7. Oh, I thought I would have to strike, but Frozen helps him out. He's got assistance coming through. Mouz up a player in the final moments of this half.
Bomb planted. All 3 Mouz players coming down from the ramp. Bomb out in the open, Rain back in the corner, and Brokey's been spotted as well. The smoke that he's using as a one-way has to come in huge, and Rain has done one. They can now reposition as a unit.
And Brokey sits towards the back of the cylinder in the side, but he's not really needed because Rain is just popping off now. Frozen's head popped off his shoulders, and Torshi knows he has to go for it. Switches to the AK, and Brokey immediately swings. Torshi smokes off the bomb. He's looking towards the double doors for Rain, but Rain has found a decon, and Torshi now knows that. Comes off, nearly gets it done, but Rain will secure a minimum of 5 rounds. FaZe pick it up going into the first half, and looking good for Mouz as they have them on the ropes. Well, a handful of A rushes and a couple of rounds picked off by Rain is all that FaZe have to play with. This has been a much better performance from Mouz on their opponent's map pick. They're looking very good, Lucy.
Yeah, I think the key thing here has been a few of those clutch rounds as well, right? 3 of those going the way of JDC in particular, getting Mouz into this dominant lead. I mean, it could have been much different if those clutches had gone the other way.
Absolutely. And now FaZe really need this pistol hit. Fast play into A. This looks good. Twist is close quarters, and he will get traded.
Yeah, Twist doesn't handle it. Dexter is still alive, still fighting, this time against Rain. He'll turn up towards Heaven and realize, okay, we don't need to go in towards A because look, we're down on this B site. We're down causing problems elsewhere. And Exertion trying to cut off that rotation through Hell. Brokey will win that fight. JDC finally locks in the bomb plant. And it's frozen him left alone up against 4 of the FaZe players. And this one isn't going Mouz's way.
Yeah, JDC had to win that fight on terrain. That was the only way back into that round after they started to lose players left, right, and center. Frozen going to actually give this a look in. I mean, a few kills here would affect the economy of FaZe at the very least, but that is a good pistol round for them to pick up after losing the opener out of Hut.
That is nice for FaZe because we felt like a lot of the ways they were losing rounds in that first half was in these sorts of mid-round scenarios. On CT side, you'd think it's a little easier to keep together, know how to work together as a team, and make sure you don't get caught in those mid-round scenarios. It's more on Mouz to make the chaos happen on their T side. It's going to be the 4th straight back from Mouz, though. All Galils, not much utility, but definitely some danger in this round for FaZe.
Yeah, not much. A smoke and a HE. It's pretty dire out here. Going to be a lot of contact plays coming through.
Kind of means you have to wait out the CT utility also.
Contact ramp's a good play here with just a single smoke. That's probably their best option. In fact, that's what they're going to do. Rops is about to be under a lot of pressure. Up on high, a difficult place for the multi-frag. We found the first, can't get the second. Torshi's there immediately, and the rotation from Brokey gets another. He falls on back and has support.
Well, Mouz have opened up a chance down into the lower bomb side. Exertion's coming late through Secret as well. So he might cause problems for Carrigan. He's gone up towards the control room. Mouz just letting Exertion play. Good communication here again from Exertion, and Frozen's in behind the ramp. So they're just taking the time, seeing what opening they can grab here. And I think Carrigan is going to be that opening to make it a little bit more comfortable. Torshi committing to the bomb plant now. Carrigan couldn't really do much to deny. That double door swings open. Carrigan reveals Torshi takes the kill. Now Exertion needs to activate, but he's going to hear those players coming down the vent rotation. He can get a little bit more done here. Brokey goes down immediately, and now Shirley looking for Carrigan. Does damage, but the MP9 will prevail, and just frozen up on the ramp. Twist at long range secures the round for FaZe.
I mean, long-range MP9, it had to be for Twist. Not always convincing, but enough damage was done prior. Exertion was the player in the position who maybe could have made the difference. They didn't really anticipate him. I like the idea from Mouz to get him into that spot, but just not quite able to get that double kill. That really felt like it was what the round hinged on there.
Yeah, the actual round from Mouz is really good though, right? We mentioned the lack of utility. They had to go contact somewhere. Ramp is good. Rops in a position where he can't fall back from, so they get that immediate trade. And then they managed to find Exertion getting that gap outside, so everything kind of came together. They just lost a few key fights.
Yeah, and when you plant again, you force again. That's what you do on the T side, and maybe go fast into somewhere else.
Oh, it's
ramp again.
They're coming quick ramp. Rops better be ready, because here they come. Oh, he switches to the silencer and finally gets back towards the box, but he's under so much pressure. He's desperately calling for Brokey to come and help him, and Brokey has delivered that help in spades. Finally, Exertion steps up for Mouz and clears out both Brokey and Rops, creating an opening down to this B site.
Already the rotation down here, though. Exertion trying to clear it out, but Rain is just tucked on back into control. Very powerful position, but he is the only one here at the moment. Carrigan is outside checking for a Hell rotation. This is the fight that decides the round, and Exertion finds another. Suddenly, this is back on for Mouz.
Exertion's just a beast right now. This is ridiculous. 3 kills, creates the opening on B, and then follows up. Carrigan coming back in now with Twist to try and recover this. It's not going to be easy. Exertion's still up, and Carrigan looks to be his next victim on his list. Exertion with another, and now it is just Twist left with it all to do. Almost planted far away from him as well. And they've got such a good post-plant position up on the ramp. They don't have to peek together. They can just delay. They can run the time down. And Dexter swings around. He takes damage. Twist has got it down into the 1v1. Exertion's work is done. Twist has 10 seconds on that defuse. There's no time anymore. He can't win it. He has to run away. FaZe have lost the round. Exertion with the 4K. Another force back after the bomb plant. And they charge to the ramp. Exertion shreds through FaZe Clan single-handedly.
First time playing against FaZe, and he's doing a damn good job. Smile on his face, well deserved, because he's the man that had to get the trades initially. And sometimes you see players not fully clear that angle in the corner, but he does that perfectly. Maybe overpeaks at the end, but honestly, there was such little time, it didn't matter.
I mean, what an insane recovery from Exertion there, right? I mean, we saw it in the replay. That was a 2v5 before he got those 2 kills at ramp. The fact that he doesn't get traded by Rops is a little bit criminal, really. Rookie done so much work on that rotate. And now FaZe are forced into this, and it's not pretty.
Well, they're trying to be disruptive towards these outside smokes and rain. Oh, he gets close. Exertion out first. Not the play you want to lose if you're Mouz, but they do get the trade back. Twist is going to try and set up distraction. Would love to kill. Now Brokey has to do a lot, Holka.
Yeah, because Rain died in this position. They're not going to clear this.
He does let them run by, and Brokey yet to activate. Finally, gets his chance to strike and puts one bullet in the brain of Frozen. Fantastic response from Dexter.
A necessary kill. 2 go down there from Brokey. It suddenly starts to fall apart. Now the defense is split. Carrigan and Rops nowhere near each other. This is where Mouz have a good opportunity to bring it back, and that could have been the frag. JDC comes out ahead, all onto Rops now. 1 versus 3, makes his way up into the heavens, knows where JDC is, has him pinned on through. Now the rest of the team knows exactly where the final FaZe player resides.
If JDC just stays alive, he knows that the teammates know exactly where Rops are. You're just giving them more time to deal with him. And Rops has to drop out of heaven. He does get the chance on Dexter. There's a better gun available to Rops if he wants it, but he is going to go back up. He is faking the drop down and coming back up towards heaven, where he might catch JDC off on his lonesome here. Rops slips on by, and JDC with a smart reposition gets underneath heaven and makes it difficult for Rops to do anything.
Yeah, low on health. Just try and find the most unexpected angle, standing out in the open. Really hard for Rops to clear that one. And that puts so much pressure on FaZe now, because you don't get a buy here. You're going to fall behind 13-7. There's basically no question about it. So the gun rounds have got to be almost flawless for FaZe from this point forwards. And you can see at the top there, FaZe's pick here on Nuke. They've tried to go to their comfort in this series. They've tried to focus on their own game a little more. It hasn't really shown on the server, though.
Their comfort is Mouz comfort, and they're showing it here. Looking like they have Nuke under wraps. Bomb plant's going to go down this round, already pretty much done. Dexter can go on the hunt with the MAC-10, try and get some extra cash.
I think at this point, based on the performance we're seeing, you have to start talking about the possibility, maybe even likelihood, that last chance qualifier will be needed for FaZe, and just talk about how difficult it'll be if you do go down there, right? We're talking about 1 chance left, and all of the RMRs, you think of the teams that are going to fall into that bracket. How many upsets are there? How much pressure is on just getting through every game and not slipping up?
There's been enough upsets already at this RMR. We look at the next RMR group, the teams that are there, the sort of disruption that could occur. It would be an absolute disaster to fall into that category where only one of those 6 teams makes it through.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. 1 of 6 teams. If I'm FaZe, I don't love those odds.
Exactly. It's sure, this game isn't technically an elimination game, but when you look at what you are sentenced to when you go down to that last chance qualifier, the survival rate is so low. So you really want to get through this one. And Mouz are putting themselves in a great position to take the first map.
Dexter even getting through with the MAC-10 there. That one couldn't have gone any better for Mouz if they wanted it. Now they're in prime position to take this one away. FaZe using another timeout.
For the last 3 days, we've just seen FaZe in just a pure state of stress constantly. Every round they win, it just looks like it's a sigh of relief, the weight off their shoulders, but then immediately right back into the hell. Like yesterday against BNE, they never really got even a stretch where they could feel comfortable at any point, and now against Mouz, it's a very similar story. Bai comes in here for FaZe. Mouz, they're feeling it right now. They have no issues. Exertion and Torji are having a great game. And Dexter, I mean, you cannot go with that first half without talking about his performance on the CT side as well.
I mean, the fact that Frozen's bottom of the ADR chart there, not even needed, normally meant to be such a standout for Mouz. But honestly, Yard hasn't been as important throughout this game. Let's see if Mouz go for it here. Dexter sneaking in, but that is not a favorable fight for him.
Flash was good, just a little bit too late, unfortunately, and Rain spamming on does a lot of damage under exertion, but he is going to cross 3 Mouz players. In fact, doing so, JDC will be the lurk component that's going to come through late. So they've heavily committed down towards B now.
Molly in. Brokey sticks in the corner. Might want to play a bit further back so he can reposition. It's a one-on-one fight, though, against Exertion, who's been so sharp, but this time, Brokey puts him down. This is what FaZe needed.
Yeah, clean start to the round. Kind of go the other way, though. Frozen comes flying through the decon door. Brokey does not handle it. And Torju will lock that bomb plant in. Frozen, he's still down here, and when he's around, it can always go the other way. He's very lucky there, Rops, to get away with that one before being sentenced to death.
They know where JDC is, though, so they know that Frozen's the only one on the side at the moment.
Which means all the pressure is on his shoulders to deliver. This young man, the young veteran, let's see if he can pull it off. Towards the double doors, he's staying alive for a long time here. FaZe are taking their time, and that is letting JDC get back down to this lower bomb site. FaZe have not entered. They have not begun their retake, and finally they start to run in. Frozen fails to collect on one, but the time, it's taking 10-second defuse around the corner. Twist will cover it off, and Carrigan holding it through. It is damn close to get it done, but FaZe will pull off the retake. They could leave it right down to the final few seconds, but it's effective in the end.
I mean, they basically made it so that the retake had to go perfectly because they didn't have that kit in play. If there's any chaos caused there, just a few seconds extra bought by Mouz, it could have gone the other way. It looked really hesitant, but FaZe do at least put the pieces together.
And Rain was a bullet from death there as well because of the fight outside with JDC. I mean, if he does go down in that initial engagement, Frozen's in an uncomfortable position, but he removes Rain, he can then fall back, and all he needs to do is wait an extra second, and they win the round.
Ooh, movement not ideal from Exertion, but he is going to go for the fast drop down.
Oh, he's quick about this, isn't he? Rain is not ready for this speed from Exertion. The X Factor from Mouz chiming in again. And the Norwegian has nothing to say about it. Brokey, the next to go down. Exertion with yet another multi-kill round. Dexter, wow. This is just not even competitive in round 22. Finally, Twist draws some blood. He needs a lot more to start flowing. And Frozen, well, he'll just stop him from getting anywhere near the site. Carrigan has nothing he can do here. 14 rounds for Mouz.
I mean, surely you've got to be ready for plays like that, right? I understand Rain is focused on the yard smokes, but it's nothing crazy from Mouz. This is the way Mouz often play. Pretty simple but effective strategies. The fact that Exertion's able to run over the top like that and get so much from it. A bit of a surprise there.
Yeah, it feels like FaZe kind of go into the rounds, sort of have it with an understanding of how it's going to play out, and as soon as some sort of little bit of extra is thrown into the mix, like Exertion coming over faster on the hut or whatever it may be, it seems to catch them off guard. And we saw that yesterday against Bad News Eagles again and again, right? As soon as something a little bit out of the ordinary happened, they weren't really ready to respond.
Gotta say, Exertion has been such a revelation for this Mouz roster. Not only has he brought the aggression and the snappy aim to the squad, but I think he's even allowed Frozen to play a few more roles that Frozen wants to play. We haven't seen that translate onto the server in this one.
And I think you know that Exertion just has a great mind for the game. I mean, how many times in that first half did he outplay the FaZe players? Did he find the perfect gap and the movement around the map? You can just tell he's such an intelligent player so early on in his career.
It's the last stand for FaZe. They've investigated.
Quick out the door from Torch. You've seen him sprinting towards that doorway, and Brokey will fall foul immediately.
Rain wants something back. Has to be the one to find it. Exertion outside is spotted, but oh, what a shot from Exertion. Wow. He is not slowing down here. Has FaZe in his pocket. Twist, a Desert Eagle, picks up the AWP from Brokey's corpse. He's down into the vents. Not a play you want to be. Carrigan, he has to do it all. He's found one, drops on the second as well. Carrigan traded out, but Rops is here as well, a 2v2.
Luckily, Rops was there because he gets the trade very efficiently. Exertion and Torsi, they still got a minute left to play this one, and unfortunately for Exertion, he finally gets caught. Rops walks around, sees him looking the wrong way, and now it's down to the AWPer.
Might get that bomb. Can he comfortably plant it? He's got utility, so Torji puts the smoke down. Molly into vent. That allows the bomb plant. And can FaZe work together on this retake? Because they're in different angles here.
Taking his time, slipping his way back towards main. Wants to use this as the post-plant position. Worried about a FaZe player being in the smoke. But Torji is fine, he's safe in this position. He's got the right look now. The noise up the vent, quick shot on the twist. He doesn't want to get involved in that second fight right away. He just wants to run this time down. He wants to make Robs feel uncomfortable. Robs doesn't have a kit. Robs comes to fight him. Torji's won the round! What a clutch! The Hungarian sniper on top as he silences FaZe and puts Mouz on map point.
Unbelievable from Torji. What a 1 versus 2. The smoke through to main and then playing around it. They both come out one by one, isolating the fights, playing around the blue box outside to perfection. Even getting the final kill wasn't even necessary, but it's the cherry on top. And also, you got to shout out Exertion for that disgusting tap outside. But Torji's the hero of this round.
It's been so nice to watch Torji growing in confidence in the last few months on this Mouz roster. He's starting to look so comfortable, so confident in all sorts of scenarios. And for FaZe, it's the complete opposite. Even in that round, I thought the Carrigan play would have been enough. It's not. And it looks like it's Mouz's map.
Still Berettas for Twist. That's what he has in the final round of FaZe's map pick here.
And it's already looking pretty poor. Rob's gone. FaZe not competitive on this first map. It's been a strong showing from Torji, Exertion, and Dexter that have led them to this point. JDC with 1v1 clutches all the way through. Now they just need to convert on this last round. And Dexter, not an easy fight against Red, it turns out. A Twist will be pretty easy work for Exertion. He doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't want to run down lower and potentially lose his life. He wants to keep the strength in number, fakes the run back, comes back down. That might draw some aggression. And in tandem, Exertion and Torji chime in for 2 kills, leaving just Carrigan in a 1 versus 4. Mouz have picked up this first map. It's just a matter of time before Carrigan goes down, possibly to here to the hands of JDC. And that's it. Mouz strike first. Blood drawn. FaZe on the ropes. The last chance qualifier awaits them if they lose this next map. And Mouz looking to head to the major.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Exertion's first performance versus FaZe is certainly one to remember right now. This is incredible from Mouz. They've got FaZe looking flustered, floundered. They are a team that are not clicking right now, Holka.
And I love how on the Mouz side, I think we saw every single player show what they bring to this squad. JDC is the more supportive element, winning some key clutches. Exertion is that aggressive player, just cracking open rounds with crazy aim. Torgy doing what he does on the AWP. Dexter's cooling was good. The one player we didn't really have to see was Frozen, who's meant to be the superstar, but they didn't even need him, and they still stomp FaZe.
Yeah, the Mouz that showed up today is the Mouz that we get excited about, right? It's a Mouz that we talk about, you know, breaching into the top 5 teams, right? If they can perform like this during the major cycle, it just feels like all the stars are aligning for this team right now. The fact that Frozen's not even necessary speaks volumes to how well this team is playing.
And that first half showing, it was really cool to see how disruptive the CT side was for Mouz, and that was something that was working really well for BNE yesterday, right, over on Inferno. They were getting in their face. FaZe couldn't really handle the initial kills coming down. There was constantly something for Mouz to worry about for FaZe. And only the quick rounds are working for FaZe. The simple Counter-Strike where they're just rushing out, Twist gets 2 entries, and then we've seen towards the end of the half. That doesn't always work. Sometimes you do just get shut down, or the utility comes in perfectly. You just lose the round quickly. So it's looking very desperate for FaZe right now. They didn't even play the second half.
Yeah, listen, we obviously praise Mouz, but we also have to look at the other side of the coin. And it almost feels like the rounds FaZe are winning are oftentimes just individuals stepping up. Whenever there's a round that relies on team play, relies on cohesion, it seems to fall apart. We saw that throughout the first half. And then we never see FaZe suddenly come back and suddenly look sharp again. It seems like once they start losing rounds, they can't seem to get back into it.
And it was a slow start too from FaZe, but a very good start from Mouz coming in. We're seeing no real weak link coming in from Mouz right now. JDC's winning clutches, Dexter's playing like a beast, Frozen doesn't even have to get involved, as Alex was saying. So where do we go now from this?
Yeah, I mean, the thing with FaZe, it feels like they keep saying they're just going to play their game. They'll come through, just play their type of Counter-Strike, but it feels like every match we've seen so far against Bad News Eagles and again here against Mouz, they're not playing their own game.
Well, they're not getting allowed to as well at times too, because the CT side is so hard to play against. You have aggression coming in, they're losing parts of the map, they're losing initial fights. Frozen started the round at Secret immediately as their first outside round attempt got cancelled, and then we didn't really see them go back outside after that round.
Yeah, I think it's a nice example of Mouz playing pretty simple and standard plays, but just doing them really well at the right times. And it's the sort of thing FaZe should be ready for, but you just see them get into the right position for aggression at the right time, make it uncomfortable for FaZe. I think you are right, though. The lack of yard play was really surprising. I thought we were going to see way more of that from FaZe. It almost seems to me like if you were confident that you could outmaneuver your opponents, you would go to yard more. That's the position that can open up the whole map, but we didn't see that.
Well, the worrying part for me is Ancient is up next, Lucy, and this is a map that Mouz are so comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, they've been going into it time and time again with him in the best of ones playing Ancient. It's been a map that they've really embraced lately. Now, you know, I will say when Ancient first came into the pool, FaZe were there embracing it. I mean, we think about Jaguar and it's synonymous with rain, right, and those spams through. So certainly a map they can pull through on, but the concern for me is with the way they've been looking, Mouz could easily just run in and just 2-0 it.
They were out fragging them as well. The skill was on the Mouz side. It's just crazy to see. We had one round where Twist pops off, sure, Rain gets a 3K. You know you're going to get those rounds of FaZe across the board, but for the majority of the time, it was Torgy winning the off battles, Rops was getting caught in lobby a lot, Exertion was finding just ridiculous multi-kill rounds where he just kept pushing, getting the read, and individually unraveling the entire round for FaZe. So when you don't have that individual skill to fall back on to the same level, because Mouz are playing at such a high level today, you know, it does get worrying as we head into a more favored map for Mouz.
Yeah, they did play, so FaZe did actually play NAVI earlier, right, on FaZe in that 2-0 matchup, and that one was a real slow starter for FaZe. They did actually find their footing and get back into it, so they're certainly definitely confident on this map, and I think it relies on not having these slow starts, not letting a team like Mouz put up the big, 5-6 round lead, because then it starts to fall apart.
That's a great point. It's not like FaZe are uncomfortable here. We're definitely going to possibly have a third map if FaZe can shake it off and come into this second map. But you know that they're going into this with so much pressure now on their shoulders. Just think of the community pressure that they felt after going out of the last major. You know, you can say we're bound to take a loss at some point in your professional career at this level when you're a team, but they've pulled back. They win the Intel Grand Slam. They come here just a few weeks later, and they are going to go into the last chance qualifier to lose this map. And it's like we said, it's very unlikely you make it out of that.
Yeah, it's so often you see teams go 2-0 up in this stage, and whenever they go back to 2-2, I would honestly love to see how often those teams are actually able to make it through, because it feels like you were right there, you were in touching distance, it all started so well, and for whatever reason, teams oftentimes don't seem to be able to shake that off. They don't seem to be able to put that behind them. As we were saying, the nice thing in this series is every map, I would say, is comfortable for both these teams. They share a lot of maps, so it's not like the end of the world. It's not like some crazy punish pick here, but the maps aren't the issue right now for FaZe.
No, they absolutely aren't, and I think that is a positive the Hawk has brought up. You know, every game can be competitive here. FaZe not going to be punished at all for going on to Ancient, but right now, not looking like there's going to be much of a competition because FaZe haven't woken up in the last 2 days. And one player that we started bringing up at the start of this tournament, Lucy, saying that FaZe, you don't talk about them having a star player. Robs was starting to rise to that after showing an EPL, started this competition well. He's really quiet over the last 2 days now.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like these last couple of maps we've seen from him have been a bit of what we saw a long time ago before he sort of stepped up into that more star role in FaZe, where he can often be a little too passive, right? There was a very key round, right, where that refrag didn't come through into Dexter, which set Mouz up to win it because Robs just didn't want to take that fight, and that's something that he used to get a lot of criticism for, but I felt like it was something he'd really stepped past, and we'd really seen that, especially in the last couple of months, but it's worrying if he's not able to find that form that he was, you know, back at EPL, for instance.
Before we go to a break, Hulk, a quick gut prediction as to how this is going to go, because right now I'm feeling Mouz.
I don't think I can confidently predict FaZe right now. I can't do it. I feel like Mouz is showing us everything we need to see. And you're right. I feel as though with Robs, we've seen time after time, he basically seems to play within the system well. But if the system isn't working, he's not the man that's going to break out of it. And it doesn't feel like FaZe are doing anything crazy tactically right now.
Well, absolutely. Well, FaZe have to pull up their socks. A difficult path ahead of them as we head on to Ancient for map 2 of this series. Mouz could be putting them on the ropes, throwing them into the last chance qualifier. This 2-2 matchup continues. Mouz looking to qualify after the break. Welcome back to the EU RMR. It's the last day of Group A. Here are the odds down below, the Unicorn odds. They are now favoring Mouz coming into this, Lucy. You can't bet against them. This is feeling good right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to see. I mean, FaZe have started as the favorites in every matchup so far, but they've shown that maybe that's not the title they should have, because Mouz definitely look favored here.
Yeah, absolutely. It does not look like the FaZe we're used to seeing. And on the Mouz side, looks like everything is going well for them right now. They get their map pick. They really don't have any excuses at this point if you're Mouz. You've got to be thinking to yourself, this is a fantastic opportunity.
Well, Robin was saying in the interview before this game, this is a team that have played through pressure for their whole careers, right? This team has been under pressure for years back to back now, winning Katowice's, the majors, Cologne's, the Intel Grand Slam. They've won it all, but to not qualify for the last major today, it is going to make that road very difficult. Mouz looking to qualify for Paris in 2. We'll see what FaZe can do as they start on their CT side. Frozen charging up in towards this B side. Rain under a lot of pressure. Smoke out towards Cave. And Rain hasn't seen anybody just yet, but now he's set up for the swing. Carrigan sets up a perfect flash, and Rain sends 2 down.
Just around scuff before it can even really begin here. Dexter flashed off as well. Carrigan is doing everything with the flashbangs, and Rops is there to close it out. FaZe take the pistol.
I mean, you could not ask for a better start. 4 players didn't even get tagged, I believe, so they can upgrade to helmets for free. Flash is on point, Rain in a good position. See the Mouz players trying to jump to avoid those headshots from Rain.
Nice! Let's go!
I think for FaZe, it's more just, you know, getting your heads in the game early.
Get to play with that intensity every round, it feels like at this point, right? Everything is on this match, and in particular on this map. FaZe get the start. Zertion running out mid, just blocks. Brokey twist. Oh, so clean. Nice and easy in mid. No problems here. Twist with a 4K. 2-0. FaZe off and quickly to the races.
Okay, this is what we want to see. Listen, it's more just loosening up a little,
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing, right? Because as we were saying, the body language last few days, it's just been, it just looks like stress every single round. Maybe if they just have a little bit more fun loosening up, because they realize at this point, you know, their backs are against the wall. Let's try anything.
Yeah, you have to. You know what you can do as a team. We know what FaZe can do, what they're capable of, and they know it as well. And last round, over in a couple of seconds. This one can be a little bit more drawn out. It's got all the rifles out for Mouz. Contact in mid. Twist gets one. The trade is fast, but a lot of damage done on Dexter. Lucky considering the reface there, but thinks better of it. Brokey smokes off. The team now goes for a fast A hit. Nobody is here for FaZe.
Rops is playing for the CT, and smoke comes down towards CT late, and so Rops is able to just take Torji out at that range before it even pops. And FaZe will have the advantage. Dexter also damaged up. So right now, Mouz get the bomb down. They're in the 3 versus 4. They've just got to fend off this retake, and Frozen misfires. Rain hits the headshot faster through Donut. JDC is the second pillar of defense, and he is being pushed from 2 fronts. Carrigan just sweeps in, and Mouz have nothing to say about that round. That's very convincing from FaZe.
I like the call from Mouz. I think a lot of teams go for this sort of play in their first gun round, where they try and get out to the A site early after drawing a bit of attention towards mid. But FaZe, to their credit, look much more composed there as they set up for the retake. And it is always possible to just set up for that retake on that A bomb site.
Mouz have 1 kill since this game started, so it's a very clean start for FaZe. And you mentioned that, Lucy, you can't afford to have a slow start like you did on Nuke. You got to come out the gate swinging.
Yes, this is much better than even what we saw against NAVI in terms of the start. Now, it is very early stages, but winning the first gun round so convincingly is going to feel pretty good. Although Mouz still have the investment coming out. It's not the prettiest, but it is 4 AKs, so it's not too bad. It's a lack of util for any execute, and they're just going for a 3-player contact out A, but the bomb is over towards B.
Yeah, you see this pretty often. Teams will try and just sneak out towards A because the CTs will often play it pretty passively, and then you can try and cause some chaos. But the issue with that is you leave B really weak, and FaZe have just taken advantage of that in full force here. Look at all this B control.
Yeah,
FaZe are loving this.
They've got pretty much the whole map to play with right now. The only area is JDC's A main, so...
And this is where the lack of utility for Mouz is a real issue. Getting this map control back. You might not have nades for the actual site take.
Even if you want to go to the only part of the map that you have, which is towards A, right? You can't really comfortably execute with all the bells and whistles. So maybe the mid control is looking to be established here. They are slinking towards A. JDC is going to be the front man of this attack.
The issue with mid on CT is you can't really just hold it without that utility.
Look at Twist. Look how active he's getting right now. He's pushing all the way up towards the elbow. He could activate a quick flank if they do commit in towards A main here with all of the numbers.
That late smoke is so good. He can just tuck on in here. And yeah, they're going to be funneled in towards the solo player at A.
But it's the AWP of Brokey, and you don't have nades to deny him.
You have one smoke left on Dexter here, but they're likely going to try and boost the player up, and that's going to be an easy kill for Brokey. JDC gets put up on the boost. Brokey gets that first kill, and now the information, realizing 20 seconds left. Mouz have to commit in towards this A side, so the rotation's over here. So many FaZe players ready to take this down. Twist robs Carrigan. Easy 4 rounds for FaZe.
Yeah, Carrigan just getting it through the smoke at the end, but wasn't even really needed. The rest of the team was there. Twist in cave ready to close it all out, so well handled there. And lack of utility, the big issue for Mouz.
I think there's a big question as to whether Mouz should have even bought fully in this round.
That one. That one.
There's no smoke on Carrigan's screen. But yeah, for FaZe, I mean, listen, it says something, the fact that they're having to react like this in an RMR right now. But this is the position they find themselves in. The intensity is there, and it is now pistols for Mouz, fast into
Look at this as well from Twist. He's quick. Even against the pistols, he's pushing so deep in mid. They're going to enjoy this CT side if Twist has allowed this much freedom. And look at it right behind them. Easy execution. In the meantime, Carrigan and Rain also doing some work. Just Torchy left.
Where are the kills for Mouz?
What are the kills?
Two.
Yeah, two kills so far. FaZe are just destroying them at the start of this. This is a great recovery, at least for the start.
It simply has to be a timeout, right? You've got 2 kills in 5 rounds.
Yeah, I feel like that round there should have been the round before as well. You know, just going for the lighter couple of pistols so that you can now fully buy, because you've just conceded an extra round. You didn't really need to. Not finding any purchase at all into any of these. FaZe has been given all the space to work with, both in mid and both at B.
There's no smoke on the screen. We all know about that now, but 5-0 start for FaZe. On fire. Mouz coming quickly out mid. It's Exertion. It was the pivotal player over on Nuke. Space here with the AKs up towards the cutout. He wants to apply pressure towards right. Here they come, right into his quad.
He's running.
Exertion running, gets the second through the smoke. A little bit of random luck takes down Robs. And Mouz, that's a big opening to grab in this round.
They need to slow this down, though. They're moving into A right now. They don't have the whole team here, but that kill might just do it anyway.
That's huge. Carrigan's going to come back through, but Exertion's definitely holding for this exact play, and he's going to get spotted out. Exertion. This is more of what we saw from Nuke, from him just finding these gaps, finding these kills. And Brokey, not much he can do here.
It was more of forcing the gap open. Like, it was just wild the way the two players, they make the pop place through the smoke. Surely he's not going to get the second kill as he's just holding W running up the stairway. And then they stay composed. Important kill, as Hulker's pointing out there from Torchy as well, down towards B lane.
Yeah, because Mouz was still really spread across the map. I think if they lose that fight, it actually gets scary. But we have to say, I can't believe he's running.
So ridiculous.
It's crazy. But we have to say, Exertion's been the best player on the server in this series, without a doubt so
He has
far.
been, yeah.
And of course, it's him who gets Mouz their first round win.
And all here for Carrigan.
He has been prioritizing a lot, actually, yeah. Maybe not the map you'd expect it on, but we'll see. Exertion again going for the control in towards mid. FaZe a little afraid to face it now. Brokey struck first, though. Torchy dropped at ramp. Big kill to find.
Looked like Torchy might have been boosted there for that standard AWP angle to try and get the pick. But Brokey faster this time. Oh, Dexter gets one back at mid, but didn't realize Brokey could rotate into position so soon.
Yeah, Brokey's had a good round here for FaZe, but Exertion now activating, chasing Carrigan. Inside of the cave is also taking some damage here. That's good information to gather here from Mouz with the whereabouts of 2.
Yeah, they spammed through because they knew that cave player was falling back. They actually ended up hitting Carrigan instead.
Smoke in Frozen's face, so not going to allow anything yet. And Mouz are grouping for this hit.
You don't have a flash, though, so you can't go through the smoke.
Have to respect it. Frozen's going to be one to set up JDC, who's got the bomb by himself. This play relies on JDC getting through here. The smoke's going to come on over. Flames go forward. Exertion going to be coming out through cave. That smoke comes on through. A boost being set up for Carrigan to go over the top. Brokey's here with the AWP as well. And there's nothing to flash off his angle. But he has to fall back and keep an eye on mid. That's allowed JDC to get up with the boost strikes.
think the smoke was slightly off in position, which is why Carrigan gets that.
Here he goes, Exertion, of course. Oh, this is the Terminator right now. Oh, no one can stop him. Exertion just charging forward, cutting through all of the FaZe players. Frozen starts to chime in, but they know exactly where Rops is now. A 1 versus 2. Rops tries his best, but it is Exertion
his teammate.
who just kills everyone. It's just insane. Frozen just helps out a little bit, but Exertion's making the most plays time and time again for Mouz.
Feels like you just can't stop him. He's just
can.
always there in the walls, coming on out. That was the perfect setup for FaZe. They get the opening kill, but Exertion just gets up so close. They're not ready. I think he found that gap on the cross when JDC went down and just knows he has to go for the play.
It's just great awareness as well. He tucks it on that left wall, so Brokey doesn't get vision of him. So he's able to isolate the fight on Carrigan, who thinks he's being covered by Brokey. And look at this, Exertion out quick again in mid. Twist falls foul to Exertion's speed, and he's not stopping. He's got the donut, and now his team might just go into A with this A split. Exertion coming out of donut, the rest through main. Brokey needs to deliver here, and luckily Carrigan catches Dexter cutting off those rotations, but Exertion just flicks out, immediately takes down Brokey, and Robs does his best to keep FaZe competitive in this. 2 kills to set up Rain for the 1 versus 2.
Smoke down, but no bomb plant yet, so Rain makes the move ahead. Look at Mouz, though, grouping up into Temple.
Well, Rain didn't see anybody, so he's actually reading this play.
He's heard the scope as well. He has their number.
Rain is so ready.
Never clear this.
Rain is so ready to drown them out. First on Frozen, second plugged on Torshi. Good round from Rain.
That's a crazy read, to be able to come back like that and realize they're trying to sneak it out. For Mouz, though, you do have to question the play slightly. You could get that bomb down almost certainly, maybe even just fake it and try and draw Rain in. Now you don't even get the bomb plant, and I mean, this is just such a strong angle for Rain.
Look at the release of energy every single round. This has to have been in the team comms, right? You know, going out in the circle, huddling up. Just celebrate every round win.
Yeah, I mean, you can't afford to get deflated. We've seen the mental, how it's affected them so far in these series.
Oh, wow. Look at this. He's just so deep up this B ramp. And he's not stopping, Lucy.
Ooh, comes on through, gets Carrigan, spraying wildly, but Rain is there to receive. Dexter with the deagle, just trying to play around. He's looking for Rain. That smoke's giving him a bit of cover. Frozen has the AK in towards K, but Dexter comes on through, takes him down, and Brokey's arrived. This is the only man on the site at the moment. Twist on his way, a smoke, blocking off vision. Might be a little bit of a gap there he can work with. He's peering on through, fires off the shot, and now they know he's here.
How long does Robs take to get this flank going? He's on the backside, trying to get in behind them. They're trying to delay on the side of FaZe. They couldn't deny the bomb plant, and now Brokey takes too much damage. He's no longer with them. So Twist and Robs to the 2 versus 4. As good as they are, this round just feels very unlikely unless Twist can take Dexter here, and then Robs activates, and Twist unfortunately loses that duel. So Robs realizes even though he has got the flank going, there's no way he wins this one. He has to retreat away, and Mouz do a good job of getting a 3rd round, spearheaded by the initial attack of Torji.
Get some really scrappy CS here between these two. I think even to start with, Mouz were making a few mistakes which allowed FaZe to get into the game. But in this round, it was kind of just a default for Mouz. They didn't even have the bomb ready to go into B, because I don't think they were expecting that to come through so easily, but they just sneak in.
Yeah, they just saw the gap, got Torshi in there, and then Dexter is really the mastermind of that one, right? Just playing around the smoke, catching Rain off guard, and then able to capitalize with, again, playing around another smoke where Brokey was trying to find a gap. When both those players go down, it's all done.
Yeah, and listen, we've seen FaZe get off to some streaks of rounds throughout this RMR when they've started to struggle, but it seems like, at least in previous games, as soon as they start losing rounds, they're unable to bounce back. It's important they try and do that here, but I think in this round, their money is completely shot.
Timeout taken to let Cyclone have a say. And Dexter to try and direct the troops here. They have an opportunity to start building this T side up versus FaZe. A very strong showing from the CT side in the first rounds of play.
Man, they've had to force on the FaZe side.
But yeah, this is the opportunity now for Mouz to just break them apart. They can take all the cash out of their pockets and take this up to 5 or even tie up the scoreline, Lucy.
Scary sight for FaZe, given how this has gone so far. And Exertion again in towards mid, slowed down by the utility. No one's actually there. Rain's looking to take some information with the peek, but spotted out in mid. Let's drop a smoke, and Well, now they know exactly where he is, and Exertion actually wants to find him, flash on through, but it blinds him as well.
Yeah, the flash is not really too effective there for Exertion. Rain lucky it does connect. He would have been dead to rights. So Rain is just going to start to drop further back into the cave. Just trying to slow them down at the door. He wants to try and sell more presence than there really is, because there's only him on this side of the map, right? Look at FaZe. They've stacked over towards this A side. You've got Carrigan up in Red Room. Rain's job is to try and sell more presence than what is actually there.
Oh, and Torji has now found that pick onto Rain. Seeing that initial play from Mouz made me wonder whether they weren't fully expecting this round to be pistols from FaZe. Flashing into cave like that seems very scary. But now they've heard the Deeg. I think they're probably aware what they're up against. 45 seconds. FaZe sticking to an A stack. They still have loads of smokes as well. But I don't think they're going to be in the right side of the map to really be able to make this happen.
I think they kind of just have to commit to the stack now, particularly with Rops with the M4 being over towards A. They want to stick around it. There's a chance there if they walk into Rops, suddenly there's a way back into this, but yeah, they completely avoided this on the Mouz side. Carrigan is here with the CZ.
Man, he's just hoping for one.
No.
Not even that. Not even allowed that.
I mean, listen, FaZe know they're eco next round, so that's part of the reason why they're happy taking this risk. They'd rather just try and save some guns to keep doing damage in the next.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, you'd have literally nothing, and your chance of competing in the next round is almost zero. But that is the 4th round for Mouz. And they did take that opportunity. Didn't fall foul to the investment.
Yeah, got to give Mouz credit for the way they have recovered here. Some teams might start to panic once you get off to such a slow start. But I think even the way those rounds went down, you could kind of see maybe some mistakes being made, maybe going for that force buy was a bit unnecessary. Now they've got the guns out, it's feeling much better.
Well, Ancient has shifted into more of a T-side favor with these spawns, so getting that good buffer right off the get-go on the CT side still can't be frowned upon, Lucy.
Yeah, I think the big part about that kind of T-side, CT side discussion is around mid, right, and taking the control of that early, because CTs can't get there as fast as Ts now with the right spawns. But you know, FaZe did show early on that they did want to fight that, but the contrast has been they're kind of conceding that ground now. Exertion's just been dominating it.
Yeah, I think Exertion's kind of forced them to, right? He's just been really good in mid, and Torchy feels confident to go into the mid fight right away here, knowing that they probably don't have utility. I can just get out elbow, there's going to be no resistance here. I'll move out with Exertion, cover off red, while he focuses on Donut in these close, pesky positions of the cutout. So Mouz have got mid control very quickly, and Exertion let off the leash, catches the one rifle that was in the hands of FaZe. Twist a couple of body shots. Now he'll pick up the rifle. This time falls to JDC.
That's the key frag there. If JDC goes down, this starts to unravel, and there's maybe a timing there, but no, frozen ready for it. But it had to be Rops and Twist. They were the ones with, well, the M4 and the Deagle. So now, Brokey, I mean, he can maybe find something if someone walks into him, but honestly, he's probably happy to hold on to armor into the next just to help with that further buy. He's going to come over to support Rain, but the chance of doing much here is very low.
Yeah, Mouz have got this round in the bag. Not the Tesco bag, though.
No, not
maybe
the
if they had the Tesco bag, they'd be through already.
Yeah, they would be
bag.
stage. Well, Brokey goes down through the smoke. And that strong start for FaZe is now starting to fizzle out. We did see that yesterday versus BNE, right? They had a really good start in Inferno. It all started to fizzle out, and they didn't get back into it. You can't afford to let that happen again here. So a timeout taken ahead of this round.
Yes, it's the right time to call this timeout. You've just lost a couple of rounds, but they were never really going to be true fights there. They were mostly going to be revolving around those stacks. This time around, everything comes back out again, and it's your chance to stem the flow.
We saw FaZe earlier with the release of energy with every round win. Obviously hasn't been able to do that in these recent rounds.
Well, their opponents yesterday, BNE, have qualified themselves as legends after their win today over GamerLegion. The best these two teams can hope for are a spot in the Challenger stage, which they will get if they win this best of 3. Currently, Mouz 1 map up. Map number 2 there, map pick. 6-5 currently. FaZe back to the buy. No AWP this time for Brokey. Torchy's going to use his AWP to try and get out mid quickly, but the utility's coming in. Oh, he stays aggressive. And, well, he's lucky to get away. He doesn't get a kill. So Carrigan now getting aggressive, taking that B lane control for FaZe. Oh! Frozen right through the smoke. Carrigan decapitated.
What? These bullets, I swear, it's just like that exertion kill before. Just feels like Mouz can just bend them.
That's so frustrating for Carrigan. You don't want to lose your life like that, but now you've got to focus on A, and Rops is so quick at just robbing 2 of the lives of Dexter and JDC. Mouz suddenly down to 3 players, but they're still going. Exertion still wants to make this space. Even though the rest of his teammates are so far away, he senses a gap. He senses an opportunity. And well, he has to trust his senses as he takes down Rops and opens up the site completely. His teammates can come back over here, but FaZe have started to rotate in.
Frozen's still on the lurk right now. Torji does have a smoke of his own, so maybe could use that to try and smoke CT, get that bomb down. How long do Mouz wait, though? Do they try and force the plant, or do they wait for Frozen?
Exertion gets into that CT smoke, and he goes right into Rain. He's being body blocked right now. He has to know. Look at his comms. Look at his comms right now. He has to know.
Surely. Yeah, he must know.
He has to know there's a player inside of the smoke. And Frozen, he's got broke. Exertion's just waiting to confirm when the smoke fades away. He knows he was behind Rain, and he just waited the entire time, and now it's just a 1v1 against Twist and Exertion. What a round again! This guy is the best on the server right now, and he is leading Mouz closer and closer to Paris.
An unbelievable recovery from Exertion there after Rops completely squashes that attack out A main. Exertion creeps on through, finds that refrag, and then the patience there. You could just see his brain ticking away, knowing he had that fight in the smoke. Doesn't matter that Torji goes down, because Frozen's won the other fight as well. Twist in a very difficult position, but Exertion, he is the star.
Man, that was such high risk because the bomb gets dropped on the site, but they just don't expect Exertion to be so far forwards. Carrigan even jumps, man. He jumps to try and avoid this.
What? Yeah, it's the second time watching it, it's even worse. And Carrigan's just like, come on, man, come on. We used to be teammates. Remember those times? Remember those days?
Yeah, man.
I taught you all you know, Frozen. Taught him too much, Carrigan. That's the problem. And I love that he goes for a jump shot as well in this 1v1. He's just so confident right now. Wins the aim duel against Twist.
Surprising he doesn't hit it, really. And Mouz are now poised to take the lead on the T side here and should be in a good position to do so. You expect that to connect there on the taps.
He is feeling it today, isn't he? Exertion, you can just see the confidence in every movement that he's thrown at us.
I mean, even the initial decision to move through that A main smoke, when he knew where Rops was playing, he said, you know what, I think I can hunt this down. That's what created the gap in the first place. And for FaZe, I mean, the way Carrigan turned to his teammates after that round. Oh, hang on, Frozen.
Speaking of jumping
kills. You ain't getting jumping shots.
I think Carrigan was actually, from the body language, it looked like he was explaining how he jumped and he got headshots.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
It looked like he was explaining something, yeah.
I think he was explaining his own death.
I hope so, I hope so.
Oh, Dexter. They get a chance towards the top of Ram. Mouz have to play this round in a pretty tough spot, Lucy. I mean, it's not as easy as you think right now. They're down a player and Torji's barely standing. And FaZe have a decent amount of utility. That smoke's gone out, so now they've got nothing left. That smoke will buy a few extra seconds.
I think the main thing here for Mouz is just to group up and to get their way into a site. They have all the advantages in these fights. I mean, Brokey doesn't even have armor.
They should isolate Carrigan on the site here, or are they going to smoke? Yes, they will. Ooh. Rain peeks ahead of it, though.
That's what you got. You got the Dig of Rain that can still come in. Carrigan, knows his player in Cave. Can't deal with Exertion. 27 seconds left. Mouz have got through the ramp. They've got through Cave now as well. The best chance here for FaZe is this boost over the top. They're trying to deny the bomb plant, but they're not seeing anything. They don't get a chance, and so Mouz do just plant the bomb. Exertion gets aggressive. He gets a chance for a double. Rops is fighting back. Swings with the MP9. Can he recover? Of course he can. Good recovery for Rops. FaZe needed that one.
Finally, clutch going their way.
Yeah, really big round for them. Exertion tries to get into that smoke. You see what Mouz are going for, but they lost players already, so the commitment means he gets traded. Don't see the release this time from FaZe, though. Seems like it's more business-like for them now.
It's been unfortunate for Frozen there going down. You can see he just panic hits the scroll wheel, no doubt, going up to the air. But yeah, Rops, I mean, what a recovery here. 1v3 to find all these. Last shot didn't even need to be a headshot, but of course he styles on them.
Yeah, great to see impact from Rops. I mean, we talked about how he's been quiet since the NAVI game. Hasn't really been involved to the same level we've come to know over the last few weeks for FaZe. Maybe that round is a big turnaround for him. Exertion quick out mid again, of course. Another opening is so hard to challenge mid right now as a CT. Twist has tried it a few times. Exertion is now just dominating that fight. And here he goes into Jaguar. Good position from Rain. Finally, the threat of Exertion neutralized, but the opening on B because Carrigan's gone down.
Yeah, they know where Rain is, exactly. They don't even need a hit on this, but I think with the space they've taken, they certainly feel comfortable doing so. Dex is going to be walking on up. The rest of the team coming through behind JDC, holding the mid flank as well. Dex is finding everything clear. Rain doesn't want to face. And oh, actually he's going to swing on out. Dexter finds the angle.
Dexter's still going. FaZe, they're not coming here though. They've had enough. Once they lose that mid fight, once they lose Carrigan right away, there's no shot at winning this back. And catch JDC in mid. But you just have to save the M4 and the AWP here. It's so unlikely to get anywhere near the site. So they're giving the 7th round on over. It's all tied up again. And Mouz are doing a great job at stifling any momentum now from FaZe. They got the opportunity there to maybe build back in the CT half. And a great answer again, just that mid-aggression. Exertion is just so good at getting those openings.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised from the FaZe perspective. I mean, credit to Mouz. The flash is well timed. The utility is all solid to set Exertion up for that fight. But you saw FaZe put 2 players towards mid early. And yet it's Twists who goes out into the open at mid, and Rops just kind of tucks back into Donut, which isn't really a position you need to be in. I mean, behind the smoke, you can't do anything to help your teammate. That means it's just an isolated fight against Twist towards mid. Exertion will take that all day long, and that puts you in the advantageous position. They get onto that opposite bomb site. As we were saying though, FaZe at least built up that buffer early. So whatever happens here, this is still a pretty good amount of rounds to get from your CT half.
Well, last round of the half, FaZe using their 2nd timeout to make sure they come in with all the right mindset. 8 feeling like a number they need to obtain here. Honestly, if Mouz go in with the advantage into the defense, they're going to be feeling very comfortable.
FaZe's T-sides and Ancient can be strong, but you want to try and get as many rounds out of this first half as you can, especially with the start that you had. The best case scenario for either side is 8-7. Double op CT side here. Brokey and Rops with the ops. Let's see what Mouz have called straight away. It's no one towards B. This is going to be a quick round. Exertion out mid again. This time they're challenging with 3. Still gets one. Still gets one from that spot, and Rain has to fall foul. And now they're quick, running in. Rops with a close AWP. Drops back into the donut for safety.
I like the idea of the pace back onto A immediately afterwards, but unfortunately falls short. Brokey finds Dexter as well. This one's starting to fall apart before it can really begin. Torshi's going to be trying to face out. Rops here. Oh, a missed shot, but it's just a leg. Rops gets another chance.
Brokey's pushing mid with the AWP. What the hell is this? What is that?
That's giving his life away. That's a sacrifice here in the temples of Ancient. And Frozen is the god to receive it. He'll play towards elbow, and now FaZe look to try and stop him. They will stop Torshi, but are they ready for Frozen? Of course they will be, but getting rid of him is easier said than done. He's lucky that nade hasn't landed on him, Rops. Flash goes now. This should be enough to stop him. And 8-7 half. FaZe will have the marginal advantage as they head into the second half of Ancient. Will they be able to pull it off and send us to map 3?
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Ryan Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
A competitive first half on Ancient. FaZe lead it to 7 as they now move over to the second half of play. We'll get to see their T side in action. Lucy, what'd you make of that start from FaZe?
I mean, the start was good, right? It was really towards the tail end that things got a little bit out of hand. Mouz finding their way back into that, getting into a very competitive half. Now, FaZe, they need to start strong here as well. They need this pistol. They need to get off to the good start they had on the CT side.
Well, the big point was exertion, the turning point in that first half for Mouz. Hawke, here we go. The pistol's underway. It's heavy outside A for FaZe. Rain on the other side of the map as 4 of them go through a main. It's a double donut setup here for Mouz.
JDC so often.
Look at Exertion. He might actually get behind Carrigan. It looked, Rain rather. He looked like he was about to move forward.
Does look like that A play eventually will come through for FaZe, and Frozen's going to arrive at the right time. Not able to do too much behind this smoke though. 2 smokes up, in fact. Very difficult for Mouz to do anything here.
Frozen, we've seen some ridiculous smoke shots from him in the first half, but none coming through this time in the pistol. FaZe will lock that bomb plant in.
Oh, Rain.
And Rain, oh, he's heard the steps.
Boy.
He's hidden away in the Jaguar. He knows where Exertion is. He's called it. Call it over to his teammates. They can just stay alive. Rain could be really potent on this flank, but it's coming in quick for Mouz to call to go. Exertion runs in. The first kill for him in a second. The Drill Berettas are just absolutely tearing through them. Finally, Exertion and Torsi dealt with by Brokey and Rain as that flank activates. Frozen has to go back and deal with it, he shall. But Brokey's in the temple, and he knows that's his domain. That's his home. The temple is Brokey's, and Frozen will go down. It is FaZe with another chance at a good start. Both pistols now going their way on Ancient.
Yeah, High Priest continues to reign. That crossfire was absolutely delightful. No way back into that. They could not break Brokey's position. Rain's flank comes through at the end, but really that wasn't even the extra part needed. Managed to win out all the fights on side. And what I actually liked about that as well is just out the get-go, just going for the full execute with the smokes. You guarantee that bomb plant at the minimum. So even if things fall apart, you've still got the full investment into the next, but they win it out anyway.
I think until Rain arrives in the back lines, that was pretty 50-50 with all the fights on the site. But Rain makes sure to get them into the advantageous position and buys time because they have to go back to the position they just cleared. Here's the force, though, and Brokey instantly ready to deal with it. Nice boost to kick things off.
JDC getting in the elbow smoke. In fact, he's walked right through it. And here's Twitch setting up utility. Twitch gets caught by aggression. And now the call for FaZe to go in towards A is met with mollies and smokes and flashes as they send it in. Mouz trying to get close towards CT, setting up Dexter for a swing into the open. The flashes have connected, so will his shots with a 5-7. A short-lived success for Dexter. Now Exertion and Torsi begin their play. Oh, nice shot from Torsi. That could have made a big difference because that's the bomb. Exertion's still a long way away. And Rain should find Torsi here if he continued to fight, but he took too much damage, so he can't really get involved in that battle anymore. And the time has been delayed so long that Exertion's actually in a decent position here. He's coming around the backside.
Found himself a Mac 10 as well. Coming on through, Carrigan slips away, and they're not accounted for at the moment. He could just walk on through.
One of them's low too.
Brokey, he's out in the open, but the Mac 10 to that range, it's difficult, but both of them are low. Torchi's found Carrigan. It's all now falling apart for FaZe. Exertion coming on through. Rain, a huge headshot, looking for the other. 1 versus 1 above the side box. Time, an issue for Torchi, but he hits the shot anyway and comes through.
Wow, that's incredible from the Mouz side as a whole. Torchi's staying alive at the temple with the Scout Hawk. I just can't believe they pulled that off.
See Torsi talking to his teammates with a smile on his face, and that is an incredible round win and so important for Mouz. I mean, at least FaZe get the bomb plant. They can probably get something back, but Mouz could well just come into control here. And yeah, the fact that they delay for so long, FaZe are uncomfortable getting this bomb down because of all this initial chaos. Enough kills came in, the smokes faded, Mouz did enough to buy time. That shot from Torsi was crazy. And look at what it means to Mouz. They know what that could do for them here.
And for FaZe, that cancels out that significant start they could have built up.
They've got the force at least.
Yeah, but this could completely reset them right here. They have to find success on this A hit. Tech9's at the front. Brokey and Rain with Galil's the best weapons they've got. The X2 coming on over. JDC is here. He's the only defender on the site. He's standing strong at the moment. The M4A4 in his hand. Spots out the first. Sprays on down. Carrigan falls. JDC just trying to stay alive. Swings on out. Gets another.
Yeah, 2 for JDC in defense. This time, Dexter unable to get involved. So FaZe have actually traded out evenly to get this bomb down.
No spam onto the bomb planter. Frozen Looks ready to move in. Twist has got to be aware of this, but he's turning between two angles. Gets the timing right.
Yeah, well done from Twist to turn back in time onto Frozen. This time the flying speed watch. Rain will not fall to this again. Oh, he will. Exertion forces him. Okay, I was reading from a different book, but here we go. It's Rob's fighting back. The Tech9 should have confirmed it, and Torju will take that up away. Exertion, never doubt him in any situation. I think we've learned that today. Checks Rain. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? But it's going to be the round for FaZe. The force buy works out. No celebrations this time, though. They know they're getting into the nitty-gritty of this game.
Yeah, Torju saved an AWP as well, so he's still got something to go up against. How back and forth do we go here, though? I mean, JDC, I thought did enough, but Dexter committing to the site, he just can't get the one kill he probably needed in this scenario. You see a nice little double angle there. And yeah, that feels more like relief this time than celebrations for FaZe.
Yeah, it's kind of two failing points there for Mouz. It was Dexter not finding the kill, and the donut player also not able to win out on Twist. Kind of went a little bit ahead because Exertion hadn't come through on that flank. You think Exertion actually finds that kill first. Suddenly, they got a lot more space, but not going to work that way. And now the force coming through for Mouz around this AWP. Torju wants to get involved early, but forced on back.
It's a nice way to try and get the AWP activated, right? You peek into the molly and then extinguish it. If there was a player around the corner, there's no way they expect that peek into the flames. Fortunately, Torju not able to get activated just yet. Surely someone watches the back here.
This is so quick right through donut. FaZe just put their foot down, the accelerator to the floor. They'll just make their way into the site with ease. Holding it is the usual difficult task. 2 for 2, falls down. Oh, chaos inside of the smoke as they run out of the CT area. Brokey does handle Exertion, who has just been their absolute nemesis. And Torju, once again, saves the AWP. So that's going to be 11 rounds for FaZe, starting to push forward to potentially winning this second map and bring it all down to Inferno.
Now, you can't blame Mouz for forcing around the AWP just because the loss bonus isn't quite there yet, but it's still a little bit of a risky decision because now they're not really going to have anything, which means that FaZe will be in a position to continue to extend that lead unless Torju can get activated. We saw him try and do it that round by going in towards Cave, couldn't find the fight, and then didn't really rotate to the right position in time. FaZe were quick to hit on through Donut and go into the fights against the Pistols and I think the sole MP9 of JDC.
Hasn't been the prettiest game of CS in this second half, but I think that's what you have to expect when you come into these 2-2 matchups. It's teams that maybe haven't been playing at their best, and with the added pressure, can make the games very scrappy. Mouz shouldn't have much of a chance in this one, as we were saying. It should be a cleaner one for FaZe. Has been a lot of A-site success from FaZe. So that's something we have to keep in mind. As this half goes on, are they going to continue to constantly hit that A site? Do Mouz adjust their setup? There'll be a lot of questions as this half goes on. For now, though, FaZe happy to spread across the map and see if there's any information they can gather.
Well, the key bit of information they're looking for is where's Torju? They know the AWP was saved. And they should have a good read of the economy of the rest of the players. So the main thing is avoiding this AWP, who's now come back to B for this stack.
Oh, they're coming right back as well with the bomb here, FaZe. This is the best chance for Mouz to win this round.
The aggression is just not that likely
It's
to
going to
work,
break them apart, isn't it? He's going to break away the stack, but there we go. They peek into it. Exertion does remove Rain from the equation. There's a lot more to come as FaZe stay committed towards this B side of the map. 35 seconds. They might change that now as they go back over towards A, but Mouz have read that. They're sending 2 players back and trying to cut off this mid play. Torju has the AWP. Oh, nice shot on Brokey. They have to pick up the bomb. They have to get the bomb back. And there is still enough time to get to the site, but it's about to be chaotic here. Rops, he's already ahead of the curve, and he's come around the corner and caught Frozen tucked away. So Exertion, once again, tasked with saving that AWP that Torju's held for so many rounds. But FaZe, they survived the scare of that B stack and the rotation back. And yeah, this AWP should be removed from the hands of Exertion. He's gone for the jump shots. He's keep trying those, but it's 12 rounds for FaZe. Nothing saved over for Mouz.
At least a smile on Exertion's face there, knowing that was a little bit cheeky going for those.
Listen, there's a smile on the face, but I don't think Mouz can afford an AWP now, unless they go glass cannon. Maybe would have preferred the standard fight to be taken instead, or at least not to run out of ammo on that AWP. But that's the position Mouz find themselves in. Just the rifles into this round, and not a kit in sight as far as I can see.
Scoreboard tells a tale for Mouz, doesn't it? Exertion head and shoulders above everyone else on his team. That's a situation FaZe were in on a lot of those maps where they were losing, but this time around, Mouz, that team sort of synergy not performing in terms of the scoreboard.
Yeah, over on Nuke, everybody was doing their job really efficiently, right? JDC was winning the 1v1 clutches, Dexter was overperforming, and Torji had a great game. That's the biggest drop-off here. Rain cracks open the opening kill. Mouz lose Dexter.
Not contesting mid either, so FaZe have options open in a 5v4. Frozen's not even playing for frags here, he's just trying to delay with the smoke.
It's smart to jump across that from Twists.
Yeah, you take the gamble here when you're Mouz 4v5, stack completely onto the A site.
Look at B though, they're getting all the information. Range just walked on through. Exertion might get an opportunity here. Carrigan gives up his life and Brokey misses the shot. Exertion can now reposition, but that bomb is making its way to B. Rain has walked all the way through into the back lines. He's confirming it's completely empty, but they have hemorrhaging players.
The bomb plant's taking so long as well. Maybe that gives them a chance into this one.
Robs is playing it very safe to get out. He didn't. There must have been a couple of positions that Rain didn't clear properly, or had the call he didn't clear, so Robs had to be somewhat tentative approaching that B side. But he's in there now. That ball should go down soon. And Twist is still in donut. The ball going down as we speak. Ooh, Twist misfires in that nade. That's going to end him. That's going to end Twist, no problem. And now the players are brought down to 2. But they're just so far away from this. And Torji's so damaged up that you really can't consider going for this one. So Mouz have to concede, save their weapons for the next round. And Rain, just based on his information play, gets FaZe this round win.
It's a beautiful T-side from FaZe. Feels like they can do no wrong. Mouz finding those sorts of moments of chaos that they were capitalizing on in Nuke and trying to sow some discord, but doesn't seem to be an issue. FaZe are doing well in finding the other gaps there over towards B, and it gets a little scary in the mid, but cover it nicely.
This is a much more standard FaZe performance on this map. I mean, you're looking at Robs at the top of the scoreboard, Brokey finding the impact, Twist having some great rounds, and Rain winning FaZe 1 here and there. So this is exactly the kind of FaZe you want to see in terms of how it's playing out. And this would be a great statement that they can win this map and close it out 16-8.
Yeah, it was just that opening move from Mouz that did not work for them. Dexter going down so early in the round, it forces you to make decisions on the back foot, take some risks with the rotation. B-site was simply too vulnerable. And Mouz decide they do need a timeout ahead of this round. It has got a little out of hand for them here. But you've got to look over at the amount of kills Exertion has and say, well, you've still got a chance. He can definitely just crack you open some round wins and keep this one close, even if they are fairly far behind right now.
This one will be a difficult one to do it in. Just that M4 and AK saved on over.
Boost for Brokey. This could be the move. He's seen the head. Oh, he knows there's a boost going on right now. He's so ready for it. Hit the shot, in fact, on Torji. Just protected by the layers of concrete. And here they come. Rain and Twist right through. 2 good openers for FaZe.
Carrigan trying to fight his way back into this. Torji is still here, but that flash is great. As Rain swings, sets him up. That's the pathway through. One of the rifles removed. JDC still has his AK, but he's over in mid. No sense giving that one up. FaZe able to find the space in towards B. Get rid of the threat. Get ourselves an easy 14th.
Well, JDC making it a little bit more bloody in mid. One looks to bludgeon Brokey as well. He doesn't want anything to do with that fight, so that's another weapon recovered. Spoil of war as they slither away. A 14th round, though, for FaZe added to the scoreboard. 2 rounds away from confirming Inferno.
Inferno?
Yeah, confirming Inferno if they win this map.
Oh, gotcha. So I thought you meant that we were playing Inferno. I was lost for a second.
I would have been lost if I thought we were playing Inferno. That's
yeah.
For sure.
Post-apocalyptic Inferno, it's overgrown event.
Inferno.
Yeah,
in the jungle.
Absolutely. This is looking like the FaZe we want to see. Definitely just tactically looking much better. And even just in terms of, I would say cohesion is the main thing, more than anything. It's not like that they've had to do anything crazy in terms of outplaying Mouz. Just the team play and timings look much better for them. This is what we were saying. It's good for FaZe that they have a bunch of maps they can play. Karrigan taking the risk, and it might pay off for him.
Torsi, he's lucky to get out of that. But the rest of the push is coming through a man. JDC gets his gun out in time. Looked like he was about to get absolutely destroyed. It's a little bit awkward in the smoke. Robs is always the patient player. He is waiting for that perfect moment to strike. And JDC drops back, uses the cover, and is allowed that mercy. And now Rob starts to make play forward. He did have an opportunity, but him taking so long to make a play out of that smoke has cost him, actually. 2 kills from Mouz come through, and now Twist and Brokey have to make this one work. Oh, Twist just got perfect timing, didn't he?
He spotted it. 1 in CT, though, and Frozen's ready for him. Brokey now alone, 1 versus 3. Now, the site is open on A at the moment. They've given him this pathway. JDC has pushed all the way through. So Brokey will be in a position, if he can clear through here, to get the bomb down, which suddenly becomes a lot more powerful on a site like A. A lot of positions he can get away to. Frozen pushing through the temple. Brokey, he wants to start to get a bit of safety, clearing out some angles.
Yeah, this is it.
This is the play.
I think he realizes there's no way A's clear. So instead, maybe I can sneak in behind temple.
I like it. Brokey goes back into his old stomping ground.
Frozen's maybe looking for this.
Yeah, he is. He's reading it. Oh, you can read it, but Brokey shuts that book closed. The chapter of Frozen's round is over. And Brokey now switches to the AK-47 for this clutch. 15 seconds, crosses into the open with an nade in hand. And although that first kill maybe opened up an opportunity, it was still very slim chances of pulling it off. So we just have to concede that one. Mouz have another.
I have no idea why he's pulling a nade out there. I don't know what he's doing with it.
Yeah. And I think this is something that Yanko was frustrated about, I think, back at Pro League in the playoffs. But, you know, there was a couple of clutches. I think it was Dexter, actually, who was in a lot of 1v1s where we would pull nades. Just why are you pulling the nades in the clutches, really, in that situation, especially when you're exposing yourself towards CT? So just a little detail there that could have worked out better for Brokey.
I think it was a flash right as well.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
what are you going to do with that? If it's
Just
a smoke,
throw it
I
off
can
the ground.
understand, but like, yeah, flash.
Sometimes in the clutch, there's so much going through your head, you just kind of fumble a little bit.
I mean, listen, it is really uncomfortable planting on that A side, right? When you don't know where people are. But that's why I thought he was going to swing with a rifle and try and clear out that position.
Yeah, there we go. That's it right there.
I mean, that was a good recovery from Mouz. It got very scary when we saw Rob sitting in that smoke. JDC, I mean, he was going through about 3 different grenades over the course of 5 seconds, but Robs doesn't activate, waits, and Frozen catches him.
Mouz win this. They put the pressure on FaZe's economy. That is the best route back for them. Mid control taken. Karrigan moves in. Exertion moves back.
Karrigan really forcing that fight, but this time has to respect the molly. Everyone grouped up outside of B here for FaZe. So there is a timer on this play. When you commit all your forces to one part of the map, you lose so much map control elsewhere, you lose so much information. So this could be a bit of a aggression from Mouz that could cost FaZe.
They hear the nades. They know it's coming here.
Flash is good. Sets up Dexter. Smoke comes through. Robs can't get involved. Karrigan has taken space, though. Torchy goes down. They're coming out through the cave. Dexter's found one, but the cave hit comes on through, and suddenly the entire B site crumbles. JDC and Frozen both coming together from mid.
It's crazy that FaZe make that happen in that position. It looked good for Mouz, but Twist is going to hold in from Jaguar. JDC starts around the corner. Twist immediately splits his skull open. Frozen decides he does not want that same fate, so he's going to drop down off those boxes in mid, retreat to save the weapon. Some players in this team really lacking cash. And that's 15 rounds for FaZe, 1 round away from locking in map number 3 of Inferno.
Oh, Inferno would be such a good map to get to. It's been the map that has been so good for FaZe up until this tournament, where they've lost it twice. And that's a round where, honestly, it felt like FaZe had some pretty low percentage fights there as Frozen nearly dies to the bomb, but he knows his numbers. He survives on 15 health. But yeah, it looked like they were just having to jump through the smoke. I think they were able to push it on both sides at the same time, which is what allowed those trades to come in. But it really looked like a pretty good idea from Mouz. And somehow FaZe able to come away with some fights that they maybe shouldn't have.
I think the key thing was the cave control there. As soon as that fell, it didn't matter that Ramp had found success because then the flank could come on through and Torji goes down, unable to fight. Last timeout now for Mouz. Last stand. Map point secured, and well, we've got a very close game as well over on the A stream between Apeks and Bait.
That's still on map number 1 as well. Look how close it's been. It was an 8-7 half, now 13-13. Too close to call, and that one looks good for Bait to extend into the lead here. Looking to grab their 14th. Doesn't look like the most inspiring situation there for Apeks when it comes to the weapons and health. But good to see Bait being so strong in this competition. That's definitely a team to follow.
Competition has been heating up, and this series might be heating up as FaZe look likely to take us to that 3rd map. Still options for Mouz in this round. T-side smoke up to get up into position, but it might just be a pressure lurk here. Trying to create some chaos.
Oh, Rain can often be so successful doing that. Luckily for Mouz, it is the player with the biggest brain on this side of the map, so he's reading that. Sends some damage through some warning shots, and Twist still takes him out of the round. Torji and Frozen starting to do some God's work for Mouz. And once again, numbers cut even. An equilibrium once again established in round 25.
Yeah, Rob's finding the space in mid. JDC, he's the only one over here, and they are coming towards him in the donut. Gets off the slither angle, allows him to cross, and now he peeks on back through. Gets the information, good damage onto Rain. Swinging back, fighting, but Rain, how does he hit that? Ready for the fight. Doesn't matter that he's only got 9 HP, takes JDC down.
That's the A side completely open. Torchi's going to try and get back, but what a play from Exertion. That's really the only position you can find a kill from. And now Torchi, oh, he's trying his best to take Rain out of the round, but he's not hit the shot enough to bring him down. And Rops is going to lock that bomb plant in. 2 versus 2 to try and close this map. Missed shot from Torchi, so it is all on Exertion. And what a beast he has been. It would only be fitting if he would win a 1 versus 2 to keep Mouz going here on Ancient. Although FaZe realize this is their best chance to close. They drop back into a solid post-plant setup. Rops inside of the temple. Rain in main. Exertion goes to the site. He's desperately trying to pull them in. He covers himself off from that main push, hoping that Rops overextends, but they're not going to do it. They're going to run that time down. Exertion confirms he's not on the defuse. Rops will have a little look out, confirms the kill, and the map. FaZe bite back. The Major still qualified in the option here as we move forward. Rain can still push his team forward. Everyone from FaZe looking to bounce back as we head out to Inferno to decide this one.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
FaZe forced a third coming into Ancient. They needed a strong start, and they came out with a different attitude, it felt like, Lucy.
Yeah, their first map win since their win over Apeks out there on day one. So good recovery from FaZe, looking much more like their former selves as well. All the stars were shining and aligning for them here.
Yeah, I think you could see them almost having to sort of force the hype to begin with. It felt like force that intensity. It seems like they came in and said that's what they want for this map. And then as the map went on, you started to see them get more comfortable. I don't think we saw as many of the rounds where they were constantly screaming. They were still getting hyped, but it felt like they were more into the flow of the game. Has been a somewhat strange series in that for Mouz, it did feel a little off for them on this map. I've got to be honest with you, it's their pick. Exertion was still playing incredibly well, but just overall, they were not as comfortable, I don't think, on this map, which was a bit strange to see, honestly. I felt like the team play was a little off at times.
Yeah, you know, I think their T side actually looked quite good, right? We think back to Exertion, finding all those openers in terms of the spacing they were taking, but the issue to me was that defense. They looked very uncomfortable on it. It felt like they could not find anything to get started.
Yeah, and I'm looking at more of a team effort, more of the standard FaZe you see usually. You know, Rob's went in, getting his numbers. Twist, he had a lot of great rounds. Brokey on the AWP, winning some clutches, looking really solid. And then Ren, even that second half on the T side, he's finding the gaps and looking strong. So this is the usual FaZe. This is the FaZe we're used to seeing of the last few weeks, and we haven't seen the last 3 days.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they were in good control in that second half especially. I think they were playing across the map very well, and you saw a lot of rounds where Mouz just got into positions where they couldn't really work together in the way they wanted to. So I do think FaZe deserve good credit for that T side. I think the calling was much, much better there. And I would say that has probably been one of the bigger issues for them throughout this RMR. So seeing that definitely gives me confidence, and I hope they can take that into the final map, because this third map should be a really good one if both teams play to their best.
Yeah, I think that's the best T-side we've seen from FaZe probably at this event so far, so really good signs for them, and that's really important going into Inferno, where they've just worn losses to both NAVI and Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Inferno feels like a comfort ground for them, but yet in this tournament has cost them a few times.
Yeah, they hadn't lost it this year up until this event. Now they've lost it twice at this tournament. It's also a really solid map for Mouz, right? I think they have wins against Cloud9 on this map. I think both teams do, actually. So it's definitely a strong map for both teams. The question on my mind is, do Mouz want to try and take any of that Bad News Eagles approach? Can they go for any of that crazy aggression? Because FaZe did fall into that. But I don't think of Mouz as this team that are always going for crazy aggression. I think occasionally they'll pick their spots. I don't see them as wanting to switch up their gameplay that much, though, and try and make FaZe that uncomfortable, because that would be a huge risk.
Yes, we're going to see more of a standard Inferno than what we've seen with the Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, possibly. Although, you know, in these sort of situations, sometimes it is worth taking the risk, right? Especially when you are the underdog coming into this. I know we started to put up the narrative of Mouz becoming the favorite after that first map, but I think now that with what FaZe has shown us here, it definitely feels a lot more likely for them to come through. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure Mouz would have seen that Bad News Eagles game, and they're going to have a few ideas of where they can find holes in the defense.
And looking at Inferno, obviously, we've seen Twist in particular have a really good start yesterday versus Bad News Eagles. If anybody else is with him, this could be a different story than what we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, always looking at Twist to see if he can get involved on Banana, get some of those key entries, because if he can, it just makes the round so much easier to call. You know, that can be the case sometimes for your in-game leader. It's like, it's just so much easier to call if your players are getting good map control, are getting good reads on their positions, right? So that's something they've got to hope can come through again. But you're right, you want to see the whole team showing up. And it really does feel like, I mean, Rops on this map, he delivered much more. He's top fragging, and it has to be in tandem with him and Carrigan. I think it comes back to when Carrigan's feeling the game and able to put Rops in those sorts of positions, he's able to have much more impact.
And when we're looking at Carrigan coming through here, obviously he's going to be able to call around his side with Dexter. He's been fragging, actually. He's been a fragging in-game leader, especially on that first map. Second map, much more quiet. Coming into this, he needs to step up alongside the likes of Torji a little bit more to get back to those numbers, because we've seen Exertion out there on his own. Would love to have Frozen, would love to have Dexter back from map 1. That would be massive for Mouz if they could find a little bit more firepower than they did on Ancient.
Yeah, I think Frozen's a big piece I'm looking to. He was the big part of their success against Cloud9 on this map, which is a huge win for Mouz, and I think gives them a lot of confidence on Inferno specifically. And yeah, Dexter as well. I think very well known for his prowess on Inferno as a fragging IGL. So I'm looking at those two. I'm obviously looking at Exertion to continue the form he's carried over.
Yeah, Frozen especially is an interesting one for me on this, because I expect to see him playing similar positions to Twist, over towards Banana, looking to get a lot of those early fights. So if that 1v1 fight comes down, or if they have a clash in that position, that could be really intriguing. That could be a very important matchup, because Frozen's been putting up okay numbers in this series, but with the positions he has, he can't really put up okay numbers. He has to be towards the top, if not at the top of this team. Maybe not at the top right now, because Exertion's playing so well, but you want him in like second at least.
Yeah, well, after the two first maps of play, where are we going with this one, Lucy?
I think it's really hard to call, right? Just given how both of these maps look complete opposites to each other. I do think that FaZe, what we saw from Ancient was very refreshing. It really felt like they found the fire, and for that, I feel like with everything on the line as it is, the pressure where it is, they should be the ones coming in and taking this map.
Well, when your backs are against the wall, that's where the true championship mentality is found. That's where you have to dig deep. They come out with more fire, with more celebrations. Mouz definitely up against it as we head into this one. It's hard to call between FaZe and Mouz. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, the final map, the major qualification for one of these teams is on the line. It's time for Inferno between FaZe and Mouz. Here's the unicorn odds at the bottom of your screen, favoring FaZe Clan once again coming into this final map of play. Hawk, when we're looking at Inferno, we've set it up. We've kind of seen FaZe have a resurgence on map number 2. Just to put it back on the line, you know, the major qualification for the challenger stage is here. If you lose this, you go down into that last chance qualifier where you only have one spot, and there's going to be teams from all over in Group B, in this group, that you're going to have to face to get there. So it's very unlikely if you drop down after losing this game that you make it to the major. This is your best chance now on Inferno.
Absolutely. The fact that it's 6 teams in that last chance qualifier means that realistically, even if you are favorites in a lot of those matchups, you're probably not in with a great percentage chance of making it through. So for FaZe, we've seen them bounce back. We've seen them recover. We need to see if they can keep it up because Inferno is meant to be one of their home maps. If they're in form to win the major, they have to beat Mouz on this sort of map.
Yeah, and I think this is where we will see FaZe in their strengths. We just saw it on Ancient, exactly what they can show. All the stars popping off, smiles on their faces, Carrigan looking confident as we jump into the final match between FaZe and Mouz. The major looming for one of these teams right here, right now.
They're kicking things off on the pistol phase, starting on the T side. We've seen yesterday a very good start versus the Bad News Eagles on this half. But it all fell away from them. JDC will start things off. He takes 98 damage. In fact, he won't be allowed to run away. Robs chases him down in the apartments. Torshi doesn't want to meet that same fight, and so he decides to run away, but Exertion gets aggressive down Banana.
Bomb's coming back towards B, and Frozen alone here. He does decide to back on up. This gives him a better chance if he is going to be pressured on the hold, but honestly, FaZe remain undecided. Brokey's in T ramp with the bomb. His teammates are in top mid. So I think FaZe are just going to take a bit of time here. They realize they've got a massive advantage, and there's no need to throw it away.
Yeah, Mouz made the right call here, bringing Frozen on back. He can hold if the flank does come through, and if they do hit onto A, they'll have 3 players here to deal with it. Rops is going to be peeking out through the apartments. Torshi tucked into Graveyard, not going to be spotted. And Frozen's found a kill on Twist out long. The hit comes on through. Torshi spots out Rops, and he can swing out from the Graveyard, but not good for any. Brokey finds 2, and Raying with the final frag.
Nice utility coming in from Carrigan as well. Had the smoke, had the flash. Seemed like the flash helped pretty significantly on the approach to the bomb site. A nice round from FaZe once they get the initial advantage. See, they are ready for the banana aggression. They were ready for that Apeks aggression. These are those dualies. I mean, the fact that Brokey's able to quickly turn is so important there because Torshi's position could have been strong. I don't know what Carrigan was saying, but he sounded excited. That's the main
that's
thing.
guttural. That is real guttural from Carrigan. They've come out with that same mentality they had on Ancient. Get excited after every round. Pump each other up. Keep the energy high in the camp for a FaZe Clan. And Mouz, they could silence it with a force buy win here as they run straight down Banana's Exertion. He's not going to get past Twist. The Mac-10 makes some money and gets that opening.
More great flashes. I'm not sure if that was a team flash or if that was a FaZe counter flash, but it does completely blind Exertion. Now, going to be crawling their way back up towards A. Just straight out execute, all the smokes coming on out. The Mac-10 leading the charge. They're going to wrap around. Nexter has rotated on over, but he's smoked off at the moment, looking to maybe flash himself in here. Definitely setting something up. You can hear the sound here, and he's just going to walk on through. Torshi up on high, and they've got a good setup here, finding frags, but the kills coming through for the T side.
That's clean from FaZe. I think Dexter there is really waiting for fights to go down and shots to be fired, and that's when you can drop a flash and it's less likely to be heard. But FaZe are really composed in the way they wrap that site. They take a little longer. They wait to see if Dexter makes that play. He does go through the smoke. He does go down. And so it's another strong start for FaZe. And remember, this helped them a lot on Ancient. They got off to that good start. Seemed like it really helped them build their confidence. Looks like another good start for them here on Inferno.
Over on the other stream, they're still on map 1.
That's crazy, double OT.
Apeks versus Bait, currently ongoing on the A stream. That's over in Blast Premier, but right now, it's hard to call that one over that. Similar story here, but FaZe will be pretty happy with the start they've got. Really too many issues when dealing with this force buy.
Make sure you save all the AKs. Don't want to throw any money away. Mouz shouldn't have too many chances at doing damage in this one. FaZe will be looking to build up that cash, although Frozen just gets one on Banana, but not really enough for Mouz here.
He was the only one that could really do anything in that round with that 5-7. And okay, maybe JDC can do something with the P250, but he is very low off the back of it. Gets himself the AK. Now going to have a couple of players here, so they can still do a lot more damage. At least keep them honest here. The flash through, going to run on over. Twist, oh, okay. Torchy does take him down as he gets up close. 1v2 now, and you're looking at JDC in this position, and even though he's low, even though he just has that AK, no armor or kit, you don't ever count him out.
I can't win this though, can he?
No, surely not. The hell. He's just going to peek immediately. Rain had him covered off. No utility to get back in. Good amount of damage, though, for Mouz, considering.
Yeah, that's crazy good damage. I was just saying that should be FaZe building up money. And when you get that early buffer, it can help you feel much more comfortable. You know, you can lose a round and still buy back. That might not be the case anymore for FaZe. All these reinvestments required.
At least 2 of those were Mac 10s that got lost, so, you know, you keep 2 AKs over. It's not the worst case scenario, but certainly it doesn't help things with all the armor and util that needs to be bought up.
Yeah, money's not too bad for FaZe. I'll have a bit in the bank. Twist was lethal on Banana at the start of that game against B&E. Not going there this time, though. In fact, it's top mid.
Oh, good kill for Dexter. Mouz will not complain about being first to draw blood in round 4. And Rops is going to go up in towards the apartments. The rest of his teammates are joining him as well. FaZe setting up outside of A with everyone, and Torchy has just left. He's rotated over to B.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this read is, but it's a little bit concerning. You've just got Dexter and JDC on the site, and they're about to get popped on from Apeks. JDC in a good position. This is actually quite a good setup for this sort of play. They have to come through good. The kills. Oh my God, Twist takes down his teammate. Dexter still unaccounted for. Tucked on into mini pit. Twist above him, spamming through the floor. And it's Carrigan that capitalizes on the chaos.
Well, that's one way to clear out that setup.
That's so sick. I mean, you see the player in mini pit is just sitting, waiting desperately for the drop, and you almost always get that drop. But Twist is so patient, and he did so much damage through the floor. I didn't know you could do that much damage like that.
You know, you have to just connect 1 bullet, right, and it gives you confirmation of players there. You get the sound cue, and that allows Carrigan to swing. And Mouz, after save, 3-on-3, just got these weapons, don't want to let him go.
It's that first kill.
Fuck, sorry.
Sorry.
Whoops.
It happens. You got to take the kill. I think for Mouz, that's a scenario where if FaZe were 5-10 seconds slower, Mouz had actually cleared out Banana and they had players rotating back. So they had the right sort of idea in trying to clear out Banana, trying to rotate back and stack A while leaving the AWP alone on B. But FaZe were just cutthroat in the way they were so quick at taking the bomb site. If the side players could have delayed a little longer, it could have got interesting. But it's a pretty clinical start here for FaZe. And honestly, I think this is what we want to see from FaZe. Pretty much any Counter-Strike fan wants to see FaZe at the major in good form. This is looking much more like it for them as they try and take Banana control early in this one. That's good damage onto Frozen as well.
Forced up even further as well. Carrigan's established control through Force. And it's already caused that rotation from Torchy. We saw how quick he was to come over to B last round and ended up backfiring on them. This time, the rotation comes and they fall off. FaZe happy to just establish that control. Keep Mouz occupied while they come back to A.
Dexter alone on short committed. That's so scary.
Guilty and Diggity. Classic. Now he's about to be under pressure. Coming on through, but he's found 1 kill for free, but Brokey immediately trades. JDC now under a huge amount of pressure.
Yeah, he's in the site. Smokes are up for the time being. He knows he's going to be pushed from multiple different sides. His rotation's coming in. JDC waiting for Carrigan. And Carrigan does reveal himself on the other side of the smoke. JDC only good for that kill. He eventually is overrun, but look how fast this rotation's in. Frozen comes up short, denies that bomb plant from coming in, and Twist is having to fight out of the graveyard. But Mouz are so quick to get back to the site, and FaZe can't handle it.
That's crazy impressive. I mean, firstly, I thought JDC was completely screwed on the site. I thought he was going to get wrapped and dealt with too quickly, but the fact that FaZe aren't ready for the push through the smoke, it just seemed like the timing was just right for Mouz to catch them out.
I love the way JDC plays this as well. He drops a defensive smoke, so he has one of those angles isolated, and then just focuses on the one position. He knows if he holds that smoke, he's got the rotation coming, so Carrigan has nowhere to go. He has to come through, and it's straight into JDC's crosshairs. The flank then is well regarded. They're able to come on through, find those kills.
Ooh, Torchy wanted that pick down mid. Really fast boost up, not meant to be. Meanwhile on Banana, Twists is always that man leading the charge. He's had a pretty strong start here. Might get action soon. Oh, Twist had to fall back through the smoke, so no fight for him.
Check out the setup from Mouz. They've got the AWP in towards Apeks. Ooh. Very heavy on that side, but Torji, oh, he finds Rain. Big kill.
That setup's going to work. Just going to grab that opening pick on Rain. And they've got banana control too here, Mouz. This could get really rough for FaZe. They just go charging right through it. Right into Frozen. Twist, important trade kills coming in. He leaves the bomb down the ground because he wants to sprint across and get this control as fast as possible. Rops can pick up the bomb on the way. Dexter's rotated back here, and he's got there in time. Waiting for that smoke to cross, but he's already repositioned out to Coffins, making no secret of his position. Now Black goes up. Dexter nearly lines up too, but it is just the kill on Twist. Rops now in the clutch.
We said that we want to see Rops in these positions in the late round where he has a chance to make a play. This is normally Rops' bread and butter, but he's so low on health.
Good position though. He's going to get up all the way through to Ruins. Here's him coming, ready for the fight. Headshot angle. Oh, okay, they slip on by.
Wow. How many times have we seen Rops clutch in this position? Comes around the back, offers up one, sees the second player as well as he gets out of dodge. JDC knows where Rops is, but he's just going to stick it. He's just going to hold it, and that's a cool decision. I like that from JDC. You got to respect just sticking the defuse when Rops is around the corner, and he still stays alive as well.
Yeah, call the bluff. You know he's low as well because the damage Dexter did. He knows he got those tags onto Rops. It almost looked a little bit risky for the IGL to go for that play, right? It's a 3-on-2. He flashes himself in to get that first. Did enough damage.
That's some shot, isn't it?
That's wild from Torji. And he was a little missing on Ancient, I will say. So good to see him getting off early with the AWP on Inferno.
Even in slow-mo, that looked stunning from Torji. Meanwhile, that game's still going on the B stream. The A stream. Crazy.
Yeah, it's wild, Apeks. Well, it's on Sticker to try and close it now. It's going to be a difficult clutch for him to pull off here for Apeks, but if he does, it's going to be magical.
I do want to see how this ends now.
I'm suddenly so invested.
A 1v3. Oh!
No way. There we go. They get back on it. Bait stay up. Not done yet. Could be another overtime there on that stream. If you're interested in following that action, that's over on the A stream. We continue with FaZe versus Mouz here on Inferno. One of these teams is heading to the major after this map. And they should get on their flight to Paris right away, and they just wait there for that whole time.
Yeah, 2-month holiday in Paris. Sounds all right.
They might have some other tournaments to play, but you know, why not just spend your time in Paris? All right, Torji, what are you trying to do here with this jump info? Oh, God.
Mouse players do love a good jump shot, don't they?
Oh, boy.
Oh, Carrigan. He's been caught by some BS shots today, hasn't he? Frozen on the bottom of the B ramp on Incha with that headshot in the smoke. That shot from Torji. I feel bad for Carrigan sometimes.
You miss every shot you don't go for, right?
Exactly. Try again. Torji back in the coffins. He's got Frozen's rifle to help him out here. His FaZe are knocking at the door. He's going to penetrate this B site. Torji drops off. Insertion. His rifle's chimed in through the smoke, and now Frozen finally detected. And the threat neutralized, but FaZe are down too many members here, and Rain gets spammed down through the smoke. They haven't even seen half of their victims. But this is ridiculous. They are just getting absolutely shredded without even seeing where they're being shot from, FaZe.
Swarmed by the mice. FaZe had no chance there, tried to just run on through, but that smoke was so disruptive that was at the front of the site, right? You can see Frozen just tucked on behind it, and they're just spamming on through, knowing exactly what FaZe are doing. There's that shot from Torji again. Beautiful stuff, gives them the favorable fight already. And then multiple kills just spamming through the smoke because FaZe had nowhere to go.
Nice! Yeah, really nice round from Mouz. Carrigan's sitting there like, cool. Yep. Guess I'll just move on to the next. Fortunately, for FaZe, the next round is far from perfect. They've got Tech-9s and a Scout. So it looks like Mouz have recovered here. Thought that strong start from FaZe might give them a bit of comfort early on. But in fact, it's Mouz who have instantly come back with 3-round wins. These full gun rounds looking good for them. Banana control being taken by Mouz here, but you can see FaZe on the minimap currently stacked into top mid.
Torji flashed off. But look at this push from Exertion. He's found another. Now Torji gets the opportunity to swing on through. Dexter's here, and they're going to be going through CT spawn, but look at the position. Oh, Carrigan finds the opportunity, and Brokey's found Dexter.
And Exertion's on Banana, but now he's got to get back to the B site itself. And there is a smoke to try and cut him off if they want to use it. I'll do exactly that. This is really winnable for FaZe now.
Exertion just lining up.
They get across, bomb goes down. And FaZe now in a position to try and close this one out. Twist and Carrigan mortally wounded as Mouz begin to start the retake attempt. The rotation starting to come through. Brokey's watching towards CT, and they're going to cut off his position. He now transitions that scout to watch back into Banana. Exertion's waiting with the AK. He's just buying some time, waiting for his teammates to move in as a unit. Twist is the first player to fall. Carrigan just hiding out of dark. Mouz are taking the time here. And Carrigan could cause a few problems, but he's spotted Exertion with another important kill as JDC sticks the defuse. Exertion covers off everyone, and Mouz will survive that scare.
Exertion, the problem solver there. 4 kills in the round. The first from pushing down Banana, and then the closer, all 3 on the site. Obviously a tough one for FaZe there, given the weaponry they had. But, I mean, good job being able to find these openings to actually make it to the site. Exertion was always there, ready to play.
Bit of a shame for FaZe that Brokey, the one player with full health, was just on the scout there. Couldn't really get activated soon enough in the post plant. Once the smoke goes onto the bomb, there's nothing to do with the scout. Here's that smoke that allows you to go aggressive into mid. Dexter's going to use it, try and take the fight to them, but Rain ready for that early trick.
Can learn from the aggression, put at them by Bad News Eagles, right? Ready for any sort of crazy play like that, particularly because Exertion had pushed down middle last round too. So now showing they're not afraid to put the pace on. This time around doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, Dexter likes to make those cheeky plays behind that top mid smoke. He'll throw that in a few times in a half. But it's not the same all-out aggression that you see B&E go for. It's a little more calculated, and that maybe makes FaZe have the time to be a little more prepared for it, a little more expected.
Mouz look like they're just going to go for the stack onto A. That smoke down bottom of Banana has now given them a little bit more confidence that FaZe are too nervous to go that way. They're just going to gamble and hope they find something over here. And this might be the opportunity. Rop spots out the shadow. JDC comes on through, but neither finding purchase. Rop's wants to go back in fast and furious. Gets onto JDC and swings on the Torji. Rop's doing it all here. And that's scuppered Mouz.
Sprinting up Banana now. FaZe as a pack. No one's there to meet them. So we'll just clear everything out. Just make sure all the positions are limited. Everything is clear. There's no one waiting around the corner. And that ball could go down. FaZe will push forward to another round win. And that is very clean.
Oh, cheeky luck from Rops.
Here he goes. He does love one of these.
He loves the apartments, doesn't he? I feel like you could give Rops a mansion and he'd still choose to live in Inferno apartments.
Must have a good deal on the lease. Amount of time he spends there. They're kind of incentivized to hunt Exertion here as well because they know that AWP is in play, and Mouz's economy is a little bit honest because some of these rounds have been close. But I think Exertion might get away. They are all moving together, so gonna get a little scary for him.
Oh, I think he's just about fine. He cleared out almost all the other positions. Oh, no, wait. Oh, he turned away at the wrong time. And that is a bit of a heartbreaker for Mouz.
Won't deny the AWP into the next round. I think the Torji has enough cash for it, but it does mean that I think this investment from Mouz is going to be the one that puts their money on the brink.
Well, strong start from FaZe. Mouz have stayed with them. They've kept up. We go back over towards...
Wow.
Okay, overtime number 4?
That's incredible.
No, 3. Yes.
It's only map
it could
number
go
1 of that
Yeah,
series.
that's going to be a slog. Like, that's going to come down to endurance.
Whoever comes out worse for wear on this map is put at a significant disadvantage because your brain just has unloaded a bunch of adrenaline and focus all into that first map of play.
That's for a spot of the major as well. Wow, FaZe still up thanks to that round win, and Mouz, despite winning 4 rounds in a row, have some issues with their economy. Still the AWP out, but some MP9s in the mix for this one.
Yeah, you can definitely see the weaknesses in the purchase here. It's not the cleanest buy for Mouz, but it can still be effective, especially if you get Torsi this first kill. Good utility, flashes go in, mollies to clear away that tower with the AWP on top of it. Twist at the front of the banana attack. But Mouz look like they don't want to give this up. They're going again, they're going back into that fight. And they want to challenge banana control again.
It's where all the weapons are, so why not put the pressure on? Exertion getting up close, finds Carrigan, jumps on over, spots 2 more players as well. And look at that HE damage on Twist. He is limping, and oh, it's another wall bang from Torji. Takes him down through the half wall. His bullets always finding the penetrating shot. JDC, look at this position. Rain has no idea where that one comes from. Rups and Brokey now, 2 versus 5. Rups is taking space out here towards long, but there's an MP9 that's coming around this corner looking for him.
Rups really does need to do a lot more than you would expect here because he's cut off frozen. There's still 2 players in the A side. He needs to try and keep them back so Brokey and him have a chance to at least try and get in towards B. There's still 2 players standing. Xerxon and Torji, 2 of the hardest players to remove here on this B site. And Brokey's just sitting back patiently, trying to allow Rups to come around so they can sandwich them in. But as soon as Brokey extends around the corner, Torji's AWP locks the kill in, and Xerxon finishes the job.
Wow, the banana aggression works out for Mouz. Very well done for them, as they're able to get going early. I still can't believe all these jump shots Xerxon's going for. There's part of me that wants to remove the jump bind from him, but you know what? It's working. He's fragging.
It gives a lot of information as well, though, right? The fact that he goes for that jump, it actually lets him know that that's where Twist is, so that Torji can go for the shot. And that fight between Torji and Brokey, that's kind of the deciding fight there. If Torji goes down, suddenly there's a way onto this side and it gets a little scary. But I love the aggression on B, knowing that A was lightly reinforced. Okay, well, Brokey gets the opener this time around.
They instantly move over to A. So quick from FaZe. This might be unexpected. Oh, Dexter spotted nothing. And now they move in just as he moves away.
Dexter gets back into the cubby. Gets away to safety, at least for the time being, and actually does very well to get 1. FaZe will continue to move out long. Frozen bringing himself back towards Library. Oh, JDC loses an important fight. Is short. That's opened up the A side. Frozen smoked off the Library. Mouz can do nothing about this now.
Yeah, that was the frag that won the round. JDC, he had to come up good there. If he finds the kill into Rain, Frozen can then start to get activated, but that's it. Torji, okay, he's going to find Rups, so gets a parting kill. That might slow down any potential hunt here, and it's really important that Mouz hold onto these weapons. FaZe are about to take the lead back, and if they don't hold onto this AK and AWP, they have no investment into the next round.
Starting to get a bit back and forth now between these 2 teams. Mouz had themselves in a position where they won the last round, but they still keep a couple of MP9s into this one. And I do like the quick decision there from FaZe. Cool to see them quickly coming back to A. You saw Dexter wanted to play for the info, but just didn't really get to spot them out early enough. FaZe were just waiting around the corner, waiting in the wings. This is looking good for FaZe here, but at the same time, it's looking competitive. I think this is what we wanted from this third map. It's the perfect decider ground for these 2 teams specifically, and still Mouz able to scrape together a buy, but it continues to be slightly short overall. That smoke's a little late from Dexter out of spawn for top mid. It'll get there.
Shouldn't be too much of an issue. And, you know, it's great to see such a competitive game here. It doesn't matter who you're rooting for to go to the major. This game is certainly delivering.
See Rain there spamming the smoke where Dexter pushed previously. They've definitely done their homework. Oh,
this finds the opener though.
Opener, B is open.
That's the only defender. They're scrambling back now, but FaZe aren't pushing off the back of this immediately. Actually hoping that this does result in the reinforcement of the B site, because they're going back to A. They split the defense here.
The defense is pretty weak on this A side when it comes to weapons. They've got to overperform to a massive extent. Xerxon up on the balcony. He's calling for some rotations to come back, and they are coming through. FaZe are taking the time about this, letting Rain go around the corner first. He should win that fight against the MP9, and he will. Xerxon just couldn't do much at that range, but Dexter and JDC, they're chiming in with kills, and FaZe needs to get onto the site. JDC is still standing here, and finally Brokey gets rid of him. Just frozen in the library. And ooh, Rops will not silence him. 2 players still up for FaZe, and that nade's going to bounce back. Right in the face of Frozen. He doesn't have info here. He doesn't know exactly where the last 2 players are, so this round becomes nearing impossible.
Particularly with Carrigan in the apps, so difficult to find him. Brokey's got that entire angle pinned down with the AWP, so the only opening is the way Frozen is going. Has that kick, clock is ticking on down. So time, a serious issue here, and he's not finding anything at all. However, he can take down Brokey here, which is a big kill, and suddenly this gets a little scary. He taps the bomb, baits out Carrigan. The round is lost, but the damage is done.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do as much damage as possible there for Frozen. It was tough not knowing where they were in that round, and obviously the nade blasting back in his face as well wasn't the first step he wanted in the clutch, but FaZe able to pick it up, Holka.
Not the nade lineup he wanted, that's for damn sure. I mean, this kill from Rain, it felt like was going to confirm it. Dexter and JDC did what they could, but they were just so far down. He went X Games mode with that nade.
Finally, map 1 of that series is finished. Apeks have just picked it up.
Jeez.
That was quite the run.
And the thing for Mouz is, sure, you do damage, but you got USPs. So it doesn't really lead to a great deal here. So very good for FaZe to come out to a lead here in this first half.
Should be secured here. It is a stack, and, well, these USPs, we know what they can do. If you can catch someone off guard. Searchin actually manages to do just that onto Carrigan. Trade is immediate, though. JDC coming on through, and he's got Brokey from behind, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're able to find all the frags, and it's 8 now for FaZe, taking the lead in the half.
Looking much more like the FaZe we're used to seeing. Intel Grand Slam winning FaZe.
Yeah, you're not seeing the frustration to the same level that we've seen from them over the last few days. I mean, even on Ancient, even when they were looking pretty good, they had an extended lead. You would see some players that would give visible frustration, even audible. So definitely much more in control of their emotions and in general of the game right now, FaZe. And here come Mouz back with a solid purchase.
Rare to see the T-side leading on the utility damage. Spout. Carrigan's going up fast up Banana. There are 2 CTs here, sitting behind the smoke at barrels. He has no support. Wants to go for a bit of a play, but Exertion, he's got the read on it. The spam doesn't quite
Again, Carrigan gets caught by another ridiculous kill.
How does he do that?
Yeah, that's just so mental. Exertion finds him, and that's got to be frustrating for Carrigan. He's got to sit back and call from the 4 screens around him.
Again, it's smart for Exertion, though, right? You see that smoke down towards that position. So often you see T's try and jump up around on the side with a flash. So he knew that was a possibility. Now the retake of Banana for Mouz. Looking good initially, but FaZe are going to come at them.
Oh, good timing for Exertion to finish the movement upwards, and now gets aggressive in the smoke. Oh, wow. Exertion can make a massive play here, because they still think there's a play Sandbags, and that's Frozen. Exertion moves through and does get caught by Rain, but that could have been absolutely brilliant. Instead, it's Frozen now that has to hold this B site, and he is having no issues doing that himself. Another brilliant kill from Frozen. And Rain left alone, all of his teammates decorate the holes of Banana, and he's got to run away. Nice shot. 30 seconds, though.
He's not sure where the slurp is. Okay, throws it out.
Get out the map.
Still a chance he can find something here, but the time is just not in his favor. That might be the way back in. Frozen falls, and Rain puts us now into a 1 versus 2. Just a sole player on the site, and Torji. Look at the patience. JDC is on the flank. Going to arrive here. That bomb has to go down quickly. He's running out of time, and Torji swings out to punish.
It's actually good that he doesn't die after the time, though. They could have waited a little while, but in the end, it is a Mouz round, and it's Exertion towards Banana with that Frozen combo. Those 2 players, very scary when they're playing together, Holka.
They did a great job there. So Exertion jumping up onto the sandbags to be able to win that fight.
I think what's cool about this lineup at times when you've got a combo like Exertion Frozen is a player like Exertion can go for these kind of crazy plays where he's running through smokes and trying to catch you from behind. And if he does fail, you have the safe, reliable pair of hands of Frozen.
By compromise for FaZe into the last round of the half. Brokey on a Tech 9, Carrigan on a Mac 10. JDC was on an investigative mission. His teammate's gone down in the meantime, though. Rain starting to land some good shots. Banana has been taken by FaZe. Suddenly, it feels like they're the ones in control of this round, even with the weaker buy.
Going back to B.
Here he goes, Frozen. Set up for the play around the corner. He does not connect the kill. And Carrigan's Mac 10 actually wins that fight. FaZe now have a brilliant opening inside of this B site, but look who's waiting for them. It's Exertion, and just one this time. FaZe put the bomb down, and they've got to go for it last round of the half, but it's so unlikely for Dexter and JDC to even get close to this site.
No kit.
And Twist on the flank too. He can come around the back side, so the longer they take, the closer he will get to them. And FaZe one step closer to their 9th round here. Dexter goes around the corner. Brookie with the Mac 10 sends him down, and Twist will confirm. 9 rounds picked up for FaZe on the T side of Inferno. One more half left. One of them's heading to the major.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No. I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No. That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant. Roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Qualification for the Paris Major is on the line in this second half of Inferno. FaZe lead the way by a 3-round margin. Mouz definitely stayed competitive throughout that first half, even with that decent start from FaZe.
Yeah, they really found a way to get back into it. It almost felt like they were going to steal away a bit of a lead there in sort of the midpoint of that half. But FaZe showed resilience, and they stay fighting here. 3-round lead, just 7 rounds needed, and they will be on their way to Paris.
Wouldn't feel like the final CSGO major without a team like FaZe there. Especially players like Carrigan and Rain, so tenured in the game. Looking good for them now, but maybe not in this pistol because Rain is solo B. Upside is he has a smoke, he has a nade, but those Glocks can just run through it. It's really hard for the USP to deny this.
Oh, look at that. Look how much damage that gets. Rain has just softened them all up, and the rotation's coming through a different avenue. It's down middle here. FaZe want to wrap around the back of Banana, And Ren is just trying to stay alive, trying to dish out more damage. His teammates are starting to arrive now. Ren doesn't get a kill, but he might as well have with the amount of damage that he done. Twist just clears out the sandbags, a second kill coming in. And it's looking pretty good, but Mouz starts to fight back suddenly and frozen from the coffins. Up and down he goes. A whack-a-mole that fights back and a headshot after headshot to deliver Mouz the pistol.
Once again, it's in the chaos that Mouz thrive. It felt like Reina done so much there with the damage, but not a kill found. And yes, the flank may have been fast. They even found the success in towards sandbags, but I love this decision from Mouz. Push through into the smoke, knowing behind is covered off. They managed to find all of the frags at the end.
Oh, get loud as well.
They might be louder than FaZe.
They definitely are. I don't think I've heard Toshi reach that level of loudness before. Frozen, another molly he's going to throw out here.
Yeah, you know, it happens. Oh, that is not ideal though.
Oh, that is.
Exertion is on a
classic exertion kill, right?
I can't remember the last time I've seen a wallbang kill there. It's so rare nowadays.
Exertion's just got some ridiculous ones today.
Calling the X Factor for a reason. Pulls those ones out on a seemingly impossibly consistent basis. Brokey, the only one here.
Oh, actually hit that.
They're not going to reinforce him. It all relies on Brokey finding something, then they budge. And he's found nothing.
Time to save. Got to keep the guns for the next round instead. Nice work from Mouz. I think you can really feel in this series who is feeling the pressure almost, or who hasn't won in a while, just based on the player reactions. Like you can see as soon as Mouz realize, okay, we're down a bit in this map, they win the pistol, suddenly they try and get as loud as possible. I think that really shows that it almost is a bit of mental warfare between these guys as well. I mean, you hear them talk about how CS is a mental game. At this top level especially, you know every player is skilled. So often that mentality can be the key difference.
Yeah, I feel like these two teams have very different approaches in that respect as well, right? Mouz, they've just got this young, exuberant kind of nature about them where they're almost like a family in a way, right? You've got JDC, who's just this bundle of positive energy that lifts the whole team up. And then on the outside of FaZe, it's the experience that's the factor there. And yeah, Frozen, geometry's not working out for him at the moment. Might need to go set a few math lessons.
Yeah. It's definitely messed up a few of those flood their lines, but it happens.
Someone get this man a protractor. Well, still the weapons for FaZe that they carried on over. Robs did well in that position in the previous round. This time has to slink back to safety. Oh, this time it's nice. Rob's not expecting them to be so far up, and they'll make the move.
Twist under the balcony. Here's the steps above him. They dropped in. He hasn't reacted. Finally, we'll get back in time, and I don't know how Twist has actually got away with this. Brokey's helped him as well, and suddenly Mouz are in the worst position.
There's a massive miss smoke. It's landed on the roof instead of out towards Moto. That allowed Brokey to rotate and hit that deagle shot. A single piece of missed utility might be Mouz's downfall here. Torchy wants to try and recover things, though. They are going to be still focused on this A side exertion, poking out the apartments. And no contact means that Brokey has to be worried about long now.
Frozen at top banana has cleared out the sandbags and the half wall. He's getting a lot of info. He's going to apply some pressure solo here. Smoking towards the CT cross, rattles a shot up towards the coffins. That's going to start drawing FaZe's reaction, which is more of an advanced setup on the A side as well. And Frozen's actually created that space. He's caught Ren. He's decided to call for his teammates to come back. So the bomb swiftly making its way towards this B site, and Carrigan is waiting for them.
Oh, they're even going to flank Carrigan, I think. Oh, hang on.
He wins the fight. That's the bomb down. You have to pick that up, but that is going to buy an extra few seconds for this flank to come back up banana.
It's also a rifle there that Brokey can pick up off that corpse. This is still on. No kit, though, in place. They have to go fast, find these fights. In fact, it's going to be Twist that picks up the rifle. The man you want with it, but Torchy, he's taken one. Brokey's deagle strikes again. A 1 versus 1. He knows exactly where Torchy is, but look at the help that Brokey is working with. Torchy should have every advantage into this. Although Brokey, he snuck around from behind, looking for the back of his head, and Torchy, he's not facing. Oh, Brokey hits the shot. But surely there can't be enough time. Maybe there is. The full 10-second coming through.
He thinks he's got it.
He's done it.
I think he's got it too.
Unbelievable.
Oh my God, Brokey. That is ridiculous. The shots he's hitting, the way they get back into that, he doesn't even go for the MP9. He trusts himself on the deagle. Twist switches out to the rifle. It all started with this. You're right to point it out, Lucy. That smoke to land on the roof, right? He helps out Twist. The shot lands from this range on the deagle. He's able to come back in. Twist goes down. Quick reaction. Stutter says back in, gets frozen. And this shot, oh, it just sends him down the river and gets back in time for the full 10-second stick. That's just ridiculous from Brokey. 10 rounds to 8 now. FaZe on double figures.
Torji just getting antsy at the end there. Brokey was so far away, but he thought maybe he was getting snuck up on from behind. Brokey's the one who keeps his cool. Oh, Dexter taking damage early. The buy from Mouz is a little awkward. They really could do with this round win, and they're going to move into top mid immediately.
Orbs in play on both sides of the server. And the smoke goes forward. It's actually resulted in Brokey leaving. He's gone back to reinforce B. Carrigan's the one that's now in charge of long. Exertion's looking like he wants to get involved over this side of the map. Carrigan coming out to face. Smoke goes on over. Torji's found Ross, but Carrigan, does win out the fight against Exertion. It's costly. Carrigan wants more, but Dexter's there. All now onto Twist, the sole defender on the site. Knows he's being pincered from every angle, so he falls back, gets into a safer position to group up with his teammates.
Brokey peels away with another kill. Could be a couple of good back-to-back rounds here for Brokey. Twist and Rain just trying to send the bullets over the top of those boxes to the balcony. Not enough of them connecting to bring a Mouz player down. In the meantime, JDC has slipped through the apartments and might have just found the perfect timing to get behind two players, although he preemptively sprays away. He collects Twist running away. Brokey goes with a quick shot and does not land it. Now we focus on Rain, who's trying to get in from long. He's trying to pull a distraction away at the AWPer inside of the site, and it's going to work out perfectly. Now just JDC. They know exactly where he is. Rain is going to pick up the kit, run back into the site, and try and just tap this ball and try and draw the pressure. He's finally tapped it. JDC now going around the corner, tries to jump for the info. Knows Rain is off it. Swing around. Rain gets back to it. A close one again. FaZe sticking the defuse. Rain collects the kill on JDC, and FaZe will pick it up. 11 rounds as they keep moving forward in these closely contested clutches.
Another one that comes down to the wire for FaZe. A 1v1 with a defuse at the final moment. All the clutches going their way this time when it matters most.
You saw Dexter here getting caught towards long. He got this kill, but he was in towards the arch, and this was the fight. Torji on the site getting dealt with, and Rain able to keep calm under pressure. That bomb was just planted in an awkward position for JDC. I was wondering if he was going to wrap through the apartments. Could have got a pretty decent angle towards the bomb, but didn't want to take that risk. Figured there's a chance that someone gets on the bomb a little sooner.
And just think back to the first map, Nuke, right? That's where the 1v1s were going Mouz's way. All of those clutches, all the close ones, Mouz are picking out, racking them up, and kept FaZe out of the game. This time, FaZe are winning those close ones.
FaZe on form, and Mouz in trouble in this
big
round.
trouble.
You've got smoke and a flash. Maybe you
Trouble
try and
a
go
little
for
Mouz
the
down.
half-full smoke on Banana, try and just burst through it.
It is going to be pace. Exertion leading the charge. Rain, though, stands tall. Most of them all down. Carrigan's here as well. Torji does get the one back. Rain's able to escape. Torji and Dexter both limping, charging desperately with this MP9. Wow. Rain, no issues for him.
He lets them feel the wrath of that Norwegian slam. Dexter goes back to just pick up a Tech 9. Can you get anything? Maybe a kill as he peeks around, but it's Rain who collects all 5. What a round from him. Definitely dealing with the pistols quickly. And he racks up the kills for FaZe.
Former Major MVP, obviously wants to be back at the final CSGO Major. Rain showing what he can do. Really went unscathed in this round.
Yeah.
Barely got touched.
No pressure.
Now 4 rounds away from locking themselves in that spot in Paris. And Mouz are starting to run out of opportunities to get going in this second half.
Yeah, Mouz need this. They really do. Flash lined up from Brokey. Rops was the man taking contact.
He's been getting quite aggressive outside the apartments.
I think he's been getting the better of JDC in a fair few rounds. maybe feeling himself in that position.
Banana's closed off as well, so Mouz have to respect these smokes and allocate the time to take back that space.
See that mid-round shift in setup again to put Brokey with the AWP towards B. Not always easy with that sniper if you've got nades coming your way on this B bomb site. Rain gets boosted up. He's been brilliant. It looks like he's about to be tested here.
Strong spot for the rifle. Should be good for at least one, nearly the second. Does a lot of damage onto Torshi, and Brokey will finish him off. But Mouz have actually broken down the door at B. Carrigan's still close enough. JDC's pressuring that lurk over on the other side of things. So if Robs comes out top mid, he had to win that fight and he doesn't. So it is just Twist and Carrigan now left in this 2 versus 2 on the site. The third player is coming back through Banana, and they know they've got a window of opportunity to go in this even odds fight. And Twist, he's done very well through the smoke, but unfortunately his in-game leader has fallen on the attack in towards Exertion. There is a smoke in Banana, so that does give Twist the chance to run onto the site, tap and draw one of these peaks, and that's exactly what happens. But for a rare occasion, Twist's aim actually lets him down in that situation, but a difficult clutch even to pick up. And yeah, he's trying to get the dust out of the sensor there, because that did seem a little strange from Twist. Usually very quick and very accurate on that first bullet.
But I mean, that's the key fight there, right? JDC catching out the Rops lurk. The fact they went even on the site as well was really fantastic from Mouz. They're able to get themselves into a good position in the post plant. Exertion, which is tucked into the corner there next to Coffin. So even though his teammate goes down, he's just not ready for someone so close. Carrigan was caught unawares.
And you see how difficult it can be on the CT side. You get that up onto the B site, but as soon as Brokey's teammate goes down, how's he going to get away with more than one? Lack of cover. He tries to put the smoke down, but even trades good enough for Mouz to get into a good position. And good enough to keep us close in this one, because it's FaZe's turn to be out of cash and likely out of luck in this round.
Crazy how quickly the pendulum swings back the other way. Mouz set for double digits here, but still a few potentials for stumbling blocks. We saw Brokey's Deagle already what it can do. Rob's here with the 5-7. This fight with JDC. JDC got the better last time in this head-to-head. Robs is putting under pressure by Exertion, just spamming on through. Somehow managing to evade those bullets. Robs has walked on forward, trying to catch him, spots him falling, head spotted, but Exertion spots him just back to. Comes out ahead. Now he's looking for more, considering a flash through, doesn't actually commit.
I mean, if you're Ops, you make that play every time. You've probably got a pretty good chance there to get that kill. It's just Exertion so sharp today. Top of his team, not top of the server. Rain takes those honors for now. Still this A stack for FaZe. And some Mouz players sticking around here. Also got Carrigan in the apartments. So if action goes down, maybe he arrives at the right time, but it's long being pressured.
Carrigan just continuing to gather info, but it's Brokey's Deagle that has already done them dirty. This time it won't. That is very clean from Exertion and Dexter. Quick headshots. And that removes the threat of FaZe here. Carrigan gets spotted. Nice shot from Torsi. And Twist inside of the pit. Yeah, sure. They're heading towards the right side to deal with him, but he'll just manage one. And Mouz deal with that round as they should.
Yeah, that one goes to the script. Double digits now for Mouz. Just 2 separating these 2 teams. So this one started out Exertion. Oh,
it's a silent drop.
Silent drop. Very lovely stuff from Exertion.
Hadn't he like just spam the apartments loads before doing that?
Yep.
I don't know how much it helps you.
Guys, I'm not really here. Well, he's kind of faking out the fact that he's left the apartments, right?
Yeah, you know. He tried it. He still got the kill. Here comes the buy here for both teams. Money again, pretty awkward for both sides. Big nade onto Rain, but he spams back. Even damage early. Carrigan now legged and dealt with through the smoke.
Catching strays through the gray. Gives up his life, wanting to take that aggressive control. They've thrown the deep smoke and they just wanted to fight their way through it. But Torji, it's again another one of these, I say lucky shots, but Obviously very calculated in the intent.
And what do FaZe do now that they're down a man? This is a massive round here. They decide to leave B weak for now. Mouz yet to make up their minds, but they've got Exertion lurking up A long. This fight against Twist could be important if he wins it. It opens up so much.
What?
Oh my god, Exertion. Give me his settings right now, the config. I'm sure everybody's downloading it at the moment, but we gotta keep watching him because he's still up. And the damage done with an 8 as well brings Rain down to 11. Rain wants to fight a little bit, but he can't. He can't really go through there. He's just completely trapped inside of the ruins.
Thrown to the wolves. His teammates aren't budging.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Exertion's just playing so well today. I don't think FaZe really enjoy playing against Exertion. You know, the first time playing against him, it's been a pretty rough time.
I learned the hard way. I mean, that's just such an overperformance. Not a fight he should win, but it puts Rain in an impossible position. It brings Mouz closer. And we've said it throughout the RMRs. When FaZe go on these losing streaks, they've struggled to bounce back. When the game gets away from them, they've struggled to find the solutions. They might not even get to save here.
Losing this AWP would be so painful for them, but Brokey, oh no, of course, Exertion just comes on through. Another classic headshot from him. Rops does deal with him, and Rops will get to save at the very least, but it's just that M4 that comes on over.
Yeah, he's having a great game here. Really, really impressive stuff from Exertion. He can keep this up all the way and push Mouz towards Paris. You're going to be feeling really good about this team going into that event. They started slow here at the RMRs, but it's been good since, you know, they're looking a really scary unit again. And he's just laughing about that. I mean, that's just ridiculous. He knows I should have got away with that.
Not feeling the pressure.
This should be tied up now. This should be 12-12 on the deciding map of who's heading to the major and who's going down to that last chance qualifier.
And as I was saying, we have seen FaZe struggle to adapt at times when they start losing rounds consistently. They need to find the solution right now, or maybe in the next round.
This T-side terror of Mouz is just something else. Look at this, the damage done. Rops is the man with the gun, the only armor, the M4, and he's brought down to half from that barrage.
I was very happy to set a slow pace at the starts of these rounds. Exertion is moving into top mid right now. Carrigan close. I think he's been spotted. And Exertion has been hitting headshots all day. That's not going to stop in this one. I mean, if they get spammed right now, they would be screwed.
Yeah, they really would, but they're trying to wait for the perfect time to send him up, and now Rops will strike. Up he goes.
Time to go A. You've seen the one rifle. No need to move into it.
And even that play forward from Brokey gets caught. Twist was the A player. JDC didn't really think there was too many issues there. Frozen's just hanging around. He wants some extra kills. He wants that rifle that Rops showed. So he's desperately searching for it. Rain is the one that sent out the fight, of course, and actually manages 3 shots with the Deke to the body and brings Frozen out of the round. So that's another gun.
I mean, honestly, the difference between surviving with no weapons and surviving with 2 rifles could be a huge one as this progresses. Going into round 25 next with it all tied up. You want to have that extra economy on the CT side if you do concede anymore.
Especially given an AK to Rain on the CT side. Let's see what he can do with it. It turns out Rain is charging FaZe forward right now, top of the board. 22 kills, 14 deaths. Looking really good in this final map.
I mean, Rain just seems like that classic big game player, right?
Yeah.
Whenever FaZe need him in key moments, in the most important matchups, he is often the man that can step up for them.
Well, it's tied up now. And the mood in the camp of the Mouz team seems pretty high. They seem pretty relaxed at the moment, which is really impressive to be at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they're one of those teams just has that aura about them. There's just so much joyfulness in there. I don't know whether it's the youth or what, but they never seem to be phased.
Oh, they might be.
Maybe.
Brokey, oh. Shot lands on Exertion. but he still stands tall. So as long as he's alive, there's always a chance that something can happen here. He's going to fake the deep smoke into Arch, and he was just running through it. Now comes back, cancels that movement, and now starts to think about the A play.
Oh, this is so smart.
Oh, he's so smart. He fakes it out. Twist goes to look at it, and then Exertion just completely mind games him, comes through library, and Twist is read like a book. Oh, this is perfect.
Oh!
Exertion, okay. They nearly take him out, but there's just no way. Exertion just keeps going, shredding them apart single-handedly. And FaZe, there was the difference between the shot connecting to the body and the pixel through the wall. And Exertion, barely standing, takes 3 players down and dismantles the entire A setup.
Exertion, the executioner, can you believe it? Legged in the first 20 seconds of the round, goes on a rampage, taking names and taking the lead for Mouz.
Against FaZe, he looks like the player that's most storied. He looks like the player that's most comfortable under the pressure.
Honestly, could be a future FaZe player at this point. You know, like this could be a player they look to down the line to pick up and add to their roster because this level is just incredible. Oh, Rain, at least he'll grab that headshot on the way out.
I mean, it's just the fact they leg him early as well. Like, it could have been the kill outright. It's not. And then Exertion says, I'll make a high-risk play because I'm low.
Yeah.
Drops the smoke in towards CT. You think he's going to be lurking behind it. It just draws the attention away enough. The second shot is absurd. And at this point, if he didn't get the kill, someone else would have, but he still gets it. Yeah, he is insane.
He is insane. I have to agree with Torgy. And Twist is just like, what has just happened to me?
I feel like legging him just encouraged him, right? Like he just went on a rampage, and why not? Unleashed.
Bloodlust. Well, timeout for FaZe, and for good reason. That round, oh my goodness, that would be tilting to play that one for sure.
It really is the fact that Exertion not only has the incredible aim, the crisp headshots, but the fact he can come up with plays like that, where he says, you know what, I'm actually going to catch you off guard here. I'm going to get in your head. I'm going to outplay you completely positionally.
Look at the scoreboard.
Yeah. It tells a story, doesn't it?
FaZe have gone for the buy.
This is it, really.
It's so important, and they've got an MP9 in the mix on Twists.
Well, here we go. FaZe, if they lose this round, they're going to be taking a step closer to that last chance qualifier. And Mouz, a step on the path to Paris. This is looking so good for them. And Exertion is spearheading them towards that. They get the apartments with 2.
5 in a row for Mouz.
And this is what we said, FaZe, when they start to lose rounds consistently, they don't seem to be able to find the answers. What can they do? Who can step up?
They're just waiting for Mouz to make the play.
It's very passive.
They're not the ones taking the initiative.
Yeah, Mouz can do whatever they want. They have the full build-up of the round. FaZe are just sitting in a default setup on this CT side, waiting for Mouz to execute in on them and hoping they can trade out evenly, if not get the advantage. But with the way Mouz have been playing, there has been no chance for FaZe on these initial holds to get it into even numbers.
This round might be too slow, though. Still a couple of smokes for FaZe.
That's true.
If you time those right, that could be really detrimental to Mouz's approach.
And that ball's coming back to B as well.
I don't think this lurk activates in time.
Brokey's come over on the rotate towards the site. Exertion's trying to get forward, but 20 seconds left. The bomb's coming back. Coming back to A. Twist and Rob still have to deal with this. 19 seconds for them to get in. Dexter's been caught, but it's all about Exertion trying to make a play, but FaZe are just hiding. They know 10 seconds left. Oh, they clear the site. Twist just gets run over the top of, and the bomb is going down in the site. Somehow Mouz have found their way through, but it's still good for FaZe. They're still looking comfortable with the amount of players still up. So Frozen and Torshi trying to extend Mouz's scoreline to 14. Frozen's off towards short side. Robs is looking for him. And the AWP of Torshi sits inside of the site. These tight angles, he has to land a couple of beautiful shots. And Robs' patience pays off in the pit. And Brokey on the rotate in, sweeps it up. FaZe will get the round.
Listen, FaZe handled that well, but I think from the Mouz perspective, they did get a little lost in the mid-round. They did leave it a little long. Yes, exertion is up through long, but it's so hard for him to activate towards that A site. Even when you get that entry, the numbers are so favored for FaZe.
Yeah, you can see the virtue of this setup from FaZe holding so passive. Mouz just have no real idea of where FaZe's setup is. They're just trying to find some sort of bit of information, a fight that they can win out. And when they get exertion up long, you can see it's going through their minds, what's the play? But exertion gets no contact. There's no one actually at long. So they go, all right, we're back to A. And Rops stays alive in the pit. Exactly what he needs to do.
It's really hard to have the confidence to play anything other than a standard setup here on the CT side in these kind of rounds. When you get this deep with so much on the line, aggressive setups, you have to have a lot of balls to go for it, we'll say. And so we have to set up inside of the apartments. Brokey and Rops lining up, looking to come away with the first kill.
JDC dealt with. That's exactly what FaZe wanted.
And now they know they're stacked in the apartments though, with two though, and that peaks. So that's info. They want to move fast on it. And now they go to launch. Missed shot from the AWPer, but luckily Twist at least collects it.
Save, but a trade as well. Brokey's still in the site. Has the support of Rops here as well, and Carrigan comes on over. Mouz are all grouped up here, taking long. Nowhere they can go from it quite yet, and Brokey, he's getting inquisitive.
Oh, and the bomb's going back down middle here. If Brokey keeps moving forward, he's going to see this. He's going to see that no one's towards short side. And there's the mid stats running, just sprinting back up Banana right now to Rain, who is solo. Carrigan's just drifted off towards the arch, but he has that late smoke to delay.
That's all he has, though. He's the only one here. No utility.
Brokey peaks top mid, though. Now they know. Now they can send some reinforcements.
Oh, Carrigan trying to get there in time. So much pressure on this round. Rain at the back of the site. A big game player. And he is looking to shut them down from the back of the new box. He goes out, but Torji and Dexter, 2 immediate kills. Rob's luckily through the smoke, keeps FaZe within this round. But Mouz have done so well to get into the site. Brokey's coming up through Banana. The AWP in hand, sees the first victim, Frozen, taken out of play. It is now under Dexter. The Aussie from the back of New Box yet again has to pick it up. The headshot on Robs, just Brokey left, and Dexter bringing him down low, stays alive. Brokey runs into him, and Dexter pulls the clutch off.
What a play from the Aussie, the IGL, Dexter dragging them through, taking them back into the lead, keeping that Paris dream alive. Mouz around that it felt like they had no world that they should have won that there. The rig was there, the rotations came from FaZe, and now they're on to their very last timeout.
That jump back from Dexter was beautiful. Gives me JDC vibes when he was on Mirage on that B site.
Torshi is hand on heart right now. His heart rate must be flying at this point, getting so close to the major. That round could be it.
You remember, it was Dexter that was the reason this team got to the playoffs at the last major, and he might be the reason that they get to Paris.
One shot from Torsi as well, takes Rain down. Looked like Rain was set up to take them out.
Yeah, look, FaZe wanted the crossfire there, but it's this awkward position where the player's pushed up so close. That jump is everything. It baits out the shot. Brokey runs in straight away, and Dexter makes him pay.
Look at the relief on Mouz after that, seeing their leader going to the clutch, and look at this buy indeed. Weaknesses all over it.
The nades are the main thing that's missing here. Maybe Mouz play a drawn-out round because of that fact. This is how you do it. If you don't have the nades, a stack into top mid like this means you don't have to smoke it.
And we've seen how much Mouz love taking that control too, right? We've seen him time and time again pressure towards top mid and long. Not this time. This time they're interested in B early, and that's the weakness for FaZe.
They got a smoke in hand, but if they just pop now, it's going to maybe come a little too late, but luckily they are given enough of a warning to throw that smoke out.
It's still great, though. You trade a flash for a smoke. There's still over a minute left. You don't mind that at all.
It's B. I mean, it's going to be B. JDC is going to get the information here, and that's going to be the go signal.
Oh, 3 players on the right. 3 players on his right now. Luckily for FaZe, they don't go down, which means that retake needs to get on. They need to start rotating straight away. And here's the attack. It's coming in. Carrigan gets inside of the smoke. Just an SMG in his hands. Rain's rifle from on top of the coffins delivers death to Exertion. Carrigan let off the leash. 1 for 1 on those 2 players, which means it's down to the trifecta of death to stop Frozen. It's not an easy position to be in, and they go over the boost. A smart, quick call, and Frozen trying his best, dishing out damage, but unfortunately not enough to take a kill.
1 HP on Rops at the end, but the spray transfer just not enough. The USP comes out for it. We're going the distance.
And a huge amount of credit there just to Carrigan and Rain on the site, right? The fact that Carrigan's able to get up on coffins, using those smokes to his advantage to find a kill, and Carrigan just pushing through, creating chaos, finds a kill, yes, goes 1 for 1, but it's enough time wasted that they're limping when the reinforcements arrive.
I think Mouz might have money issues themselves, I'm not sure. But either way, a really good round from FaZe. They take that initiative back into top mid. It gives them the info. Rain makes sure he shows enough presence to draw the attention his way. You see here, Rops, I mean, he's a little lucky to get away with it. I think they could have ganged up on Frozen anyway.
Let's go! What an important round of V1 right here. This is so tense. So much on the line for these teams because, as we pointed out, you go down to the last chance.
Oh, look at this from
Look at this. This is so horrible. The buy they've got to come into this.
They could have saved.
This is
tried to play for overtime, but they want it here.
Yeah, this is their best chance, FaZe. They really have to take 15.
Look at
info from Rops.
Oh, he's got
They
everything.
can stack B.
The reinforcements come through. Rain's gotten aggressive. That smoke's keeping them at bay, but look at Rain. He can taste it. He can smell it. He's getting up behind, ready for this fight to come on through. Teammates coming up beside him, peeks on out, but Exertion takes him down. And now the rest of the defenders have to fall back. Rotation coming through.
Is Exertion about to be the difference again for Mouz? He runs in, Carrigan says no. Twist able to help too, and a multi-kill coming through for FaZe. They're shutting this buy down for Mouz, but suddenly Frozen with 2 kills, and it's a 1v1 up against Rops, running through Banana. Frozen taking on Rops in the clutch, and Frozen's walking right into him. Rops is ready though, and FaZe will head to 15, 1 round away from Paris.
Unbelievable scenes on the B-bomb site. FaZe had all the info they needed, and yet still it comes close. But Rops gets into position at the right time. At least a bomb plant for Mouz, supplements them some money, but it's still not ideal. This was huge from Twists.
These are the rounds that make the big players. The fact he gets a multi-kill that, as much as he has had a quiet tournament, in the big games it matters, and that's so important. That round is crucial for FaZe to collect.
And it's such a difficult clutch for Frozen as well, because he doesn't know where Rops is coming from, right? Knows he's that A player. He'll be coming from somewhere. He decides to smoke off CT instead of Banana. And now we go into the last round of regulation, round number 30. FaZe, a single round from Paris, or Mouz, forcing overtime.
They can taste it here. This is their best chance, but Rops gets caught trying to come back. Exertion gets the opener. And what's the response from FaZe?
Well, he got the opener in the last round, and they were unable to convert it. There was a quicker trade, though, from FaZe in the previous. This time, it settles at the 5 versus 4, and the Banana fight. How has Rain recovered that?
Frozen had to win that. Now all he has to do, he's forced just to watch on while his teammates crunch onto A.
Well, they're sprinting in towards A, and here comes that rotation back to Brokey and Rain coming into the play. Twist is taking so much damage. Carrigan missing everything. JDC on the double, and they're on the site. Brokey and Rain, it is so unlikely they pull this one off. Mouz have surely locked in overtime.
Rain's so low. Brokey swaps guns with him. The boost on over. There is a kit in play, but even the boost is being fumbled. Time is such an issue here. The smoke in their faces. Rain almost removed just through the spam alone. Now it fades, and finally they can start to poke and prod, but look how many defenders there are to get past. This retake is impossible. Exertion swings out, and it's Torzi that secures overtime.
Overtime needed between FaZe versus Mouz. This is incredible. This game is so down to the wire, and Exertion is just having the game of his life right now. The importance of getting them through this game. He gets the opening.
But how about the fumble from Rops? Is
That's
needed?
true as well.
He fumbles the movement back, and how about this flash? Look how blind he is. Boom, that's all you need. The flashbang of dreams to bring it to overtime. Oh, Rops knows it. He knows that's a misplay, but he knows they have to play on.
FaZe and Inferno overtimes. There's so much on the line.
Paris awaited. It awaits a little longer for whoever wins this one. Can they keep their cool? after fumbling against the weak buy. Exertion moving into top mid. This setup looks good. Oh, he moves back. Rain's got big banana control.
Not the first time this setup's been in place for FaZe. GDC spotted out a few rounds prior. See how nervous they are.
This banana control's too good for FaZe right now. You've got to take that away. Mouz have got to at least put some pressure there before they move into top mid. Oh, they're moving into top mid though. That means they need some good nades. This is so dicey.
Oh, spam through the window.
Can they adjust the setup now?
Yeah, they have to. They have to adjust. They have to drop up and change it up. Carrigan's going over towards B.
We had a round earlier where Mouz ran low on time. They're only just getting banana control in this one. They've got to keep an eye on the clock here.
There's only a single smoke to slow them down, though. If they don't respect this, if they see Rain on the jiggle here, drops it, they can just charge on through. There's no flames, nothing to hold them back. Time's such a serious issue here, and they're just going to run on through. Rain swings on out, but they both fall on the site. And now Mouz make their way into B. Brokey rotates on over, but he's the only one here.
Right through the smoke, Torji sends the op shot. There is nothing FaZe can do about this. This is uncompetitive, really, in this round. Mouz just charge in. The kills are found, and FaZe don't fight back.
I mean, you have so much money in OT, but I mean, there's no reason to go for this. It's basically impossible.
Yeah.
JDC might even hunt. And the flashes from Mouz, it's the simple plays, but it's not even about blinding them in this round. It's about getting them off the angle long enough that you can get through the smoke, establish yourself, and the save could be denied.
It's actually kind of important in OT as well, right? Because
the Valve rule set.
Yeah, if they win the next round, suddenly that third round looks very dicey for the CTs.
Mouz once again honed in. Exertion just runs right through. Frozen works with him in tandem. And Torji through the smoke. The three players you want to deliver kill after kill. And it's all coming together for Mouz.
Carrigan just resigned to the fact that they had to lose that round. You saw him slink back in his chair. Still the AWP, still the good buy for FaZe in this one. Some pretty good money in the bank, even if they were to lose. Brokey's with the AWP on Banana this time. Not as much utility used by FaZe. Do Mouz get baited into a peek into that AWP? Surely they used some utility beforehand. Dexter actually kind of dodges that nade by throwing nades to his teammate. Now he goes in. Rain isolated for the time being, but he doesn't win the fight.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Luckily, the trade comes in from the molly, but not the cleanest fight off the get-go. Mouz drop back. They leave Banana. They're now focusing back towards A, and they've actually had a lot of success here, Lucy.
Brokey's rotated over as well.
They don't need to go and commit anywhere just yet with this 1 minute, though. So they think about going back into Banana, let JDC sell the fake on A again.
This is great. 3 plays over here. I mean, Brokey starts to consider rotation back, but Mouz have been fantastic at finding the space into B, and he's not rotating back. He's staying in library. The hit's about to come through. It's all now onto Carrigan, the sole defender here. He's going to drop the smoke, but he's charging on through and doves him out of the server. Mouz have an open avenue to B.
They're playing a great calling game right now, Hawk. They're getting the right read on most decisions. Like, they're so composed at this point in the game. FaZe decide to stay towards A with the heavy numbers. But Mouz just walk into the empty B side once they just clear out Carrigan. It's easy enough.
And as soon as the Exertion feels like there's any window of opportunity, he takes it. So quick through. Exertion goes into the open. FaZe can still go for this.
They can. They can still go for this with that kill. That opens things up. They need to move quite quickly because the time is already over half to a tick. So moving through Ruins. JDC and Torji both towards the back of the site here. And Torji lines up the first, peeks out from JDC to assist, and that'll close it. Mouz push forward to another.
Yeah, FaZe have money. They decide they might as well go for it. For a second, you wonder whether Mouz got a bit ahead of themselves, but the setup on the site, good enough. First fight, the fact that Dexter wins it is crazy. And then Exertion, he knows the re-smoke is coming. He figures there might be a timing window. And Carrigan, I mean, he's been having a rough game individually. He puts the pressure on himself, solo holding B, and he can't deliver.
There's never a delay in Exertion's decision-making. It's what makes him such an exciting, explosive player. Now Mouz, potential to secure 18, which would be map series and Paris point. Torshi's taking the point. Brokey, though, on the other side, is locked in on the angle. Forced off, the flash comes through. Mouz take position. He peeks back on it.
Exertion snuck up. It doesn't matter because Brokey hits the shot onto Torshi. Now, do they expect Exertion to already be here?
He's been such a thorn in their side, especially towards this long area around the arch. He's often found the gap, but now they've spotted him. That information's gathered for FaZe. We'll see how they decide to play it. Because they're going back up Banana. He's drawing everyone towards him. Everyone is opened up towards B. And Rain is just waiting there alone. He's run back into the site. Xertion's actually even opened up his own pathway to join them on that site. Rain doesn't do anything. Frozen just shreds right through him. And Mouz have the site. They're pushing towards map point. And FaZe are sprinting back to try and get competitive here, Lucy.
The boost is about to come through. The bomb's gone down. Brokey over the top, though, only gets one. Dexter with the AWP is there, and he's getting in on close on the angle twist. He's going to be walking straight into this AWP. Keep your eye on Rops as well. He's ready to push through the CT smoke.
There he comes, smoke out, gets close. That distracts Dexter, he pulls away. So that opens up the chance for Twist to move in. He has to get the kill, and he will. It's now just down to JDC in this post plant. Time is ticking. Another smoke on that bomb. JDC gets the first and the second through the smoke. JDC, John DeCastro, and he's got them to map point.
Unbelievable. JDC, always so good in the clutch. But under so much pressure, he delivers. Once he hears the smoke, he realizes he can probably force a 1v1 fight. He can probably establish himself on the angle. That's exactly what he does. And then it's just panic from Twist. He decides to stick it. Maybe had time to do something else.
John
But
DeClatcher.
JDC too good.
Tell you what, so many that he's won here against FaZe.
Oh, man.
3 opportunities now for Mouz to go through to Paris and send FaZe to that last chance playoff.
In all likelihood, that is the most likely result now, Hawker. This is looking so good for Mouz. If the clutches are going their way, the mid-rounds are perfect. Mouz are having a fantastic time. Dexter's one important clutches. He called a great game. This is fantastic for Mouz now.
Fast from FaZe. All grouped up into A.
Torshi falls on back. Can feel the pressure coming. Fires off the shot, the flash forces him backwards. And they are fast up towards long. He re-peeks in. Oh, but Dexter's arrived with 1.5. Rain charging on through. And Torshi, under so much pressure, drops the smoke to play around. The rotations coming on through to reinforce the site.
JDC, his heart probably still pounding from the previous round clutch. Torsi on the site delivers one of his most important kills for this Mouz organization. Exertion continues his incredible play. Then missed shot from Brokey, and they have done it! Mouz take down FaZe. Their path to Paris is complete. They call it the city of romance, and in all romantic stories, there is heartbreak. And for FaZe, that might come through. They're down to the last chance qualifier, but for Mouz, it is celebrations as they're heading to the capital of France.
Mouz, a team that no one should ever be doubting. Major winner after major winner has fallen at their feet. Their path to Paris littered with the corpses of champions, and you just know they want to etch their own name in the history books.
I mean, that's about as stressful as a way to qualify as you can get. And you see that as soon as Mouz get it over the line, it is pure elation. You can't help but smile for them. They've had to work hard. They went down 1 and 2. They bring it back. And not only that, they looked calm under pressure. Exertion was doing so much. He is the clear MVP of this series. They should get him a gift, honestly, because he just did so much in this series.
Yeah, Exertion here and on all 3 maps has been that X factor. The executioner for Mouz delivering here. What a victory, what another upset. FaZe have to wear. It's been such a difficult run for them. But Mouz, you just have to praise them. The youngsters stepping up here, performing under pressure. Dexter calling a fantastic game, both here and on the prior 2 maps. We look back at Nuke, just how much he had the number of FaZe. And here on Inferno, well, it took overtime, but it was enough for Mouz to secure Paris.
Yeah, and you saw how many problems Exertion was causing. Firstly, with his instant decision-making. Whenever he felt like he could get a fair fight, he would instantly move in to take it. Secondly, in that overtime round, where he's almost like a black hole, sucking everyone in towards him, while his teammates just take the B site. Unbelievable scenes for Mouz here. And for FaZe, I mean, they played better here today, but at the same time, the result is all that matters. They look more like themselves. I mean, I guess that's a good sign for them heading into that last chance, but that last chance is 1 out of 6 teams that gets to make it.
That's the scary thing, right? The teams that will be going in there are teams that, you know, we've still got to decide who they're going to be. We could see some serious favorites make their way through there. And, well, take a look at that scoreboard and take a look at the man on the top for Mouz. Exertion, 33 kills, head and shoulders above his team, head and shoulders above of everyone here in this matchup.
Yeah, we've always put this Mouz team as sort of a 1-2 punch where Frozen is the main man, Exertion is the follow-up. The more and more I watch this team play, the more and more I think Exertion might be onto being the main man. Not even a massively experienced player, and yet he's doing this in his first time playing against FaZe. This academy system from Mouz has been ridiculous. No one else has managed to do it in the way they have.
Well, and off the back of this fantastic performance from Exertion, we have him on the sidelines for the winner's interview.
Well, first of all, congratulations. You made it to Paris. You were the main reason, in my opinion, as to why you're there. You were insane, dude, as well. Your performances. You woke up on the right side of the bed today, huh? How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I think, of course, I had a good game, but I think we played really good as a team. I think we never gave up. Some clutches went their way, some clutches went our way. It was a crazy match. We anticipated it. I said it in the pre-game interview too. I'm so glad we came on top, and yeah, I'm just extremely happy.
I want to specifically ask about one round from you, and it was when you got legged by Brokey at top mid on Inferno, and you kind of went towards the archway, and you outplayed Twist. You threw the smoke down into the arch, went through library, and came around the backside. He just looked completely bamboozled. What was your thought process there? Were you freed up more and that you were damaged?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you're low HP, you need to take a risk, right? You cannot take face-on duel. So what happened was I was just chilling, and then Chris came up with a smoking library for me. So I was like, I can just walk through it, and he has to expect City because I created some pressure there. So yeah, I just kind of used the timing, and I think he was in a difficult position. So yeah, I got the kill, and yeah, I'm just extremely happy.
Dexter obviously went in a big clutch too, getting you guys to the OT from the back of the new box. You guys came into this map and you were celebrating pretty much every round. When we noticed FaZe did a similar thing where, does it create a bit of a relief when you just celebrate every round?
I think you kind of have to, because there's so much excitement from everyone. Even them, they're like major winners, right? They just won the Grand Slam. They're all very experienced, but you need to celebrate every round because there is emotions, you know? And yeah, obviously I respect them for it, and I'm very happy with it as well. But yeah, you just gotta let your emotions out, because if you keep them inside you, I feel like you play bad, you know? So you just have to shout and celebrate every round.
Well, congratulations on the win and qualifying for the major.
Well, I have no doubt that they will be letting their emotions out after that victory. Hard fought from Mouz. We got to hear from Exertion there, who was the clear star of the show.
I mean, everyone else is jumping for joy, and Exertion almost looked like he low-key expected this. A little smirk on his face, high fives all around. Maybe he's got his eyes set on more than just qualifying. He wants more at the major.
Yeah, honestly, and I also like the praise for Dexter, his IGL there, right? Just for the calling that he put in that game, setting Exertion up for that play where he got that 3K. And, you know, you got to look back to those final rounds, what they had to fight through to get here. The resilience on display from this young team is just absolutely phenomenal, and they've deserved their spot at Paris.
Yeah, they really do. I agree with you. Dexter did a fantastic job here at just always creating nuisances for FaZe, really. You saw it throughout. FaZe were constantly having to try and adjust, try and adapt, and they were adapting a little better. They were winning some rounds, but that's when we have seen FaZe struggle throughout this RMR, and that is what puts them down into that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of kudos to Mouz as well for the path that they had to come through here, right? You know, obviously they just took down FaZe, who many look to as the favorite in this group, but they also took down VP, the prior major champions from Rio.
Yeah, man, Kingslayers, absolute Kingslayers on the Mouz side. That is so cool for those guys, and they definitely deserve it. I think for FaZe, I mean, you have to look at this and say this is the scary position in the RMR you can find yourself in. People weren't even saying this was the most stacked RMR in Europe, and yet they go up 2-0. They have that game against NAVI. It suddenly starts to slip. I mean, I do think they play better today. They play more like themselves, but you go 2-2 against Mouz, and it's anyone's game.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate series from FaZe. We do have Rain on the sideline for a follow-up interview.
First of all, thanks for joining us for this interview. I know it's not easy to do it right after a loss like that, right, when it's raw, but obviously you guys map point a couple of times. You know, you're looking pretty solid at the end of Inferno. You guys, slow start again today in that first map. What went wrong in your opinion?
I don't know. I think Mouz had a good start on Nuke. A lot of the rounds we could have won as well. I think we didn't capitalize on the advantages we have, and we gave them like 2 or 3 T rounds or CT rounds for free in the start, and just couldn't close that Nuke.
When we look at, you guys came back in on Ancient after the map loss, and it seemed like you guys had a different energy. You were celebrating every round, screaming. Was this something you talked about in the middle of the break?
Yeah, I think it's something we've been missing the entire tournament. Like, we haven't really been ourselves, I feel like. We've been very down and not really the happy face that we normally are, right? So we know what to work on, we know what to focus on for the last chance qualifier.
Obviously, the last chance qualifier is available. It's not the elimination, but it does get a lot more difficult from here. You guys obviously feeling confident, or is it going to be a tough show?
Of course, it's going to be tough. With the performance we have here, then every game is going to be tough, you know. So it all depends on the mood of the team and how we are on the day.
Well, thank you very much for joining me. Thanks for doing the interview.
Yeah, I think some somber tones in the camp for FaZe, and for good reason, right? They came in here as a favorite, coming off the high of their previous victories just weeks ago, but unfortunately have been falling short here in a few key series.
I really think Rain talking about the general mood of the camp honestly makes the most sense here in terms of being a big issue for these guys. And how do you recover, basically, is my question. I mean, in theory, you have a bit of time off now, so hopefully they can get some practice in and maybe start to get the foot under them. But at the same time, it does feel like you have to have that good mood around this team for them to play well, and for whatever reason, they haven't had that. I think at moments they were starting to try and get back into it, but you could see it just never really came through consistently.
Yeah, I think we saw it on Ancient, right? That felt like the FaZe that we're used to seeing. It really felt like everything was coming together. All the key stars, which there's a lot of them on this team, were all stepping up and having those big performances, but Inferno couldn't quite make that connect in the same way. And while we can take a look at the updated graphic following that, we have one game still going on. That's on the A stream between Apeks and Bait. And in fact, I think Apeks might have just taken the next map, which means they've secured the match.
Yeah, Apeks doing well for themselves as we see these 2-2 games, these all-important matches going down. It is indeed OG also making it through earlier against Falcons. Despite going down 0-2 early, they've basically done the opposite to FaZe. They've bounced all the way back.
Sets us some pretty scary and maybe a little sad storylines going into the Challengers playoff, right? Because look at the teams that'll be there. Falcons, FaZe, and Bait. We are only going to have one of Falcons, the only French team, and one of FaZe, the team that was looking to cement their legacy here at the final major as one of the best, if not the best in CSGO. And only one of those can go through.
Absolutely, and for FaZe, I mean, it felt like everything was turning in their favor when they win that Grand Slam. It felt like they were getting into position at the right time to try and contest for this major. Now they've got to compete to stay in it. And there are still a lot of stacked teams in that other RMR that will be joining all these squads. So a lot to do to make it back through. It's definitely doable for FaZe. They know that themselves. If they play at their best, they should in theory be favorites in this sort of format. It's just about finding the way to get back to that best form.
Yeah, and I think that no one really could have predicted this playing out how it did, right? Just in general. We can take a look at how the standings are looking overall. And, well, while Unicorn comes out ahead, amongst the talent, it's actually Harry that's stepped above. But I will take credit as one of the true Mouz pickers.
Yeah, I'm not having a great time, to be honest. I keep just... none of them right for me, again. Listen, the Falcons pick was kind of with my heart, but...
Yeah, same.
You got to go for it. And honestly, yeah, the Mouz pick, I think that's fine. Like, this was always going to be a close, intense matchup. I don't blame you for going Mouz.
Well, we can take a look at our next week, which will be coming up, which is the RMR Group B. Now, this is one that we've gotten very excited for. We've talked a lot about the big names here. I mean, there's so many that jump out. G2, #1 in the world. Cloud9, a consistent playoffs contender. Heroic, Vitality, throw in ENCE, who have been on a fantastic run of form. There's a lot of excitement that's going to come from this group.
Yeah, gotta see teams like Vitality making it through. And yeah, even some of the smaller names are honestly teams that I think could have a very good performance here. FaZe have been in great form. 9 have showed they can compete. Here are some of those opening matchups over in Group B. We have a whole other RMR group still to play here. It has been non-stop Counter-Strike action, and that is exactly how we like it.
So many games going to be taking place on the 11th. Look at how many exciting matchups are going to be taking place. So many best of ones, and you just know they're going to be delivering. I mean, I'm looking at that 9 G2 one. That one's going to be very exciting. So impressed by what we saw from 9 at the most recent Blast event. And yeah, I'm expecting some of these underdog teams to potentially throw on some upsets, because that's been the story here.
Yeah, I'm saying straight away, Cloud9 FaZe, that smells like a lot of upset potential to me. Always fun to see those sorts of matchups coming through. But all in all, I mean, for this RMR, we've already seen that this was meant to be one where there were some clearer favorites that were almost guaranteed to make it through, and we've already seen that that is not the case. EU is incredibly stacked, and it's fantastic seeing some of the teams that have made it through, especially when you see how much it means to them. Even for a team like Mouz, who went down early and have had to grind their way back, the celebrations, always so good to see.
Yeah, a team that made the playoffs at the last major, and well, at least they're going to be there in Paris. But that's all the games here on the B stream today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and next week we'll be jumping into Group B, so you do not want to miss that.